Have you with us on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. We have some stakes action to look forward to today. We also have live racing for you down the shore from Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. We'll check in throughout the afternoon with our team over there. As I'm Acacia Kamal, your host, very happy to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Sterling. As Andy, we look forward to a great weekend and Father's Day coming up tomorrow as well. Always a big weekend to go to the track with your dad.
I know, it's a little tougher at Aqueduct. We always got a big crowd at Belmont. I'm sure we'll see a good crowd out here in Monmouth Park as well with Father's Day, but we have nice weather, and we're kind of been blessed with nice weather for the closing few weeks here at Aqueduct.
I have to say, there was a pretty good crowd here at Aqueduct yesterday.
Was there?
Yeah, being outside, you can kind of see the grandstand seats and people looking over the paddock, and
Nice.
there were a lot of people here, which was really cool.
I've seen a lot of people milling around, taking pictures and stuff with the track closing. It's nice to see.
Yeah, we have 6 more racing days at the Big A as we celebrate the finale here. But of course, simulcast will be open still at Aqueduct until September 7th. Today, in our stakes action, we pay tribute to one of the great horses throughout history. Spectacular Bid, the Bid, as many called him, 1980 Horse of the Year, inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1982 as we look back at the 79 Marlboro Cup.
Yeah, he's beating up on a soft field. Second is General Assembly, who just won the Travers by 15 lengths. Third was Coastal, who had beaten him in the Belmont Stakes. He was maybe as good a horse as ever raced on the racetrack, and maybe the best horse I ever saw. He was 24 for 24 from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. His only 2 losses after early in his 2-year-old year were 1.5 miles in the Belmont Stakes when Coastal beat him, and to Affirmed in the Jockey Club Gold Cup about a month or so after this race. But he was truly one of the greats. He beat a lot of very good horses and made them look bad. 2.7 million. He would have won about 30 million if he was running today. Look at that record. Just
13 grade
remarkable.
ones.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
He came to New York for the first time in the Champagne after winning the World's Playground at Atlantic City by something like 17.5 lengths or something. He showed in the Champagne against General Assembly, who had just lost to Tim the Tiger. He was in the field. A John Veach Calumet horse. General Assembly through the Hopeful was the top 2-year-old, and he just destroyed them in the Champagne and just went on and crushed everybody on his way to a tremendous, tremendous career.
We have the New York Stallion Series Spectacular Bid division this afternoon, and a couple of scratches, but we take a look at the field. The boys division of the New York Stallion Series came up markedly tougher and more competitive than we saw for the fillies last week. Spirit of New York is the morning line favorite, coming back off a layoff and returning to the turf for Adam Rice.
You know, it's that same old story. He's running figures that, frankly, from last year, they're competitive here. And with the likely improvement off the layoff, he could just be too good for these horses. But the complexion of the race changed a bit when Dancing with Destiny came out, and that really helps Illmatic. Now, I know Illmatic was easily beaten by Spirit of New York in their respective debuts, but he got involved in the crazy first quarter that day, and he's going to be a little more dangerous getting back to the turf, potentially as the controlling speed, but Spirit of New York is the horse to beat.
We'll see what Spirit of New York does in his 3-year-old debut for Adam Rice, as he will rematch with Illmatic, both sons of Honest Mischief as well, who has been a really fun New York Stallion.
He has, and his numbers with turf sprinters are very good.
Yeah. We have a fun card coming up today as well at Monmouth Park as we welcome in Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess, enjoying the sunshine on the Jersey Shore. Hey, guys.
Yeah, an absolutely gorgeous day. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Acacia. Megan Burgess along with Paul LaDuca here on a gorgeous day here in Oceanport, New Jersey. A Saturday. It's absolutely beautiful. 77 degrees. Not a lot of wind up here, Megan. Beautiful day for some racing.
Yeah, last couple of weeks I almost got my hair taken out with the wind, but we're doing well. It's a Father's Day weekend card. We're going to have great crowds here at Monmouth both today and tomorrow with some stakes action to look forward to. But we've also got a nice New Jersey breds on the docket for today, including a venerable 10-year-old and Smithwick Spice. Paul, the number 3, that 5-2 favorite. 15 wins from 58 starts. What a venerable, sturdy type he's been.
Yeah, he's a 10-year-old. He's running against a lot of horses that are one-time winners. He's a 15-time winner. He was good last time out. He just missed. He kind of cut the pace. It got to the front end, and he ran a pretty good race.
And when you look at this condition, you mentioned off camera, and I agree with you, he's a 15-time winner racing against horses that have won once in their careers. So he's certainly got the advantage there as far as the way this race was written and being eligible for it. But he's got tactical speed. He should be able to trip out. That's what has made him so dangerous, is they're looking to get just one more win before they eventually retire him, according to some of those press notes. And what a career he's had. These kind of horses really make the world go round. They're the bread and butter. And while we don't have any stakes action today, it feels like this is pretty special still. In a lower level race, but one I'm certainly looking forward to.
Yeah, right in the thick of the early pick 5 occasion. We have a pick 5 carryover. Last weekend on Sunday, the first 2 winners on the card were ridiculous. It resulted in almost a $1,000 double. So a $53,000 carryover in the pick 5. And you got to figure out who you like in race 3. That's a tough race on the turf.
Should be specific.
Looking forward to that, Polly and Megan. Thank you. Carryover in that early pick 5 at Monmouth, so get ready there. That'll be a lot of fun, worth taking advantage of this afternoon, as that will be part of what's coming up today. In today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We do have that 8-race card at Monmouth, including that early pick 5 carryover, 10-race card Belmont at the Big A, and we'll also be showing you the late double, including the Ohio Derby from Thistledown this afternoon, as we take a look at the field for this Grade 3 event. And it is a fun race, Andy, going 1 1/8 on the main track for some of the 3-year-olds that maybe are opting to skip races like the Belmont Stakes or the Haskell. Look for a spot to pick up a win, or maybe find out if they want to go the distance. There does seem to be a horse that looks on paper like he'll be very tough to beat and to catch, though, and that's Desert Gate for Bob Baffert.
Right, he's got speed outside, he's got Flavien Prat, he's got fast figures, he's got 2 consecutive blowout wins, albeit at short prices, and he just feels like he's the one to beat. I mean, Chip Hodshow is okay. I wouldn't be surprised to see him run reasonably well in here. I don't like Aselli at all. I don't think that the pace will be in his favor. Maybe the wild card is Albus a little bit. He's one of the only horses that did not run well coming out of the Wood Memorial in a subsequent start, running poorly in the Derby. But maybe you want to give him another chance, and maybe he's a little bit of a price that has a chance to get a piece. But good luck getting 5-2 on Desert Gate.
He should be a short price favorite for sure. Looking forward to the Ohio Derby a little bit later on. You can play all of the action, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. In these final few days here at the Big A, we remember some of the greatest moments in racing history to take place here at Aqueduct. We'll continue looking back on some of those special memories that will stay with us throughout time.
unless you were around following the game or even just around in general, I don't think you can know what the phenomenon of Steve Cauthen riding here in 1977 was. To think he ends up winning the Triple Crown, but that winter, 2 6-day wins. He'd be on the front page of the New York Times. He was on the front of Sports Illustrated. Pete Axtone wrote the book, The Kid, about him. The Steve Cauthen phenomenon is something major about the history of New York racing and Aqueduct.
Back at that time, too, we were racing 6 days a week here, off on Sundays. He'd fly to California and ride on Sundays. He made an album, which I'm sure he'd like to forget about, right? And Steve Cauthen sings, too. But, you know, for me, I already knew at that point I wanted to be a jockey. And watching his success, you know, he was a young kid, baby face, and I said, man, if he can do it, maybe I can do it. And I actually stole every single Sports Illustrated he was on the cover from my school library. And to have those as keepsakes, you know, one, he had a big cigar, he was in our
Harbor View
colors, just phenomenal. So then when I got to follow in his footsteps and started riding at 16, and actually broke his money record, he was the first phone call I got from England. I got back to the jockey's room, and he called to congratulate me on breaking his record. And that was pretty heady stuff, because it was only about 4 years after he was an apprentice.
The American Express card, don't leave home without it.
The Steve Cauthen story, and a lot of it taking place here at Aqueduct, is a huge part of the history of racing.
He was just a great ambassador for the game, an incredible rider, an incredible human being.
Very special looking back on some of those big moments with the Mig and Andy. Two people have spent quite a bit of time here at the Big A, and I learned some things about Steve Cauthen through that. I did not know he'd made an album.
I'd forgotten that. Richie brought it up. I had to laugh when he said it. I'd forgotten about it. And, you know, I mean, even like hardened horse players were talking about how Cauthen was just elevating the horses he was riding. And a few years ago, I was walking into the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland, and a guy said hi to me behind, and I turned around and didn't know who it was, and he said, it's Steve Cauthen. I never was more proud in my life that Steve Cauthen was saying hi to me. I mean, when I was a kid, he was just a hero in the game, and he also changed racing over in Europe, because when he went over there, they weren't aggressive, and he started going to the lead and showing people up, and I think he changed a lot of the ways people rode over there. I mean, he was an incredible rider who had a tremendous influence in the game here and overseas.
Now, one important question, would you ever make an album?
No, I think people don't like listening to me on here to hear me sing.
Some things are better to just dream about. We get ready for the opener at Monmouth Park on the Jersey Shore. Horses in the paddock for the first race today. We'll check in with Paul and Megan after this on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
a surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Race number 1 here at Monmouth. The horses are circling around. This is from about 30 seconds ago. So you still got 4 minutes to get to your Naira Bets app. Pick 5 carryover of 53,000. Looks like there was over 100,000. We'll start the post break with Red-Haired Gal.
Going to be coming from off of it. Has to find a trip at a big price from that inside post.
The 2L Maney. Michael Dini's been hot the last couple weeks.
He really has. Now, she does lack early speed, but she had a nice performance last out against similar types.
1 for 26, 8-year-old mare, Power and Glory.
Yeah, she hasn't won since 2024 underneath closer type.
This is your selection. More Vino Rosa and more Paco Lopez.
Barina first off the claim is strong in turf routes the past 5 years, 23%.
Now, Sammy Marin back on mounts. He's been battling an ankle injury. We'll get back to him. Princess Summer, right now, currently your second choice. They're going to battle for favoritism.
I'm a bit surprised there. She's taking a pretty precipitous drop in class.
And then Only You on the outside for Ammo Racing.
Delgado on turf routes, 75 to 100-day layoffs, 0 for 14 the past 5 years. This horse is technically dropping in class, getting back on the grass. We shall see, but I am a little bit hesitant.
Well, let's go to your select. Oh, and I'm going to go to my pick 5. The pick 5 sequence, like we were saying, $53,000 carrier. This is the sequence. The next race, 7,500. That's going to be a horse that's going to be tough to beat in there, probably Mambrino. Race number 3, we were showing you Smithwick's Spice, the 10-year-old, will be favored in there. I would think race number 4, Chuck Willis, and then race number 5, I thought was the toughest race of all these. I put together a pick 5 ticket, and I'm all or nothing in race number 1. Listen, it's $48 ticket that I'm giving you. I'll be honest with you, I included the 4 for a $96 ticket on my own. 4, 6 in here. I think the 5's going to be tough in race 2. If something gets a little squirrely, I'm going to use the 6 Real Blues for Kelly Breen, another one off the claim. 2, 3, 4, and 9. I do think the 3 will be tough in there. I kind of like the 9. Race number 4, I like Chuck Willis, but another 10-year-old. 2 10-year-olds in the sequence are probably going to be favorites. Race number 5 is Jersey Breds on the turf, another difficult race. I kind of thought the 9 Air Mask was sneaky, or excuse me, the 3 Slick Merlin. If you're looking at the ticket, besides the 4 in the first race, who else would you include, Megan?
In the first race, I would probably also include, as far as you have the 6 in there, I think Radar Loop's a bit interesting.
The 5, okay.
The 5, Radar Loop. Just from a speed perspective, I think he's going to be forwardly placed. He was more aggressive last time out on a very quick pace for the level. So if he can settle a little bit, I think he's interesting on the front end.
When you go through this race, you landed on the 4 here, Morvino Rosa. I get it. A 3-year-old filly with a lot of upside entering the Kelly Breen barn, where the 6 Princess Summer is a 5-year-old mare.
Last time out, Morvina Rosa, the number 4, was chasing. There was a fast pace that day back on June the 7th, and you can kind of forgive her for that, as she is better with the target. Now she gets Paco Lopez aboard. I saw her back on May the 24th, where the winner wired that field on a slow pace, and she tracked kind of stalking. It was interesting, though. She was kept wide, Paul, and did keep her face clean. The winner just got the jump on her and had the tactical advantage that day. So out of the 5 runners to run back, there were no winners. However, I do find she's tactical enough. She does have a little bit of speed that'll go, likely the number 7 and the number 5 in here for her to kind of have that target. And she's incredibly interesting to me. I am surprised, though, as actually it's kind of going the way I envisioned it, as the 6 is now taking favoritism on the class drop for Mike Maker.
Well, just as we were sitting here, the 2 just got hit enormously on the fixed odds. He has gone, or she has gone to the favorite El Meni, the other horse here from Michael Dini. I guess. I don't know about right now, almost 2 to 1. This horse is going to click down to your favorite here pretty soon. I mean, I thought the 5 and 6 were a little better in here, or the 4, 5, and 6. Did you see the 2?
I can definitely see why people are using the 2. Back on June the 7th, she ran a really strong race. Now, she did have a quick pace to come off of, and she is a closer, so she got the right setup. She tracked off a fast pace. She saved ground inside early, and then she kind of inched closer down the backstretch, angled inside, and she kind of was in tight where the 7-5 winner that day was, you know, had a little bit less of a more unencumbered run, but she ran really well in the late stages. That was her career best Beyer speed figure that day, 59. And she's incredibly interesting, though she is a bit pace dependent. 2 back, though, she was able to kind of get herself a little bit closer in a compact field with a very slow pace in front of her.
Speaking of pace dependent, the favorite in here, listen, I landed on the 6, Princess Summer, because her numbers are just the best. The last race at Saratoga, you got to draw a line through that. It was against a lot tougher. Is she going to be too far back? Is that your one worry?
That's my concern, right? I mean, this is a turf route. A lot of these paces we've seen here at Monmouth, especially in this one, I don't see it being overzealous whatsoever. I find Jose Gomez will be aggressive on the 7 from the outside. The number 5 has speed, but Princess Summer will be, to me, a little bit up against it. She did dominate that maiden 50 score last fall at Belmont at the Big A, where she was 3 wide. I did like the way she did it that day, Paul. She was tracking 2-3 wide down the lane. She had a 4 wide rally. She did not save very much ground, being able to dominate just one more who was able to freewheel it on the front end that day. So I like the way she did it. I don't like that many of those horses have not come back to do much running from that fall race, and that was her best career Beyer speed figure today. And she hasn't really improved on that, but she is taking, you're getting her on a precipitous class drop, as she was a New York bred facing open starter optional company last time out in Saratoga.
Yeah, it's just, you know, if you probably draw a line through her last start, she would probably be even money. Draw a line through her last 3 starts, she'd be 3 to 5 here, but she ran those 3 starts. So that's why right now she's tepid. The 2 is taking some money. Megan's going to land on the 4 here. More Vino Rosa. Anybody else in here you think you need to include? I know the 7 was an angle where you were kind of against, and the 1 is 1 for. Is the 3 Power and Glory, the 8-year-old, got any kind of shot?
Perhaps. I think that the 7 Only You is interesting at a bit of a price. They're 8 to 1 right now. But again, like I mentioned in the post parade, Jorge Delgado does not have strong numbers off of these layoffs and turf routes. Typically needs their start, but you are getting a horse that is taking, again, a drop in class and has that early speed.
Well, a couple more left to load. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Good luck. Well, your pick 5 wagers here from Monmouth Park.
More Vino Rosa about to take her spot. Radar loop coming forward. Working with radar loop. Go again. 2 back. Your favorite Princess Summer coming up to post position number 6. And to the outside, Only You to round out the field. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Uneventful beginning. From post 4, Mo Vino Rosa is prominent. Here's Only You getting a tap on the shoulder to show speed, and she strides in front. Only You is the pacemaker coming out of the chute and scampers 2.5 clear. More Vino Rosa on a hold is asked to ration her speed. She runs in second. Radar Loop is third early. Power and Glory down on the inside of horses. El Matani well off the pace today with Princess Summer, and Red-Haired Gal at the back of the pack as the 7 runners corner into the clubhouse turn. Pacemaker, Only You on top, a length and a half here. More Vino Rosa right behind, tracking kindly now in second, is a lot more settled down. Radar Loop on her tail, running in third, 2 1/4 lengths behind, 3 parts to Power and Glory, then El Matani. Princess Summer, the favorite, kept outside, and she's 6 lengths behind with 5 furlongs to go, 3 ahead of Red-Haired Gal as they make their way down the backstretch. Only You went the opening quarter in 23-3, the half in 48-1. Only You clearing a length and a half here from More Vino Rosa, who runs in the second position. Then the pair of of Power and Glory. She's making her way inside of horses. Radar Loop to the outside. Princess Summer now level 4th, being asked to get going. Princess Summer as they round the far turn. El Matani is alongside of her, and red-haired Gal is yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Only You hits the quarter pole, clear length and a half. Morvino Rosa in the second spot. Radar Loop 4 lengths behind in third with Power and Glory, and Princess Summer never picked up her feet. She's still second to last and not picking up the pace. Final furlong looms here. Only You still holding on. Morvino Rosa on the outside alongside now, a half length back. Only You with the lead. Morvino Rosa surging on the outside, and she's going to win it. Morvino Rosa runs past late to score. Only You was second. Radar Loop third. El Matani was fourth.
Well, he won 11 races last week, and he'll start this week. Race number 1, Paco Lopez runs down the 7 here. Only You. Good call, Megan. And the favorite, the 6, just never picked up her feet. Another one for Paco and Kelly Breen.
Yeah, Kelly Green, first off the claim, tremendous numbers the past 5 years. He's actually a 27% clip with these turf routers. First off of the claim, gets another one in the winner's circle here. And Morvino Rosa was tactically meant, sat right off of a more tepid pace set by that long shot, as we kind of predicted would get on the lead, and it looked like Only You was going to be able to get there in the late stages at a big price, but 5-1 over 10-1, nice way to start the day. And a lot of times in some of these turf routes, it's key when you want to be on the front end and you want to be tactical, and it worked for the number 4 today.
Well, Keisha, I don't know if you're going to get Paco Lopez at 5-1 the rest of the day.
Yeah, that could be the biggest price on Paco throughout the afternoon, Polly. Morvino Rosa kicking off the card, and that early pick 5 carryover over at Monmouth Park. We're on the turf to start things off. Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the grass right now, the number 6 in Shape Note, currently the favorite, but a very intriguing horse coming to the Naira circuit, shockingly for the first time, is Macedo at 9-2 right now. As we head down to the paddock and welcome in for the first time today, back here in New York, Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right. What a glorious day to be back here in New York, Acacia, as it is really lovely down here in the Big A paddock. As Shape Note, yes, is your favorite, but I'm interested in number 3, Macedo, as Acacia was saying, making his first start on the Naira circuit. Well, as a 7-year-old, better late than never. Welcome to New York, sir. As Macedo, I just thought watching his 2 races at Gulfstream Park, going the 5/8, when he was coming back off yet again a very long layoff, he just never looked comfortable, like a horse that was being run off his feet a little bit, as Edgar Zayas tried both times to keep him closer to the pace. Now, there is not an abundance of speed in here, and he gets an extra furlong to work with, which I think will allow him to be more comfortable, kind of level off a little bit. Now, he is a high-headed sort. I think that's just him, but I really love his appearance here overall. He is sharp. He's getting a little bit warm, but not overly so. Just that aggressive type of demeanor that you see. And as far as the fitness levels are concerned, like I said, he has kind of made a living by not running that often. He looks very fit and strong, though, despite that. So I do like Macedo in here. Nothing against your favorite Shape Note, but I just thought there was reason to believe that maybe he's a horse that you could poke holes in, Shape Note, when it comes to a really true summer-like horse, where his best efforts have come with courses that have a little bit of give in them. Now, the horse that, if you're just blindly looking at runners here in the paddock, that you would land on is number 5 as far as best turned out, Cauthen. That's no shock. He has been a good-looking sort throughout his career, but he's going to try the turf for the first time. Now, Instagram is not really known for his turf sprinters. The dam was unraced. There have been 6 foals to try the turf. Only 2 have won in slower races, though the second dam formal miss. She was a multiple stakes winner on turf, earning just over $450,000. Looking at him, he doesn't automatically strike you as a turf horse. He has a very kind of straight hind end to him, hind leg, so that doesn't usually translate well. Now, there is a bigger type of hoof overall, and 2, it just feels like 6 furlongs on the turf might be run in a manner that is just a bit too sharp for this horse. Like a mile on the turf might be a little more preferable if we're going to try it for the first time. Furthermore, Will Walden, although he has exceptional numbers doing a lot of things, non-first-time two-time starters, first time on the turf, 2 for 24. Now, that one of those two winners did come sprinting on the turf. He's actually 1 for 3 with sprints. I just don't think he necessarily looks physically like he'll appreciate this condition, Acacia, but boy, as far as horses being well turned out, Cauthen is just that.
He's a very handsome boy for sure. Maggie, thank you. 9-2 on Cauthen. Very curious to see how he will handle the turf for the first time. As we go back to Macedo, though, this one from Mark Casse and DJ Stable. Seems that Mark Casse's been having a good meet no matter which track he's at. Particularly, we saw that during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and none more so than the performance in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps by Nitrogen with a dominant effort that day.
Yeah, if she continues to run like that in her races, the older filly and mare division is a foregone conclusion. Now, we've never seen her run that impressively, and she got to make a 114 buyer figure, 113 buyer figure. She runs those numbers. They're never going to beat her in that division. Does she just love Saratoga? Was it a one-off? I don't know. It was so much better than any race she's run, but even if she reverts to her former form, she's still kind of the horse to beat in the division. DJ Stable has a lot of horses in here. I don't love that this horse runs sporadically. I did pick him second here because I'm a little suspect of Sharp Note, who I think may have benefited from some given the ground last time, without denying Shape Note, is the horse to beat. I don't want Cauthen at all. I don't see this horse as having a particularly substantial turf pedigree that I want to take this horse, because I think he'd have to run back to his best races to win this race, and 4-year-olds making their turf debuts feels like they're just taking a shot.
See what happens today. Well, you do like another horse that runs sporadically, Straight Arrow, as he makes his second start of 2026. We didn't see him at all in 2025. You want to talk about turf sprint pedigree, though, as he's the half-brother to one of my favorite horses, Disco Partner, who is an incredibly talented turf sprinter.
Yeah, no, he's got an abundance of turf pedigree, and in his first turf race, he actually ran very, very well. He had a big trip that day, going 1 1/16 at Aqueduct, and he came back. The next time he ran, he was coming off a near-year layoff, and he ran a very good third behind Fluid Situation, who would be super competitive in this spot. And then last time, I thought he ran well enough against a very, very, very tough field. And of course, looking at Disco Partner as a track record holder, or at least I think still is over at Belmont, though. I guess we'll have to have new track records with a new surface there, right? The old track
I would
records
imagine
count?
so. I would imagine.
I don't know what we'll do exactly
That is
with
a good question.
I mean, there's similar layout, but there are new surfaces. I liked his return race. I've always wanted this horse to get a chance to play him on the turf. I think today is the day to bet him in here. But I'm not against the 6. I just feel like, you know, winning last time at almost 6-1, he's kind of a last time was the time horse. And I thought his performance might have been a little exaggerated. I know the horse is listed as good, but it was yielding for that race.
We'll take a look at Shape Note's last victory, as this did come over Niagara Skyline, who's also in this race as well. But Shape Note, the course was labeled as good that day. As you can see, it was a significant amount of rain that we were having, and he was forwardly placed, and I just think he was in the right spot in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he ran big, and he's run well before the turf. He ran a firm course at Gulfstream and ran a solid figure. He did finish behind Cyclonite, who has a complete inability to win races, but in his good days, he's certainly good enough to be competitive in this spot. I don't have a knock on him. I just don't want to take a horse that's even money today that you got him a 6-1 on last time, and he won under a very different circumstance today. These courses are extremely firm. Having not gotten much rain at all over the last few weeks. And while it was warm last week, it's been warm, but it hasn't been, you know, July kind of warm in New York. But these courses have gotten very, very firm. I think we're supposed to get some rain here Monday. Good timing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. That always helps a little bit. 4 to 5, short price that you'd have to take on Shape Note, as he'll try to make it 2 in a row on the turf. Let's head back over to Monmouth in the opener in New Jersey. More Vino Rosa with the victory. First off the claim for Kelly Breen. Kelly and Paco Lopez teaming up, a very dangerous duo, and they got another win together to kick off the card. $12.80, generous price on a Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen runner.
You know, the favorite was a strange horse. The horse obviously faced better horses and had a ridiculous trip, but it's one of those horses that was getting figures because of the competition that she was facing, though she was bad. I mean, she didn't get a good trip, but she was bad. But Morvino Rosso, Paco just wins. It's crazy how he wins there. Crazy.
He is pretty dominant over there for sure. Back to New York, we got the call for riders up in race 1, fun turf sprint to kick off the day, 4 to 5 on your favorite shape note, as you do have an early pick 5 kicking off here as well. With a pretty fun sequence throughout as well. Stepping onto the track momentarily, we'll get a chance to meet the field, beginning with the horse Andy has interest in, Straight Arrow, second off the layoff.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that he has the ability if he can put it together. He's just run so sporadically, but he's finally at least putting back-to-back races together. It's been a while since that's happened.
7 to 2 right now on the board. There is Niagara Skyline, second to your favorite last time.
He was, but his best turf races just seem a little slower than these, but he's a big price if you like him.
Nice, 12 to 1, generous price on the board at the moment. There's Macedo, first start since March.
He's run some fast races before. We haven't seen him these 6 furlong races in New York. He's a bit of a layoff. We'll see.
There is Warstride, has only had 1 start recently on the grass, 2 back on a yielding course.
His best races have been on the dirt. It was a yielding course, though, when he ran 2 times ago, so he's a bit of a wild card. He's an awfully big price. I don't know why he's a bigger price than the 2.
First start on the turf for Cauthen.
Yeah, listen, he could be a thorn in the side of the favorite, as he does have some speed. We'll see if he handles the turf. Will Walden, by the way, first time in the turf for non-maidens, 0 for 13.
Interesting. Shape note, 4 to 5, heavy favorite right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to knock it, though. Mike Maker off wins in turf sprints. He's just 8 for 86 overall, 9% with a 72-cent ROI. He's 5 for 35 at Naira with an ROI of under $1 for every $2 bet. So he doesn't have great numbers coming off turf sprint wins, for what it's worth, with a heavy favorite.
That's the field for the opener. Let's go back over to the 5, Cauthen. As Maggie touched on, there is turf pedigree in the second generation. Instagram, you really don't think of turf and in particular turf sprinters. But I thought it was interesting what Maggie was saying. Maybe with trying the grass, going a little bit longer might help him. Turf sprints, and that's why sometimes people find them a tough handicapping puzzle. I find them really fun because of it, but turf sprints are a different animal unto their own.
I agree. It's, you know, even though he has dirt sprint speed, whether or not he shows it on the turf remains to be seen. Now, you know, Manny likes to be aggressive, but he's got to have a horse that handles it and can show speed. I'm skeptical. He's taking money because it's Will Walden, and I get that. Will Walden wins at a very, very high percentage, but it is interesting that he has had no success going to the turf for the first time with non-maidens. And you wonder if some looked like this, a horse that had some durability, but not a substantial amount of pedigree.
1 to 2 now. Maggie,
Jeez.
on shape note, a very short price. Can he make it 2 in a row?
That feels very short, guys, as he's a horse I've actually never seen before, but I'll admit, for such a heavy favorite, slightly underwhelmed from the physical perspective. Now, you know, horses come in all shapes and sizes. When it comes to turf sprinters, you do want a smaller, shorter coupled, handy type of horse. Well, he is that. And also, you know, I wonder if that does lend itself well to the fact that he seems to excel on courses that, well, have a little give to them. And we'll see how he, you know, does over this truly firm type of course. And, you know, I feel like, and maybe I'm fresh off of an England trip is why I'm mentioning this, but, you know, sometimes we don't get into it quite as much as, you know, we do in other countries when it comes to the turf, because generally speaking, we are dealing with courses that are usually firm, and they, you know, we don't run on them if they have a lot of water in them. But I just thought it was interesting when it comes to this horse. Now, he did move very well in the warm-up, probably best of all, so I think that's a feather in his cap and make me feel a little bit better about the 3 to 5 on shape note. But again, I'm a little bit skeptical, and I do continue to like what I see from number 3. That is Macedo. Now, when it comes to the New York bred number 1, Straight Arrow, haven't seen him in quite a while. It's been 2.5 years, I suppose, but second off of that extended layoff, he does look incredibly fit here. So I think, you know, having that race under his belt up at Saratoga going the 5.5 helps. 6 is better for him, a horse that a little bit of an in-betweener. I don't know, he's obviously not fast enough for the 5.5, but I do think it's a race where he ran well enough, and it should set him up for a good performance here. Didn't love his warm-up, but we'll see. Maybe it was just a dirt versus turf thing, but then again, a horse who has handled the dirt quite well, as it looks as though there's a slight equipment adjustment on his bridle as We see a head starter, Acacia Scott Jordan, making an adjustment on that white bridle there for Jose Lascano. Maybe a horse that is a little bit bad at the gate, perhaps.
Yeah, we saw them. It looks like they were kind of twisting the bit, making sure it was straight in his mouth and putting on a pony strap, and they're going to load him without the rider. So a straight arrow going in. He's a horse that can be a little bit quirky. Actually, they're loading him into the 3 stall, so looking like they do have to make a more significant equipment change. They will do that, Andy, just to put a horse into the starting gate if they have to adjust the equipment, just to make sure there's no chance of them getting free.
Oh,
so he's not loaded in. They are actually adjusting his bridle.
That's interesting. I've not seen that before.
Yeah.
Why not put him in his own stall?
It looked like that was the only one that they had with assistant starters in there.
Okay.
Sometimes, maybe my only guess is, and I don't know the exact answer to this, my only guess would be because he's drawn in the 1 hole, maybe a little bit too close, and so you just have some openings on either side, just in case. So not exactly sure what took place with the bridle, but the good thing is at the gate and in the paddock, there are backup bridles, blinkers, any sort of equipment, and looks like they've got it sorted out, and Jose Lascano will get a leg back up.
Well, he'll be an easy horse to see.
Yes, he will be. That runs in the family, for sure.
Yes, yes, for
I remember
sure.
I was at Tampa this winter, and Mike Deeney came up to me and he goes, "I'm bringing Straight Arrow back." And I said, "Really? He's still going to be racing?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm really excited. We're going to turf sprint this year."
Good.
So
I like this horse. I've always wanted to see him get a chance to put some races back-to-back on the turf. He's just been a tough horse keeping the racetrack. I remember how good he got when he won the Empire Classic.
Yes.
I imagine Mike D looks back on it and thinks, yeah, shipping for the Clark might not have been the best of moves. I never understood why he went there and didn't run in the Cigar here. He had been running well in one-turn races here. And even at that time, I think it was still a grade 1.
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. Ran that 101 Buyer speed figure back in 2023.
Yeah, I was very surprised that he shipped with the Clark.
Very cool horse. He's back sprinting on the grass. We'll see what he does second off the layoff. Now they got that equipment sorted out, as the favorite, though, continues to be Shape Note at a short price, 3 to 5 now to kick off the early pick 5 on the turf for the Saturday card. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Shape Note, last to load. Goes in, all set. And they're off at Belmont at the Big A. Shape Note with early speed from the far outside, but here comes Cauthen from in between horses, and Cauthen is hard sent sprinting. Head held high, and Cauthen is intent on being up front. Towards their inside is War Stride, is in the blue cap, is now close up second, just having to steady, and behind them was Macedo's back to 4th. Outside of the trouble there was Shape Note, who's now taken 2nd as they really are tightly packed in behind the leader, Cauthen. Shape Note's taken 2nd, back to 3rd is War Stride. Moving forward is the gray. That is Straight Arrow. In the center of the course, going to be too wide. Second to last is Niagara Skyline. The trailer had some trouble on the backstretch was Macedo. The leader, Cauthen, and Cauthen went 22.24 for that opening quarter mile. Shape Note with every shot to the outside. Patiently ridden is War Stride, just waiting for somewhere to run, is down at the rail, nowhere to go yet. Cauthen is the leader. Shape Note and War Stride. Jamie Rodriguez looking for a way through. Cauthen holding the margin so far. Cauthen, Shape Note. Here comes Macedo from far out of it on the grandstand side, is rolling late too. Cauthen is still fending off all rivals, and Cauthen, Manny Franco, they win the opener. Shape Note, then came War Stride and a late run, Macedo.
Turf debut, a winning one. Cauthen switches to the grass and gets the victory, taking them gate to wire under Manny Franco.
Yeah, it felt like a scramble to lead, but he got a very slow first quarter in 22-1, which is basically crawling on this turf course. They sped it up, and assuming the fractions are accurate, I have no reason to believe they weren't, to a faster second quarter around a turn. It's a little hard to believe. And this horse just kept going. Not a lot of turf pedigree, but Will Walden, he is a tough guy to beat.
Any excuses for the number 4 War Stride? It looks like just never was really able to get into any room.
Maybe.
Didn't kick on much late.
Maybe. I mean, the race was somewhat of a merry-go-round affair the way it was run. And, I mean, it was a weird trip for Straight Arrow. He didn't break. He rushed up wide down there. He had no chance for chasing outside. He didn't run very well. But that's not a trip that he's ever going to win with. Macedo finally made a little run towards the end, but it's hard when they go that first quarter so slowly. And then, you know, this horse ran. Listen, I could never have bet the 5, but he got it done today.
Ended up going off at 7-1. Maggie said he was an eye catcher, and he was eye-catching in his turf debut as well, taking them every step of the way over your 3-5 favorite Shape Note, who was just kind of in second, attending the pace every step of the way. 5, 6, 4, 3 in the opener. Cauthen with the victory, with jockey Manny Franco aboard. A perfect segue into our next segment is Manny Franco looks to cap off a great Aqueduct record. Well, he's on his way, already winning the opener on this Saturday afternoon.
While Aqueduct might not be the most beautiful or bucolic track in the country, it's real. It is New York City's racetrack.
This is New York's racetrack. This is New York City's racetrack.
I mean, it's within the city limits. It's right by JFK. You can hop on the A train, jump right here to the racetrack.
There's something great about a racetrack you can take the subway to. Just getting off the subway and going to a racetrack, it's the Otoy of Queens.
Coming in on the train, on the bus, public transportation to get here. Like I said, coming for the love of the sport, the love of the horse, first and foremost. I think those are some of the things that really make Aqueduct so special.
Aqueduct fans are hardcore, they're smart, they're knowledgeable, and they're not afraid to call you about it. And I appreciate and love the fans, because as much criticism they can give you, 99% of the time they're spot on in their analysis.
It has the New York kind of tough guy attitude, maybe on the outside, but it is warm and fuzzy on the inside. And to me, that's so quintessential New York.
I'm going to definitely miss taking a subway that drops me off here, that's for sure.
You know, this is the greatest city in the world, and to have a racetrack with premier racing right in the city limits is a special time.
It looks like, it feels like the city, and we really don't have many racetracks in cities anymore in America.
It's a special place. We all have really fond memories from the Big A that we will carry with us. And we hope that you all will be joining us next week for the final run here at Aqueduct as we see Cauthen head into the winner's circle in the opener. Turf debut, a winning one.
Well, you know, it seemed like a scramble at the front end, but the reality is that nobody wanted to go forward. And Manny was able to get the lead in what is a very tepid first quarter of 22-1 on this turf course. I mean, look at some of the fractions you see in these races. And relatively speaking, they were walking. Now, he still had to like the turf, and I didn't expect this horse to like the turf. So even with that quarter, if he wasn't a turf horse, he wasn't going to win. But I don't understand why so many riders are allergic to being forward. Hasn't Flavien Prat taught these people that the absence of aggressive riding has really made it easier for him? And we'll see, race after race after race, one person goes to the front, and the assumption always seems to be, oh, they must be going too fast, when in fact they're almost always going too slow, and random non-speeds are going to the front in races because other riders seem to be afraid to send forward horses forward. Not a recipe for winning, I'll tell you that.
We'll see what takes place in race 2 on the main track. Going for 16,000, Burnin' Hunk of Love is currently the heavy favorite. First off the claim for Linda Rice, as it seems just about everybody on the backside has trained this horse along the way.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of barns. He is the horse to beat. We'll see how much pace materializes in here, but it's, you know, the 3, 4, 5, and 6 all have speed. We'll see. Will one person be aggressive, or will we actually see some speed?
We have a heavy favorite in race 2 at Monmouth as well. Mambrino currently a short price as we head over to Paul and Megan. And guys, Paco Lopez looking to continue sweeping the card.
Yeah, race number 1 down 11 last weekend. He's got the heavy favorite in this race, Megan, at 2-5. This is a post-braid on tape delay. Here's the 1, Cassation. This is a horse that Anthony Margotto has claimed back.
He did. Now runs second off of the bench. Was protected last time out now, and here in, I believe, also running protected as well.
While Jamie goes through, here's the 3 More Power.
I like this horse. As Andy alluded to some of the speeds, he'll be one of them.
Yeah, I'm confused why that horse was a big price. Down to the 5-1. Here's the 4, Christian Marat and Island Spirit.
Needs to do significant moving forward second off of the bench.
Mambrino goes through. Jose Sancho's is claimed only 4 or 5 horses, right? Somewhere in that aspect?
Right. He's got a small barn, claims for himself. Now first off of the claim, a heavy favor. A lot of people are singling in this pick 5 sequence. I'm a little dubious of him, though.
And then the 6, Real Blues, Kelly Breen looking for another one.
This one coming off a bit of a freshening from some of that Parks form. It does have a 2-back race that puts him in the mix, but he does lack early speed.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of with you. Listen, the 5 is 2-5, but I think the 3 is the quickest of the quick in here. You get Devin Doherty and Chantel Sutherland. 2 for 9 lifetime. You're taking a look at Cassation on the screen, and there is the 6. But let's get back to the 3 More Power. And cameraman doesn't know what we want to talk about. Back to the 1. But the 3 More Power. Can this horse get away from the 5?
I very well think that he could. He's my top selection in this race. All credit to Mambrino, first off of the claim there for Jose Sanchez. But the number 3 More Power is also dropping in class and against way tougher last time out. Kind of chased up into that moderate-ish pace and just fell flat. But 2-back really impressed. Was scratched going longer. I'm liking that they're keeping him shorter. And Devin Doherty, if you don't know, that name doesn't quite ring the bell, which could be a part of why people aren't maybe gravitating towards him. She's a graduate of the Godolphin Flying Start program. Very sharp and intelligent young trainer. She actually worked for the Clements closely with Miguel and Christoph. And Christoph, before his passing, actually gave her the encouragement, and Miguel as well, to pursue training on her own. So there's quite a story there with Devin. She's got small numbers. She's had a couple of runners here at Monmouth Park, but she can train one. And just watching them come past me back here off this set off of the racetrack, More Power looks fantastic. And this is also an Arkansas bred that I'm familiar with from down at Oaklawn, where he's not a 5.5 furlong type. He is one that he doesn't have the kindest mouth. So while he
We apologize for technical difficulties. We'll try to get you back, Paul and Megan, shortly, as we do have this race 2 coming up here. Taking a look right now at the number 4, Island Spirit. Did you see anybody, Andy, to try and get around Mambrino?
Oh, the 5, yeah.
The 5.
I mean, I'm not sure this horse is supposed to be 2 to 5. What is it about this horse that just lays over the field?
Paco Lopez?
I guess. I mean, but it is horse racing, and at some point, the 5 is the horse to beat. I'm not against it, but I don't think the 1 is impossible here and seems to be a bit of an overlay.
7 to 1 right now in the number 1 Cassation, as I believe we have Paul and Megan back.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I mean, Andy makes a good point. Should this horse be 1 to 2 in here? You were talking about the 3 more power for Devin Doherty, a little girl power on the 3 here, trying to get away. How does the 1 to 2 shot win this race?
Being aggressively meant, I would say, and Paco's the one to do that, is he's getting a nice warm-up, using that speed tactically meant, but he's also a rateable type. I'd agree with Andy, though. I don't find that the 5 lays over this field whatsoever, and I am interested in the 1 and in the 3 in this race. The 1, second off of the bench from a fitness perspective, seeing him back on May 23rd, that's the number 1 Cassation. He needed that race, and he got that key experience getting out finished late by Mambrino, but he's got the form. I think second off, he's going to be fitter for the task, and he's also got the right running style to put himself in a good position from that inside.
Well, 6-pack getting ready to load for race number 2. The early pick 4 starts here. Race number 3 will start the Jersey Shore pick 6, 20-cent variety. A lot of late money into the early pick 5, and if you were able to get Paco Lopez in the first race, 5 to 1 to start off, and now Paco 1 to 2 in race number 2. Hopefully you move on. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
While Jamie going into the starting gate next. More power coming up. Goes in. Island Spirit next in. Mambrino coming up. Outside post, Real Blues to round out the field. Real Blues, Luis Rivera Jr. We're ready to go. And they're off. Island Spirit a little bit slow to go. Mambrino had no problems. More power away alertly out with him, and Real Blues on the far outside. These 3 tussle with Island Spirit a bit keen behind the pace, running in the 4th position now. Wild Jamie to the inside, and farther in his Cassation. There's a pair here of 3 on the lead. 2 pairs of 3, I should say, as they head down the back stretch here. More power with the lead. Real Blues is also right there. Mambrino wedged in the middle. And those 3 are still stretched across the track as they approach the far turn run. They're a length and a half clear of Island Spirit. Cassation in the bridle down on the rail. And Wild Jamie at the back of the pack under pressure now as they round the far turn. Mambrino, narrow lead. Real Blues right there to the outside. More power giving way in 3rd. And Island Spirit on the far outside, 4 wide, making a charge to the lead with Cassation right behind that quartet, trying to get outside now of weakening horses as they come down the lane, but Island Spirit got the jump and ran right by the early 3. Now Cassation comes out of the crowd, takes 2nd. Island Spirit with the lead. Cassation 2nd. Mambrino is beaten level 3rd now. 16th to go. Cassation diving after Island Spirit. Island Spirit, Cassation, they're going to hit it together, and it's a photo finish, very tight. Island Spirit inside, maybe with a pretty good bob there, but it was really tight between him and Cassation, with Mambrino 3rd and More Power 4th.
Boom goes the dynamite as the 4, I think, hits the bob here. Island Spirit 30 to 1. Got a little bit, I guess, lost on the front end, and Cassation, the 1, got after her late, or got after him late. Megan, I think the wire came in time.
It's also a tale of 2 trips.
Yep.
The 4 was able to be more unencumbered at the top of the lane and managed to get out first and be able to get that momentum. The 1, Cassation, was in behind that pace pressure and had to kind of find the way out, which he ultimately did and ran on well. But this felt like a race where the position was against the heavy favorite and the number 5, Mambrino. And while it was a pressured pace, it wasn't an overtly fast one, Paul.
No, you know, I always try to look back whenever this horse was not on my radar, but if you go back and look back, this horse had a giant work before the last race. He did not break a step. He kind of got out of the gate, but it's hard to, I mean, you're looking back, it's hard to endorse a horse or look after the race at 1 for 24. This horse kind of just circled the field.
This horse ran incredibly well at a huge price. I think Cauthen ran well as well, second off of the bench, but boom goes the Dynamite. Big prices in this early sequence, which had over $400,000 in added money, at least at the beginning of race 1.
Yeah, and then that's just giant there. So 5-1 shot with Paco Lopez. $60 winner in race number 2, Acacia.
Big price there as it has just gone official. Nice effort from Cauthen, who Andy pointed out at 7-1, but just waited a little bit too long. Could not catch that long shot at 30-1 Island Spirit at Monmouth. When we come back, brothers facing off between Matt Ken and Ilkay Kentermasi, 2 talented horsemen. And they have some live chances throughout both training now back in New York.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic Paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Race 2 coming up next, as we do have the Kentermasi brothers, both represented in here. Matt Ken sending out the number 2, Kunshin Bridge, and Ilkay sending out the 6, Looms Boldly.
Yeah, it's nice to see Matt is back training, and we'll see how Kunshin Bridge does. And Bernhuckle loves the horse to beat. We'll just see how aggressive the pace gets, because there are enough horses with speed to think there could be some pace, and I think that's why the horse that I picked, and Maggie picked as well, Rita Moon, is taking so much money. He does appear to be a closer in a race that potentially has some speed.
And there he is, Riyad Moon for Horacio de Paz.
Drops a little bit after having some trips against better horses, and fits well in here depending on how the race plays out.
Second off the claim, Kunshin Bridge returning to New York for Matt Kentermasi.
Yeah, but he had a long winter racing down at Oaklawn Park many, many times, including bottom-level races down there.
Drop in class for the 3, Spirit Dragon.
You would think this horse would be aggressive in here as he drops down, and we'll see how much speed he has to face, but he has been facing better horses.
Off the layoff for the number 4 at a big price, Neuschwanstein.
Yes, one of your favorite horses. The
Yeah,
Sleeping
I love
Beauty
the name.
Castle, is that right?
Yes.
Reappearing? I hadn't seen this one in a
Yes.
while. Could be forward.
I remember we were talking about him when he debuted.
Yeah.
I've been working with you too long, Andy.
And now he's like 20, I think.
The number 5, Burnin' Hunk of Love, your favorite.
Yeah, I don't love that Linda claimed him for 20 and runs for 16. Took a couple months to get back to the racetrack, but he's also the horse to beat. He's got the best races of anybody.
And looms boldly. We know what his tactics are.
You know, he drops, and there's other speeds in it. The pace protector does not have him in front, but man, he's kind of a one-way-to-go horse, so I can't believe that Edgar's not going to be aggressive with him.
And he's fast.
And he is dropping.
We'll see what he does on the dropping class for Ilkay Cantermasi. There is a look at the number 1, Riyadh Moon, that you had interest in getting a nice warm-up, and he does look like he should get a nice kind of trip.
Yeah, no, I think he's just the logical horse if you're looking to take somebody closing a little bit in this race. He was a little bit against it. Speed was good last time out. He's been against better horses and just thought he fit well in here if you're looking for an alternative to 5. I didn't think they'd be the same price. Here we are, and he's my choice, but it's not a strong one.
9 to 5 though on Burnin' Hunk of Love, Maggie. Whether he wins today or not, you have to appreciate a horse that has been so popular at the claim box and always seems to show up.
Yeah, that's very true, Acacia. It feels like connections, you know, they really appreciate Burnin' Hunk of Love. Also hints at the fact that he's a pretty healthy horse that kind of takes care of himself. Now, relative to the last time I saw him, which was for previous connections, and he was coming off a little bit of a layoff, he just didn't look great in his coat and maybe a little bit heavy on the flip side of that as well. A horse that does carry his weight, historically speaking, very well. But with that in mind, he is that much more defined today. His coat is much better, though he was fairly quiet in the paddock, and he was also very quiet in the warm-up. I think by design, possibly, by Jamie Rodriguez a little bit, just kind of trotting him over to the backside. Look, he's the horse to beat, but I just thought he was going to have to contend with some other speed. I'm not in love with how quiet he is, and that's not the case for your current second choice, who both Andy and I like, and number 1, Riyadh Moon. I was ho-hum about him back in the paddock here at the Big A. Very quiet, a horse that sometimes, you know, when he's done his best running, gets very animated, and that wasn't really what I was seeing from him. But boy, Kendrick took him away from the pony, and he lit a fire under my guy Riyadh Moon. He is by far moving best of any of these, really strutting his stuff, really happy and alert to be out on the track today. So as Andy said, he's had some trips and some excuses, and I'm hoping that he does not find any of those bad trips or excuses today. Moving on to a horse that's a big price, number 2, Cushion Bridge, which you could take as a negative. Look, looking at him on form, long winter at Oaklawn, a track that is very tough to keep horses sound and healthy on. Not a great thing, but he does look incredibly healthy for the reclaim here. Aqueduct Cantermasi, who did lose him for 8 and went back in for the 10, 2 starts back. Great coat, great weight, framed up nicely. Maybe took a little bit of a stumble when he first set out, but otherwise looked good overall. But boy, his price continues to climb here, Acacia, for connections who will take some money. Manny Franco aboard for the Cantermasi, so I suppose that could be a negative, but honestly, I couldn't see anything from him physically. That was negative today, Acacia.
That's good news. We'll see if he can turn things around. Maggie, thank you. It'll be the first time in a long time that he has found the winner's circle. As wow, the number 1, Riyadh Moon, has become your 3-2 favorite.
Never occurred to me this horse would be favored when I picked him. I'm not sure I wouldn't have gone 5-1 if I knew what these odds were going to be. I don't know what the final price. I should look at the multis or the doubles and see what kind of, see who the shorter price is, just for
that's surprising.
Fun. The 5 is a substantial favorite over the 1 and the double. It's like $24 versus $39, and I'm going to look at some probables going forward. They're about the same price. No, the 5 is shorter looking at doubles going forward into the next race, so this seems a bit aberrant. We'll see if it changes, but keep in mind the pools are sort of different. There's no real CAW money in the win pool, so that's why you'll see differences in the win pool and the multis, and the exactas as well.
Well, we'll see what kind of trip sets up for Riyadh Moon, as he is currently your favorite. There is the number 5, Burnin' Hunk of Love, who was your favorite for quite some time. See how the pace does play out in race 2 on the main track. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Looms boldly as Asked for Speed, and Burnin' Hunk of Love is right there too. At the rail, Riyadh Moon, as Looms boldly is trying to clear the host of pursuers in behind. They are lined up in behind the leader, who will get over to the rail, and Looms boldly. Edgard Zayas up by a full length. Ridden along, it's Riyadh Moon is to the inside here of in between horses Kunshan Bridge. 3 wide in that group comes Neuschwanstein. Just off of them is Burnin' Hunk of Love is going to come from off the pace and far back right now, just not keeping up with the field. That's Spirit Dragon. They're into the turn, 22.44 for that opening quarter mile. Looms boldly is ready to be challenged. 2 wide. Here comes Kunshan Bridge. Riyadh Moon has dropped back, is now back to 5th. Got passed by Burnin' Hunk of Love. Looms boldly is the leader. Looming up on the outside, Kunshan Bridge. Neuschwanstein's trying to keep up in 3rd. Riyadh Moon is trying to re-rally the gray. Lost some ground there in the turn, is towards the inside, but Kunshan Bridge is in front. Burnin' Hunk of Love is trying to make up those lengths now. A furlong left to go. It's Kunshan Bridge. Riyadh Moon just keeps coming after the leader. Burnin' Hunk of Love, they're 2nd and 3rd. Kunshan Bridge almost there. Manny Franco again at a price. It's Kunshan Bridge to win it. Riyadh Moon, then Burnin' Hunk of Love, and Looms boldly.
An upset in race 2. Kunshan Bridge back to the winner's circle for the first time in a long time, and great call by Maggie at 11-1, who said this horse looked great in the preliminaries, and Manny Franco sweeps the early doubles.
I give Manny credit. He got this horse much more forward, and unlike the one who had forward position, then sort of inexplicably dropped back and then looked like maybe he was going to make that winning run, but he just couldn't make up the ground that he had given up to this horse. Manny kept Kunshan Bridge in the race. The favorite did finish 3rd, but never really ran, and that might have been why the one was as sure as he was. I wouldn't say it's a form reversal, but it's a bit of a return to better form of a horse that had lost his form after racing, 7 times down at Oaklawn.
Been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. Good to see Kunshan Bridge back with a victory today. And another win for Manny Franco, riding in top form, 11-1, 2-1, 5-6. As we see Kunshan Bridge with his first victory since May of 2025. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Anywhere I look, I can say this happened there, or that happened there. You know, we used to hover around and, you know, the replay center on the main floor of the clubhouse and watch the races. But, you know, the old Sunny Gym room where I hung out with a great cast of characters for years. I go way back when they used to have the Italian restaurant Filomena's, all the way down in the grandstand. Aqueduct's one of my favorite places. I'll miss the whole thing. We were here in its heyday when there were a lot of people here and it was busy and the whole plant was open. You could travel around, you always knew where different groups of friends were, you know, whether it was people in the grandstand, the third floor, different people. And it's memories. It's coming here with my friend Joe, who's since passed away, coming here many weekends when he was playing. Spent a lot of time here with Harvey Pack, driving back to New York with the late Howie Tesher, who was a great friend and an incredibly entertaining and good guy. Those are sort of the more specific memories, the friends you made, the people you know. I'll never forget Believe It beating Alydar. I always liked Believe It, seeing the mighty King Swan winning races out here. I remember being here for the Wood Memorial when Bold Forbes won. I hit one of the biggest pick sixes I ever hit. I think the biggest one I ever hit at Aqueduct. It's mostly about the feeling of being at Aqueduct and a lifetime of memories are encapsulated in this place. They're not going to die when we close. We just won't be here anymore.
Really special memories at Aqueduct. Love these little vignettes, and big thanks to our team, Alden Phillips, Ernie Munich, putting those together. And just really special for each of us, I think, to have an opportunity to kind of look back on some of those moments.
And Ernie and Alden are unsung heroes of our TV production here, putting together so many good features and things we do, and they do terrific work, and those are fun, and it's fun to talk about it and hear different people's perspective on Aqueduct, a place that's been a huge part of my life for over 50 years. So we'll miss Aqueduct, but looking forward to getting over to Belmont as well.
Very thankful to have spent a lot of time here and shared it with some really special people as well. We saw an upset in race 2, Belmont at the Big A. Kunshin Bridge getting his first win in over a year. This one second off the reclaim for Matt Ken Cantormasi, who went back to claim this guy again for the second time at least. And he got back to one of his better races with the win today.
And I am absolutely dumbfounded as to where the speed came from. And I give Manny credit. And one of the reasons Manny is doing as well as he is, he's also not afraid to be aggressive. But this is a horse that, at least going back in 12 races, has never been forward. One race he was forward, but they did it today and it worked out. In a race where there seemed to be a lot of speed, he got himself in position. And unlike Rita Moon, who lost a lot of ground the turn, he stayed in there and it made the difference.
25.94, Riyadh Moon just second best in their minor run from Burnin' Hunk of Love in race 2. We take a look at the field for the third New York breds on the turf. Right now, Jack and Jim is the favorite. He'll make his first start since November of 2024, so big layup to overcome.
If you don't bet, you name horses Jack and Jim. If you bet, you would never use two common names on a horse that's destined to be an underlay his entire career. He's undefeated, but we haven't seen him in 19 months. I think he's pretty good, but this is a Herculean task to beat a horse like Iron Max, particularly coming off that long layoff.
He was good as a 2-year-old. We'll see how he is as a 4-year-old as we head back over to Monmouth Park. Race 3 coming up next. They're on the turf there as well. This one for Jersey breds, and this one a lot of eyes. Paul and Megan on the number 3, the 10-year-old Smithwick's Spice.
Yeah, the old 10-year-old giving it a go here in race number 3 at Monmouth Park. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Late scratch of the 4 Perota. I think it was a scratch right before they got to the paddock or in the paddock. So no 4 right now. And currently your favorite is the 3, the 10-year-old. The one to catch, the 15-time winner is the one to beat too?
I would say so. I mean, when you're just going through his form lines and his consistency, he's one that hasn't won since back at Penn last summer, but he's been admirable in his turf sprints. It's kind of funny. They didn't get him onto the grass until he was a 6-year-old. So, but he found his home.
I know, 10 for 30 on the grass. By the way, this starts the Jersey Shore pick 6, currently close to $19,000 in that pool. We got a ton of money in the early pick 5 because of that early pick 5 carryover, and 5-1 and 30-1 as the Jersey bred won the last race. And the horses are going to turn around for the post braid, scratch the 8 Poly Factor as well, and the 10 Super Factor, who was dynamite last time out, was a main track only. We'll turn around here. The 1 Vespero has not sprinted going back to September last year, but that was a pretty good race.
I like the cutback for this horse, particularly with those blinkers on. We'll see if he can get a little bit more tactical and engage from that inside post, as he's been one to come off of it in those turf routes.
Just Comply, 1 for 20 lifetime. This one goes out for Mike Deeney and Sonny Leon.
Yet another taking a cutback and distance off of the freshening you mentioned. His 2-back race puts him in the mix.
Here's the 10-year-old. Douglas Nunn's got a good job keeping this horse together.
Hasn't he? I mean, what a fun horse to follow. It looks like, according to the press notes, this could be his last if he does get in the winner's circle. He is in for a $15,000 tag, though. We'll see ultimately how it plays out for the 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, this 5 goes through L'Encanto. Charlie Marquez lands on the TV man, excuse me.
He does 22-1 against Much Tougher last time out, looking for his first win against winners.
Joan Milne has the pair of runners here. Now, if you look at the form, it looks like the 9 might be better than the 7, but Paco's on the 7 real quick, and then the 9 Midnight Story.
Take a note of that, as the 7 is getting to the turf for the first time since that maiden. The 9 Midnight Story. Again, Joan Milne, she's very particular with her horses. She's got a small sample size of runners. You might not recognize her name at home, but she does well with them. Now, the number 9 is getting back to the turf since that 2-back effort, which was by far her best. I'm very interested at this horse, in this horse at a price.
I'm with you. Sea Wizard was the sire who won the last race, the 4 Island Spirit. He's obviously a very good New Jersey sire. He is the sire of the 9 Midnight Story. Now, really quick, you saw Paco Lopez doing his thing. The son of Accelerate. I know this is Paco Lopez. Why is this horse taking money? The 7s. You look at the 3, your favorite. Let's go to the 3, actually. The 10-year-old. I mean, his last 2 races at age 10 have been a little bit below par. Does he got to get a little bit better to win this?
Well, I think if he kind of gets to this, as I would say, consistent baseline form, he will likely be the winner of this race. If you go back, he was running those stake races in the 80s and kind of having those figures, I wouldn't say by default, but I mean, he was also back at Gulfstream Park in 2024 and then 2025, but he loves it here at Monmouth. He's 5 for 11 over this trip with 5 in the money finishes. So 10 in the money finishes from 11 tries here at Monmouth on the grass. He loves it here, getting back here from that last start back on May the 31st, where it almost felt the pace kind of came apart a little bit. It was dominated up front. I thought he ran well that day, and you'll see the lone horse to come back did regress in that buyer speed figure, but I think that he's the horse to beat in this race regardless, Paul. I opted to take a little bit of a shot against him with the number 9 Midnight Story. I think that horse is tactical, has some speed coming off of the layoff, though. I am a little hesitant because just judging from some of the runners coming from this barn off of those layoffs, usually they benefit just physically from a start, from a fitness perspective.
Yeah, it's really tough to gauge the 7 and the 9 in here. Which one will run a little bit better, but you can see Paco, he's warming up to 7, and J.L. Gonzalez just sitting back on the 10-year-old. He knows what's going on. Now, the 1 horse in your Vespero and the 2, Just Comply. If you look at the 2, you're thinking to yourself, okay, this horse got some race to go to. Then you look down, the horse hasn't won since 2023.
Right. He's that 2-back race. He was second by a neck in Tampa going the mile, where, again, pace came apart. He was tactically met. I kind of just got out, jumped that day, Just Comply, and there were no next out winners. The winner of that race came back to regress significantly as son of a slew. So if you're just looking at races and form lines, you still want to gravitate towards the number 3. But as far as the number 2, Just Comply, he does have some speed. If he can break and go forward. As far as the pace, Paulie, how did you see it playing out in this one?
I think the 3 can get to the front end here. The 2's an interesting horse because he has shown speed in the past going short, but is he quick enough in the air? That's why I thought the 7 or the 9. Obviously, Paco with the blinkers going on, he probably will take the initiative, but I thought the 2 Joan Milne runners should cook here early, no?
That's what I was thinking. The 7 really quick. Blinkers come on. He probably is the fastest out of there by Accelerate, getting back to the turf, where he did that back as a 3-year-old in 2025. He debuted a little bit later there at the Meadowlands at 5 furlongs. And I forgive horses that debut at the 5/8, where we've seen it before here with big priced horses that are able to kind of come back from those kind of starts where he kind of chased up and then hustled for speed, and then he kind of fell apart late. I'm willing him to give him another shot if he can sustain that speed. There was a next out winner really quick, actually he came back to win his next start on the dirt. So I don't know, there's not a ton of turf pedigree. I was a little surprised to see him on the grass, not gonna lie, Paul. But from a speed perspective, he's incredibly interesting. And again, Paco at 3 to 1.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't look too bad. I mean, you're getting even money on a horse, so that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think this horse clicked down to 4 to 5. Now, Rory Houston, the trainer, caused a giant upset in the last race, and the one is not completely out of the question here. Vesparo, right?
No, he's been incredibly consistent. 6 tries, 6 in the money finishes from 15 tries on the turf here at Monmouth, and he's been. I haven't loved the visuals of his races routing, but I always am interested to see if a horse can wake up cutting back in distance. But again, if you go through all the way back to last summer, that 75 Beyer speed figure back on June the 29th, he ran well that day, Paul. And he came from off of it. Now he does have to work out a trip from the inside, but he's got a shot, and he does get the blinkers on today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the 3-horse was only about 3 lengths in front of him. It's even money to 12 to 1. Vesparo might be a better horse sprinting. And, you know, this horse only had the blinkers off for 3 starts. So the blinkers go back on, and he's kind of familiar with it as well. Again, the Jersey Shore Pick 6 starts here. If you're playing a Jersey Shore Pick 6, Megan, how many horses do you need to get out of this race?
This is, to me, a tougher race. I think this race, along with the, I believe it's, yes, the 5th race. These 2 turf sprints. That 5th race is tough. This race is tough, too. I know that the 3 is obviously to include. I would include the number 1, Vesparo, on my ticket. I would also be sure to include the number 7, Really Quick, there for Joan Milne, as we've kind of described him. And I also thought TV Man was interesting as well, cutting back as well for James Frangella, second off of the bench, cutting back in distance and taking a drop, to me, a little bit in class. He's very interesting at 10 to 1.
Well, they're going in the gate. The whole field, the rest of the field, if you count the 3, they got 8 total wins. The 3, Smithwick Spice, has got 15. He's looking to double the field today with his 16th win. Rooting for the 10-year-old. Let's go to Matt Ginnerman for the call.
Forward. TV Man. Really Quick next up. One back, Midnight Story goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning after the start. Lecanto had to take up, drops to the back of the pack. Really Quick, just that, firing to the front. Midnight Story pressing on the outside, running in second. The Old Pro Smithwick Spicy's in the 3rd spot, just complied to the inside as they come out of the chute. Gap of 2 to Lecanto. TV Man second to last with Vesparo at the back, and those 2 are trailing together 6 lengths off the pace. Approaching the 4th turn, Really Quick, half length in front. Midnight Story pressing hard from the outside as they go into the 4th turn. Gap of 2 to Smithwick Spice in the 3rd position. Just complied to the inside, sent upon. So is Lecanto. 2 more back to TV Man and Vesparo as they hit the quarter pole. Really Quick loses the lead to Midnight Story, who comes off the turn with the lead, but Smithwick Spice, the big favorite, right there to pounce. Smithwick Spice on the outside, going to the lead. Short lead now, but inside Midnight Story's very game. Midnight Story, Smithwick Spice to the outside. Midnight Story, Smithwick Spice, nose and nose. It's Midnight Story with a nose in front. Midnight Story from Smithwick Spice, and that's how they finish. Midnight Story held off Smithwick Spice for the length of the lane with Really Quick 3rd, tight for 4th.
Chantel Sutherland and Midnight Story. I can't believe this horse paid $20. Joan Milne pulled the old rope-a-dope on him, but what a great job of cleaning off this long of a layoff, as the 9 will beat your favorite here in a photo.
Yeah, it was a close finish. Both of the Joan Milne runners ran incredibly well. I preferred the seasoning of the 7. As far as number 9, Midnight Story, though, was tactically meant up on that pace, showed speed off a 337-day layoff. We haven't seen him since last July. So credit to the Connections for having him prepared off of the bench. And a nice win there for Chantal Sutherland. Gets the best of the venerable veteran now. Midnight Stories first win against winners.
Chantal Sutherland's, I think, won 6 or 7 races at this meet, Acacia, and they've all been bombs. And another one, $20 winner, as this pick 3 is $900 for the early pick 5.
Big price, an overlay for sure in the third at Monmouth on Midnight Story. We'll see if we have a short price or maybe a longer price in the third. Belmont at the Big A. There's the horse that's currently your favorite, though, or at least co-favorite now, Jack and Jim. First off of that long layoff for Grand Motion, trying to remain undefeated.
Yeah, I cannot believe off that layoff by post time this horse is going to be favored. I have to think the horse inside of him will be favored. He is the horse to beat, Iron Max.
Well, Maggie, we often talk about the jump from 2 to 3. How's the jump from 2 to 4?
It's been a long time between drinks for Jack and Jim, that's for sure, Acacia. But looking to keep a perfect record intact here as he comes back. And yes, what Acacia was alluding to, he has grown, which you would have hoped he had done so from that 2-year-old season where he just looked a bit unfurnished, like a horse that had the frame but really needed to fill it out, which is something that I often see with the slumbers when they try to make their first starts as 2-year-olds. They just often look a bit raw. And that was what Jack and Jim was, though he proved me wrong on the racetrack in both times. But he's come back. He's a lot more athletic looking overall. He does look incredibly fit for Grand Motion, who is astute with this type of move. Year or more away from the races on the turf, 30 for 141. It kind of, a stat that's in line with what Graham usually puts up, but I just thought it was promising that obviously it's a long way time away from the races, and we know that Graham can do it. However, Jack and Jim has been a touch distracted here in the paddock. He did come in kind of talking to his friends, or maybe trying to find a girlfriend, is what I was kind of getting at. He has since calmed down as they've gotten the tack on him, which is always a good sign, but otherwise he does look ready to go. Moving on to a horse who is second off of a layoff as a 4-year-old, and Experience came back and annihilated a field going the mile in an off-the-turf event on the slop, earning a 99 buyer. Now, Experience is one that hasn't really grown or changed much from 3 to 4. He's a bit of a smaller type, kind of narrowly framed and put together. His Instagram looks for another turf winner on the card today, but he is incredibly fit. He's fairly quiet here in the paddock too. I do love this mile for him. I think mile, especially on an inner turf course, is perfect for Experience, who, albeit does have to deal with some other speed types, including Mo Trump, because what is he supposed to do from the rail today? Experience looks the part. Now, if he can produce even a number that's 10 points less than what he did on that sloppy racetrack, well, Acacia, looks as though they all might be running for second.
Yeah, we'll see what he does this time. A very intriguing horse for sure. Maggie, thank you. We get the call for riders up in this upcoming third race, and there are a lot of interesting layers to this group.
I agree. I agree. I mean, I think, with Experience, who obviously has speed, the last race seems like an aberrant off-the-turf effort, but who knows? Maybe he improved as a 4-year-old and he'll continue on. Now, he wasn't good enough to beat Iron Max last year, and Iron Max been keeping very good company. And Iron Max is a horse that can overcome dynamics, and Manny even got him closer last time. Jack and Jim, very good as a 2-year-old, out for a year and a half. Grand Motion, 2 for 14, 7 hitting the board, $1.46 ROI off a year-plus layoff and turf routes. They're ambiguous numbers. Probably most of them didn't look as good as this one, but he's coming into a pretty salty bunch. And even horses like Cable Ready, listen, Just for Luck ran an amazing race last time, but that race fell apart and they were lessers.
Here's Mo Trunk to kick off the post parade. He ran a fast race too back at Tampa.
But he needs the lead, I think, to be most effective, and it's going to be tough for that to happen with Experience near, you would think.
Here's a horse that comes from very far off of it, Just for Luck.
Yeah, he's a bit of a last time was the time horse, but his last race was good. However, this race doesn't figure to be run in the same manner, and Iron Max is a better closer, as perhaps is Jack and Jim.
Can Experience do on the turf what he did last time on the wet track?
I'd like to think if you like him, Kenner's going to send him. Now, he did run well, rating 2 back, but he's probably best on the front end.
Here is Iron Max coming out of a second-place finish in New York, but allowance company.
He's just gotten very good since claimed by Brad Cox for Sandy Goldfarb and others, and he won races with no pace on tracks favoring inside, making runs. He is the horse to beat, in my opinion.
There's Jack and Jim, the big layoff horse.
Tough to take a horse at a short price like this off this kind of layoff, though I think he's a bit interesting. I'm just surprised how much money he's taking.
Cable Ready gets back to the grass.
Listen, he's run some good races well, and he's another horse that can be forward. Probably not a major win candidate, but he's a horse that seems to outrun his odds at times.
11-1 on Cable Ready, who, yeah, he shows up every time. Just been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle. Let's go back to the 4, Iron Max. As you said, he is a horse that's just been in really good form. Broke his maiden for $50,000 after he had switched to the turf. It seemed like that was really the big game changer for him. And then as he stepped up to face tougher company, he's been running fast figures consistently and showing up.
Yeah, this is last September. I showed it because he runs down Inexperience. And there's Inexperience able to just control on the front end. And he just got a slow pace. Not a slow pace, but not a super fast pace. It was very firm turf and able to run him down quite easily. And he's continued on with good efforts since coming back. He needed the race off a layoff, but it was also a race that was dominated in the front end, and he had a wide trip. Thought he ran very well behind George Briggs, who was an overwhelming favorite last time. I'm shocked that he hasn't differentiated himself as the favorite. And a lot of people like Inexperience. The problem with Inexperience is I think you're betting him, people are betting him big because he ran that big 99 figure, the blowout win on a sloppy off the turf race. Sloppy off the turf races notoriously have created more anomalous performances, horses running huge figs. Going back, Nick Zito had a horse named Jade Flush. I think she ran like a 119 or buyer one day, winning by a city block. And she was a nice horse, but she wasn't like that. Rock and Roll, a horse for Belmont years ago that Alan Paulson owned, ran like a 121 or 119 buyer at Belmont, winning by a pole on a sloppy sealed track. They'll create aberrational efforts. Not likely Inexperience is either a dirt horse or that kind of horse. It was more situational. But hey, there is the possibility he's improved as well, turning 4, and maybe he wires the field. We'll see how aggressive Christopher Elliott is with Mo Trump, and also Ruben Silvera outside with Cable Ready. But he should be the speed of the speed.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups on track as we head back to Maggie.
Yeah, Andy and I kind of saw this race exactly the same, as we do see number 4, Iron Max, as you're at least at the moment 2-1 favorite. A horse that I think, you know, is able to overcome adversity. But last time, beneath Manny Franco, he actually got good position. A horse that sometimes does not break particularly well. He was chasing 2 to 3 wide, and he was the first one to make a move behind heavily favored George Briggs, where George Briggs just kind of sat patiently, waited, and got the seam, whereas Iron Max kind of blowing the race apart at the quarter pole. Iron Max, however, as he's third off of a layoff, it looks as though Jamie Rodriguez not happy with the way his saddle's been sitting. He's been doing that quite a bit. He looks phenomenal. Like, stronger, put on more conditioning. Feels like he's thriving, having frequent racing since coming back for the start of turf season here in New York. So I really like what I'm seeing from Iron Max. And I wonder if, you know, maybe losing Manny Franco to Jack and Jim, probably a situation with connections and Grand Motion and John Paddock being the case for Jack and Jim, though he could run well as he continues to take some money. But number 2, Just for Luck, he is your current 4th choice in the wagering, and I think rightfully so, because who is Just for Luck? Has he suddenly gotten better as a 6-year-old? That usually isn't the case, but sometimes it does happen. Last time, he totally blew the break against a lesser field than what he meets here. He was able to get over to the rail. There were long shots on the lead, and he was saving ground. He got a great trip orchestrated by Flavien Prat and just got all the bob in the end. I mean, they were showing the second place finisher in spite of Charlie on the gallop out, because it never really looked as though Just for Luck had gone by. Now, those are the negatives. Does he class up here? The biggest question mark. Physically, however, he looks just as good as your current favorite, Iron Max. A horse who typically does show up wearing his best dinner jacket, if you will. And he just looks happy. He's striding out well. Then again, Acacia, maybe he has turned the corner and he is ready to take on some tougher company today. Look for him to run well, just not sure he gets the win here.
We'll learn more about him today. Maggie, thank you. Intriguing group coming up in this next race. You've got 2 horses at 2-1, 1 horse at 5-2 right now, as the betting public seems to kind of be split between the 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, no, the betting has been somewhat consistent where they're betting all 3 of them. And listen, I'm not saying Inexperience can't win here. I'm not going to be shocked when I'm wrong and he ends up wiring the field. I just prefer Iron Max, who's better, and I think Jack and Jim is dangerous. Now, I wouldn't bet a horse off a 19-month layoff at 5-2 in this situation, especially a pretty good field. I mean, Iron Max is good, and Experience is good, and even, you know, Just for Luck, who I like Maggie. I don't think he's good enough to win, but
yeah.
but he ran well last time. So this is a very hard field. As Iron Max now establishing himself as the 8-5 favorite, and I think that makes a certain amount of sense.
Seems like on paper he should be. See what kind of trip he gets in here, as we do anticipate with Mo Trump from the inside to send Cable Ready, a horse that can be forward as well, and Inexperience, who typically is forward too. Curious to see what he does getting back onto the turf and how this pace plays out.
No, it'll be interesting to see how they do it. I mean, are we getting the usual one person goes and nobody puts any pressure and you get a slow pace, or are people actually going to try to ride aggressively and give their mounts their best chance to win? We'll see.
There's Iron Max, currently your favorite, looking to get back to the winner's circle. Fort Brad Cox, Jamie Rodriguez in the saddle. Allowance on the turf coming up, and the long-awaited return of Jack and Jim. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Cable Ready, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow at the beginning for Jack and Jim. Speed from Inexperience right to the front, and Inexperience has a neck advantage holding the rail position so far. That's Mo Trump. Now we'll take back and let the leader press on. Inexperience, Kendrick Harmouche, they seize the lead and they're in front and they go into that turn. Quickly switching out to the 2-path there was Christopher Elliott on Mo Trump to chase from second. That's another length back, almost 2 to Iron Max is well tracking third, and at the rail there comes Just for Luck in fourth. Back in fifth is Cable Ready, and after the start, Jack and Jim is the early trailer. Inexperience 23.60, the opening quarter mile, chased by Mo Trump in the 2-path. Iron Max looks comfortable with his position to the outside in third. At the rail, ground saving Jose Lescano on Just for Luck. Jack and Jim starts to rally on from the back with Cable Ready. They're approaching less than a half mile to go, and they went 47.78 for a half mile time. Inexperience still in front. Inexperience is now ridden along here into the turn, wants to hold that margin and starts the sprint right now. Mo Trump will not let that leader get away. Iron Max is now ranging up 3 wide. Just for Luck towards the inside, and Jack and Jim has caught the leading group, is in behind horses, is going to have to switch somewhere, might go to the outside and does. Inexperience, and just taking a really bad step there and unseating the rider. That was Jack and Jim at the top of the lane. Manny Franco unseated. It's 4 of them here across the course, and Just for Luck has taken the lead. Iron Max is in pursuit. It's Just for Luck and Iron Max down to these 2. Just for Luck won it. Iron Max second, then Mo Trump and Inexperience. Manny Franco is up on his feet.
So it was the number 2, Just for Luck, with the win. Of course, we are thinking more than anything about Manny Franco, who was unseated by the number 5, Jack and Jim. As you heard in Chris's call, Manny Franco's on his feet. From what I can tell, the horse Jack and Jim is still running loose behind the field. He's got a couple of outriders waiting to try and apprehend him, but he's moving fine. And great news to see Manny Franco on his feet, who was unseated in a very similar situation on the turf yesterday.
Yeah, well, that was around the turn, and Manny went down. He's a tough guy, but that's twice he's gone down, and this was a weird one. The horse seemed to sort of take a bad step. He's actually running a little bit after getting left coming out of the gate, and Manny's a tough guy, and it's good to see he's okay, but a couple of breaks. The 2 Just for Luck won because Jose Lezcano gave a far superior ride to the ride on Iron Max. I don't understand what Jamie Rodriguez was doing. He had ample time to tuck in with that horse. It's like he rode him like he was 1 to 9 and he didn't want to sit behind horses. It was a poor ride.
So the number 2, Just for Luck with the win. Manny Franco on his feet, and the horse Jack and Jim has been apprehended by the Outriders. We'll bring you more updates and prices after this.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In race 3, the winner was the number 2, Just for Luck. As we said, though, good news, Jack and Jim apprehended by the Outrider, and Manny Franco walking off the track on his own power. Just for Luck with the win, though, as he got a great ride and trip by Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, I mean, not only did Jose give him an absolutely picture-perfect ride, the ride on the runner-up was inexcusably bad. I mean, you know, obviously we're happy that Manny's okay, and I hate to see any rider get dumped. This ride on the 4 was bad from start to finish. He had every opportunity to tuck in the rail behind horses in the first turn. Instead, he stayed out 2 and 3 wide. He's 2 and 3 wide without cover in the backstretch for absolutely no reason whatsoever. This isn't sour grapes. He's an 8-5 shot. I didn't bet the race. But I think Jamie Rodriguez is a promising rider, but I wouldn't ride him on the turf if that's the way he's going to ride. You have to understand, turf racing is won by getting the right trips. It matters. It's very different than dirt racing. Jose Lezcano just took him to school.
He did, and he got the win there. As you saw that shot of Manny Franco walking off, had a spill yesterday, being unseated, and he is tough as they come on his feet.
Toughest.
Really is. Great to see him okay there, the most important thing of all. We're going to take a quick time out and take a look at the Ohio Derby. Oselli, still a maiden, though he has raced in some of the toughest fields for his 3-year-old season. Can this be his big day? We're back on America's Day at the races, as we do, of course, have Monmouth Park coming up in a few moments, but later on today we'll be showing the Grade 3 Ohio Derby on our program from Thistledown for the 3-year-olds, many of whom have run in Triple Crown races. Desert Gate looks like he's going to be tough. A horse that, for name recognition, I think, though, too, Andy, will take a lot of attention is Ocelli, still a maiden coming out of runs in the Preakness and Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, and listen, before you knock them and say, why aren't they running in maiden races? He's made $729,800 this year. He's got a 3rd place finish in the Derby, and I'm not sure if he didn't move too soon, he might not have been very close to winning the race at the end of the day. And listen, he wasn't going to win the Preakness, but he even showed up in 4th there in a race. He's the only horse that made up any real ground in that race. And his Wood, he got a meltdown in there, and so it worked to his favor. But still, he's run well. Listen, I get it. It's worked out for them. Eventually, maybe he gets to a maiden race because he's not likely to win one of these races, but who knows?
Maybe he could pick up a share once again, as he has been doing as well.
He's won more money now than he would have won if I was the one calling the shots, I'll tell you that.
That is
so I'm not in a position where I should be criticizing them at all.
He's given his connections a thrill every time he's gone out there. He certainly has. We head over to our Monmouth crew, Paul and Megan with us. Says, guys, we've seen Golden Tempo as the leader of this 3-year-old class, but it does feel like there's some room at the top with some big 3-year-old races still to come.
Yeah, I think a lot of the public and everybody out there still handicapping this race is still trying to beat Golden Tempo, and a horse that's won the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes. But, I think Baby Vino kind of threw his hat in the ring. We'll see him after he was really good here. We'll see him in the Haskell. Can somebody, throw their hat in the ring? I think Chip Poncho's hat's kind of in there, maybe. But does Desert Gate throw his hat in there?
I think that he's most likely looking at him physically. Now, I might disagree from his race and his form. I think I like this horse at a mile, and I think I like him better that way physically. He was actually one of the best-looking horses I saw down at Oaklawn Park when he wired that Hot Springs stake. He's incredibly strong. He's very robust. He does have the pedigree to go longer, but as far as the overall 3-year-old division, I still have my hesitancy on Desert Gate. I'm incredibly interested, Paul, to see Albus come back from that Kentucky Derby where he was completely shut out. He did not get good position, and I don't find this horse needs a pace meltdown that he got in the Wood Memorial, which has come back to be an incredibly key race with 7 horses coming back to increase their buyer speed figures, including your Preakness winner, Napoleon Solo.
Well, that's going to be a little later on FS1, excuse me, if you stay with us. That's at 6:20 Eastern time, post time. I'm with you. At the end of the day, and this is the last thing I'll say, the New York contingency was better than the California contingency. Bob Baffert beats me as the favorite in that race. I'm with you. I'm going with a couple of New York runners there. I think Albus can get back. I think Chip Poncho is the one to beat. Okay, race number 4 here at Monmouth. The late pick 5, I tell you what, the early pick 3 has been tough to get to. It was $1,600 for a buck, 5-to-1 shot, 30-to-1 shot, and Chantel Sutherland in the last race at 9-to-1, and I don't think it gets any easier in here. Shorter field, but a tough little race here, Megan.
It's interesting. I landed on the number 2 Syntactic there at a nice healthy 8-to-1 price tag where he's getting the cutback in distance, which I'm a sucker for. Jose Delgado, the route to sprint angle on dirt here at Monmouth the past 5 years is 4 for 19. It's 21%. Now his $2 ROI isn't the strongest, but I really like the pivot given his races. He does have that early speed. But he's also shown a level of, he's kind of come alive in his early speed in his last 3 starts. We'll see if he can kind of have that tactical rating forward position, because I do think, Paul, Chuck Willis is going to be speedy from the gate.
Well, we saw the 10-year-old barely lose in the last race. Great effort by Smithwick's Spice. Chuck Willis, another 10-year-old, and like you said, I think he's the one to catch, 12-time winner. The 5 is the other one here. Is that Paco Lopez money, or do you think this horse is legit?
I think it's Paco Lopez money. He was the beaten favorite last time out. Now he, again, is floating towards tepid favoritism, fighting for it for the 3. He was avoided claim and now comes back around the same level. I'm hesitant for him. We'll see if he can, again, kind of get back to his 2- and 4-back races, but I'm against him in this spot as I was last time out.
Well, if you're alive in this early pick 5 with that huge carryover, good luck. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call.
Chuck Willis, post position number 3. Awesome for sure. Coming up. Crypto Man, post position number 5. Going into the starting gate. Levy Was Dry, post position number 6. Latin Spice to the outside. Here's Latin Spice. We're ready to go. And we're off. Chuck Willis blasts out of the gate, takes advantage, goes right to the lead. Levy Was Dry. We'll play catch up now. 2.5 length behind early. Go Woke, Go Broke down on the inside third in a good stocking position. 1.5 lengths to Latin Spice. Then comes Crypto Man with Syntactic, and that leaves Awesome for Sure at the back of the pack early on. They're down the back stretch. Levy Was Dry taking it to Chuck Willis, and these two are locking horns with a half mile to go. They're even. Chuck Willis inside. Levy Was Dry's outside as they go into the far turn. Big space of 3 to Go Woke, Go Broke in the third position. Shown More Rain rounding the far turn. Syntactic down on the rail. Crypto Man really needs to pick it up. He's 7 lengths behind under a ride with Latin Spice, and still well behind is Awesome for Sure as they hit the quarter pole. Chuck Willis putting away Levy Was Dry. Go Woke, Go Broke coming on the scene now. Go Woke, Go Broke in the second coming off the turn, and now Crypto Man finding a good stride on the grandstand side, but has 4 lengths to make up on Chuck Willis, who hits the furlong pole. He's put away Go Woke, Go Broke. Crypto Man into the second position with him. He's charging. 16th to go. Chuck Willis a 2-length edge. Crypto Man's going to try to tag him, but Chuck Willis is going to find the wire in time. Chuck Willis wins. Second home Crypto Man, then Go Woke, Go Broke, and Syntactic, who is 4th across the finish.
Well, some happy fans behind us as Jonathan's 30th birthday came up here in race 2. He didn't even realize 100 people were waiting for him today, but he had the 10-year-old Chuck Willis.
Chuck Willis now third off of the layoff, controlling speed. It was pressured early. Last time out, he was facing a class dropper, and today he was the class, getting back to a spot that made sense for him. And I still find in the back of my mind he might be a little bit better on that green stuff, but got the job done and was pretty impressive down the lane.
Yeah, the 10-year-old gets the job done here. Really good effort here at 8-5, Acacia. And again, your 30th birthday, there's literally 150 people. How do you not know it's a surprise birthday party? I'm not buying it.
It sounds like a good way to spend your 30th birthday party, Paul, with good friends and at the racetrack, and with a winner as well. Chuck Willis, the 10-year-old, picking up a 13th win of his career. Very cool horse. Back over to New York as we have horses in the paddock for race 4. There is George Weaver's first-time starter, Anna Brachnana, with Manny Franco aboard. Unfortunate situation in the last race where we saw Manny Franco unseated. Great to see Jack and Jim quickly apprehended by the outrider, and great to see Manny Franco walking off as well. Let's go down to Maggie for an update.
Yeah, Acacia, I actually went down and met Manny Franco at First Aid, where he has been checked out and cleared to ride. So a good outcome there is. I asked him what happened. He said, I clipped heels with Iron Max coming around the turn there. And unfortunately, you know, a lot of times people think it's when they get in close. It's actually that weird perfect distance where you will see horses do exactly what Jack and Jim did when it looks like they're far enough away, but that they just kind of extend and clip the hind feet of the horse in front of them. And that unfortunately is what happened. Manny Franco, so tough though, unseated yesterday as well, but he will get up and he will ride this race here. So scary situation, Acacia, but a good outcome.
That's great news. Glad to hear A-OK as after being checked out at First Aid for Manny Franco. There's his mount in this upcoming race, Andy. First-time starter Anna Brachnana, as this one has a little bit of turf pedigree if you go into the second dam. Typically central banker, not necessarily turf sprint. What you think?
I agree. I mean, this is not a pedigree I would bet on the turf, but George Weaver can be dangerous in these spots, and Manny's 2 for 2 on horses that finished with a rider today.
Yes, That is
and
true.
not at short prices.
That is very true. Pulling some upsets as well. That's a look at your 8-5 favorite, though. The number 5 Dozen Roses, who finished second behind a wire-to-wire winner last time off the layoff.
Yeah, I don't know why he's a substantial favorite over the number 10 My Little Army Girl, who has much more speed and could be in a position to control this race, depending on whether or not a firster has some speed. I think it's somewhat of a coin flip between the two, and I would go to the one with more speed. I understand 5 Dozen Roses a little too far back maybe last time out, but this horse has had a lot of chances, and for a Linda Rice horse that's been some short prices, has failed to get it done. I just don't know that this horse is much more likely to win than the number 10, who has more speed. I'm taking a flyer with the 2 You Know Better, who did have a real trip first, and I was just completely eliminated in the only turf race. It's not a huge turf pedigree, but there's enough to suggest that I want to give this horse another chance. Obviously, I don't like the rider switch away from Flavien Prat, but at this price, I'll take a bit of a flyer with You Know Better.
Off a layoff and a drop back down in class, getting a good look at horses downstairs. Let's go back to Maggie for a paddock report.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that very horse in number 2, You Know Better, who I agree, based upon that trip that Andy was talking about, she definitely deserves another shot sprinting on the turf, as she got eliminated at the start, and she was a long way last. As she also lugged in a bit in the stretch, didn't make it necessarily easy for Flavien Prat, but was still running forwardly, and you like to see that. But looking at her here in the paddock, and I know that was off a bit of a layoff. Oh, I wish she looked a little bit more tucked up. She's just a little bit heavy, and she doesn't necessarily strike you as a turf horse, so I'm not totally sold on her being the sort, but she looks incredibly healthy, resplendent coat on her, great disposition here overall. I get taking her, and she's a generous price. I would try to talk nobody off of her. I just wish she looked a little bit more together overall. Now, that first-time starter we were discussing, number 7, Anna Brucknana for George Weaver. As Acacia said, you have to do a little digging to find the turf pedigree with this filly, but she looks like a turf horse. She looks like a turf sprinter as well, as that she is bigger in the sense that she has a good bit of substance to her, but she's shorter coupled, kind of shorter neck, shorter hip, shoulder, all the things. So at least physically, she looks well suited to the conditions here. Looks fairly fit. She's about 90-95% there overall, but as I often say, this is the one condition where you don't have to be 100% fit. Now, she does wear those neoprene hitting straps behind. I think it's obviously it's for when horses kind of will have a tendency to hit themselves. It has to do with mechanics. So you often wonder, you know, horses that have perfect mechanics are not going to need to wear them. So hence why she shows up here in this maiden 50. One I want to watch with interest, not totally sold. She also is wearing blinkers for this debut short cup cheater on her today, Acacia.
See what she does at first. Asking Maggie, thank you. 9-5, still on 5 Dozen Roses. Let's go back over to the number 2, You Know Better, who Maggie started her paddock report with. I know you have interest in this one, Andy. Lay off a question, as she hinted at in the paddock report as well. But how did you see it setting up as far as the trip she'd get?
There's no way of really knowing because this horse was so badly eliminated first time out. I mean, in theory, this horse has enough speed to be a bit more forward. Now, this is a rider that spends a lot of time dragging horses out of races more than putting them forward, but you never really know. Maggie didn't have great things to say. He's a price, so I'm not going to, or she's a price, I'm not going to be dissuaded by that, but obviously I'd prefer Maggie had positive things to say about him. We'll see what happens. I mean, I don't have anything against the 2 horses taking money. I think the 10 is an overlay at 7-2, given the pace dynamics, but they're the 2 horses to beat. I don't have anything against them. I'm just going to take a small shot with the number 2, You Know Better.
And there is Manny Franco getting a leg back aboard as he goes out for race 4. Great to see him back in the saddle as well.
He might be 3 for 3 if that horse hadn't taken that step, because that horse was really moving at that time and might have gotten the job done.
He's riding exceptionally well right now. Let's meet the field, though, beginning with the number 2, You Know Better.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that it gets a cleaner break today, can be a little more forward, and runs a better race. We'll see.
10-1 on that one, 10-1 on this one as well. Just one more. Back to the grass.
Yeah, I'm not optimistic that this horse is going to be efficient as a sprinter in English Channel, but if you like this horse, 10-1 is a very fair price.
As she usually runs her better races when she is showing speed going long. There's a number 4, Sunshine Dakota, first-time starter.
Yeah, fairly unlikely firster at a huge price.
Big price on the board. There is 5 Dozen Roses, second off the layoff for Linda Rice.
Yeah, we'll see if Dylan can find a way to get better position in this race. I don't know how much was his fault or this horse just sort of falls out of races. This horse has had a lot of chances for a horse that's 6-5.
Next in the post parade will be that first-time starter. We've touched on the number 7, Anna Brucknana.
Usually Weaver firsters that are live get bet, but we've seen him win at some prices. I don't like the horse, but I respect the connections.
Off of a big layoff, about 13 months, or I should say just about a year to the day.
Yeah.
I'm already in July. The number 8, Kata Tiz.
Another feeling. Would have to improve, obviously, off the layoff.
There's the 10, My Little Army Girl, as she'll try to turn the tables on 5 Dozen Roses.
Jose, who gave a great ride in the last race, you got to think he's going to look to send this horse, and this horse is a threat to wire the field after chasing Lupine around last time out and blowing second because of all the energy he expanded.
First time on turf for Ms. Nikki D.
Yeah, I mean, there's a war dancer, so you get turf there. There isn't any on the dam side, but who knows?
Jimmy Farrell been having a great meet. And last in the post parade will be the number 6, Aqua Blaze, another first time on turf.
I love Mike Trombetta. This is the first time against New York breds. Flabeaway's been a very efficient 14% turf sprint stallion. I just wish there was some pedigree on the dam side. It is a Speightstown, but it's not much turf. But you do get a lot from Flameaway, so who knows?
Not much to sink your teeth into on the bottom side for sure. Yeah, and she has been running at Laurel against Open Company, so does get to face New York breds in here. As we take a look at the number 5 Dozen Roses, we've talked about this race quite a bit, so let's take a look at it. The winner wires the field. My Little Army Girl was a little bit more forwardly placed, whereas 5 Dozen Roses was left with a lot to do coming from off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand if you like 5 Dozen Roses, you get a little frustrated, say, why wasn't I closer to the pace setter? But the reality was that 5 Dozen Roses also got second because the now number 10 in today's race, My Little Army Girl, chased the winner around the racetrack and understandably got tired late. So I'm not of the camp that necessarily 5 Dozen Roses ran the better race of those two horses. And at 3-1 and 6-5 now, I think the 10's a better gamble, a more forwardly placed horse. I'm not saying the 5 can't win this race. I think that she very well might. But I think the 10 at 3-1, now 5-2 at 6-5 is just a little bit better gamble in my opinion.
Well, for more on your favorite as they warm up on track, let's go back to Maggie.
I get what Andy's saying, but it's not going to keep me away from 5 Dozen Roses. Just the horse that, against this crew, looked and felt like the best option in here. As you know, last time, she just seemed a little bit agitated in the paddock. She didn't look as fit as she does today. And I remember Linda, Rice, the trainer of her, being a little upset that she was so far back early. So I'm hoping that Dylan Davis learns from his perceived mistakes and does get her involved a little bit earlier. She just seems more focused on this particular occasion as well. Now, moving on to some horses that are double-digit odds, including number 3, Just One More. Look, I thought this mare would take more money than what she is based upon connections in here with Amelia Green, you know, another trainer that just seems as though she's winning a lot of the races that she's in. I have just never liked her, no matter who she's going out for. She's incredibly nervous. She lacks that killer instinct. You know, she's not a dominant alpha mare by any means of the word. She is wearing a hood today, which could assuage some of that nervous energy that she often has, but I don't really see her being a sprinter either, but I get it. She has to try something to get this mare to wake up. Moving on to number 6, Aqua Blaze. As you saw her come out last in the post parade, that was by design. Bit of a nervous type, though it seems as though, as this is her first start in New York, everybody knew that. And she had the pony with her. She went straight off when she did hit the track, and all those things being done have kept her at bay. I love Flameaways on the turf, especially sprinting on the turf. And despite not having much pedigree on the bottom, Acacia, she looks as though she should like it. And she's a decent price up there.
Going out for a very good barn and facing New York breds for the first time. Maggie, thank you. Aqua Blaze, a price as she comes in off of a bit of a layoff with Kendra Carmouche and Settle.
Listen, She may have very limited ability, and it won't really matter what surface she's on. But Mike's a good trainer. She's never run against New York breds. Flameway's an efficient turf sire. So if somebody said to me, I'm taking a shot with the 6, I'm not, but I would not knock them for doing it. Mike is an excellent, excellent trainer who does well when he ships here.
4 to 5, short price on your favorite 5 Dozen Roses. See what kind of trip she gets today. Second off the layoff as we go into the gate for the 4th. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin has the call.
D. Last to load. Ms. Nikki D. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning from My Little Army Girl towards the outside, and Anna Brocknana from in between horses has early speed too. Anna Brocknana is pumped up, is up by a half length. Back to second is My Little Army Girl, and at the rail comes You Know Better in third. Just off of them, patiently ridden, Dylan Davis on 5 Dozen Roses in 4th. Towards their outside, here comes Aqua Blaze and travels in tandem with 4 wide, got a tiz. Towards the back end is Just One More. Is there next to Sunshine Dakota, and far, far back, the lone trailer, Ms. Nikki D. 21-4, that opening quarter mile for Anna Brocknana, up by 3/4 of a length. My Little Army Girl is back for more in 3 wide. Here comes 5 Dozen Roses is ready to challenge. Anna Brocknana still in front. At the rail, You Know Better. Sahin Savachi's chasing 2. Anna Brocknana trying to find this final furlong here, and Anna Brocknana is trying to hold off the charge of 5 Dozen Roses, who just rolls right on by. 5 Dozen Roses is now sprinting clear. My Little Army Girl is to the outside of You Know Better. Anna Brocknana's back to 4th. Late run here, Sunshine Dakota. No doubt, 5 Dozen Roses was best. My Little Army Girl 2nd, then came You Know Better and Sunshine Dakota.
5 Dozen Roses delivers. In fact, the 2 horses coming out of that May 3rd race run 1-2 as she gets the win over the number 10 My Little Army Girl.
Yeah, and Dylan did a good job getting her in better position, but obviously was helped by the fact that with the 7 going to lead, it took away the 10's potential advantage in the race. Not sure how the 10 came back on to beat me for 2nd here, but I cannot criticize the ride and trip on You Know Better. Absolutely perfect ride, perfect trip, just simply wasn't good enough to unfortunately not get 2nd here. She lived up to to her odds at even money. I still am surprised by the discrepancy, but the results said the discrepancy was correct.
Gets the win, not even money. Short price, as you mentioned, Dylan Davis in the saddle with 5 Dozen Roses. Daughter of Honest Mischief breaks her maiden here in New York for trainer Linda Rice. 5-10 on the turf. In the 4th, we'll bring you prices when we come back.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true. The Horse of the Year Trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year Trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's wish has rocketed past. Cody's wish is drawing away. Cody's wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down towards the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it. And the Kentucky Oaks, always a runner. She's all the runners on top of the world.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. I always feel bad for the one turtle that can't get on at the one end and he tries another spot just to be with his friends. He gets settled in the middle finally.
I was standing by the turtle pond right around that spot with my brother a little while ago, and somebody came by and we were talking about the turtles, and they're like, no, they're like bronze. They're like bronze, not like they're not real. They're not real. They're bronze. And then one started to move. I said, yeah, I don't think they're bronze.
No, they're real.
They do look. They sort of very still. You know, you can see it.
Yeah, hanging out in Central Park. As far as race 4 is concerned, 5 Dozen Roses got the win over the 10 My Little Army Girl, both coming out of the same race.
Yeah. Got a little closer and got it done. But, you know, the 7 going to lead changed the race for the 10. The 5 still probably would have won the race, but it took away a potential advantage going to the front in here and going 21 and 4. Like I said, my 2 outran her odds, but she still had a perfect trip and just wasn't good enough.
5, 10, 2, 4. The number 4, Sunshine Dakota, at a massive price.
Yeah,
first-time starter hitting the board for 4th. I got to know jockey Cesar Gonzalez, who just finished his apprentice time. He's here in New York trying to pick up some mounts. Very hardworking, very nice guy, so wishing him all the best, checking him 4th there.
I'm going to guess he's not coming to Saratoga.
I don't believe so, no. Yeah. But that's time for me to say goodbye. I'll be back reporting in a little bit. I'm leaving you with Todd Schrupp, though.
I'll try to get over the sadness of your leaving me, but I'll see you tomorrow.
I think you and Todd will have fun together.
We always do. We won't be together very long, but we always have fun.
Yes, it'll be short and sweet for sure. As we're going to take a quick time out. We have more live racing at Monmouth Park still to come, including a preview of tomorrow's stakes action where Allegon is making his 2026 return. What a cool turf horse he is. Paul and Megan will discuss more on that after this.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as you're taking a look inside the paddock here at Monmouth Park. 4 more races here on this Saturday race card. But tomorrow we got 8 races, and the co-feature on the race card will be the Get Serious 5 furlongs on the turf course. Get Serious was a serious, no pun intended, racehorse for Patrick McBurney, ridden by Pablo Morales. A good field, a salty field. Governor Sam been gelded on April with Paco Lopez. Allegan for Forest Boys. This is a salty field. I think Allegan probably ends up being your favorite.
I do as well. It does come off of the layoff as we take a look at that September 27th Belmont Turf Sprint Triumph, where he ran incredibly well, went off on a high. He was tactically meant, stalked the pace, and was able to get there in the end against a very strong field, Paul. 26 Black coming back to flatter that form with a win, and as well as Bold Journey, who's come back to run well too, and next out winners from that race. And this was a strong group, and he's just been in consistent form. His trainer, Ned Allard, said he's been doing incredibly well. They started him more aggressively off of the layoff last year and wanted to get him into a good rhythm. It was a product of timing, sending him to Monmouth Park, as he will run over the strip for the first time in quite a while.
And he gets a lot of speed. He's tactical. There's a lot of speed in this race. Super Quest, speed figures. Coppola's very fast. Like I said, talked to Alex Bregman. Like earlier, actually, when we were at Saratoga, he was talking about we had a geld Governor Sam. He's had some gate issues. He gets out of the gate. He could be a horse that has a good look. A little bit early in the card, it's going to be the Lady's Secret. The Get Serious will be race number 6. The Lady's Secret is race number 3 on the card. Inefficiency looks like the horse to beat.
She does. She's a lightly raced 4-year-old, just the 3 starts as she is exiting a performance in that Ruffian, as we'll take a look at her tracking the pace that day, Paul. At the mile, it was a very fast one, where she was actually up on that quicker pace, a little bit closer to it, as you'll see her there in those Klarovich silks. And the winner that day of that Ruffian, Irish Maxima, coming back to just dominate. I actually do believe this is perhaps her 2-back race, if I'm not mistaken, as she did win this race back on March the 20th. But I think she was perhaps maybe up against the flow last time out. She could be very much a filly with upside. As I mentioned, just 3 starts, kind of seems like an up-and-comer type for Chad Brown. She's got a pretty gorgeous pedigree. Her dam was a graded stakes place runner as well.
Yeah, inefficiency. Her last race in the Ruffian, confusing race. She kind of dropped back, just didn't have the best of trips. I thought she was courageous. Dry powder going to be her major concern in there after a second place finish. She's got a ton of class. So I thought, you know, when you look at the Lady's Secret, inefficiency for Klarovich, will you see a couple, if she wins, will you see her at Saratoga, you think?
I would imagine. She's just going to have to take that step forward. Chad Brown's very meticulous when it comes to placing his fillies, and he's got some powerful ones. As inefficiency, she's been running those Spire speed figures in the mid-80s. She's only had those 3 starts. So this is definitely going to be her litmus test to see if she can take that step forward. But she's got tactical speed. She's the kind of horse that definitely, hopefully, will find the right trip. But dry powder is pretty interesting in there as well. So powerhouses, it's a compact field, but it's a good one.
Yeah, 8 races on the docket tomorrow for Father's Day, and it's going to be a loaded cloud. I was talking to General Manager John Himes. They are out of tickets, sold out right now. It's supposed to be beautiful.
A big day.
Yeah, 80 degrees out, beautiful. Okay, we got 10 ladies lined up here on the turf. New Jersey breds. This is a tough race. You look, the last race, 5 Dozen Roses circled the field there at Belmont. I thought this race was tough, Megan. The 5 in here is your favorite right now, Paco Lopez Rizalana.
Yes, and I believe there is somebody still alive in that early pick 5 sequence. This is going to bookend that early sequence that had a 30-1 shot in the second race.
The 7 is the lowest at 33,000. The 5's like 40,000. The highest is the whole pool, almost $500,000 to the 2.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. You got 4 horses, and you're alive here. Which 4 horses do you want?
I'm going to take the number 1.
I like it.
I'm going to take the number 3.
I like the 3. That's my pick. I like that one.
The number 5. And the number 8.
I'm with you on the 8. Okay, Rory Houston already caused a giant upset earlier in this card. This horse has a decent effort, a win at Meadowlands. I don't think you put a ton of credence in the Meadowlands races, but I think it's got a shot here. She's got a shot.
Lydia Rose, Sea Wizard, strong with turf sprinters. She's got a decent enough 2-year-old figure that she could improve from that Meadowlands effort. Remember, she did that as a 2-year-old, and while it was a poor field, Paul, the number 8, Lydia Rose, none of the 7 came back to win. She was far back at 5/8, and she managed to make up ground, and it was not a fast pace. They were going so slow on her up front. She's got room to improve. I really like her up there at 10-1. I will say, Paul, the number 5, La Resolana, is a vulnerable favorite. Jose Sanchez, past 5 years, Monmouth dirt to turf. He is 2 for 14 with a negative ROI, has not won on this pivot since 2021. She's vulnerable and does have the tactical speed. We'll see how she fares getting to the turf for the very first time, as many of them are.
Well, a lot of people riding the Paco Lopez train. Only got 1 win on the card today. But if you're alive to the 5, someone's alive for $40,000. Go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Blue Moon Tide. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. From the far outside, Blue Moon Tide was away swiftly. Air Mask, Lydia Rose moving through between horses, and now Lydia Rose snatches the lead coming onto the main proper course. Air Mask, the presser from the outside, running in the second spot. Slick Merlin in third, then Blue Moon Tide. Then comes One Fine Wine in the purple jacket, 5th on the rail, patiently ridden, 5 or 6 behind. Another length to La Resolana. Spiteful Election, I Can Explain. They race as a pair, 6 better than Last Flag Flying, and Purple Lulu is well behind as they round the far turn. Lydia Rose strings them out, opens up 2, rounding the far turn run here. Slick Merlin making up ground into second, passing Air Mask under pressure. One Fine Wine is patiently ridden on the rail and hugs the inside as they come off the turn here. In the meantime, La Resolana trying to pick off horses now on the grandstand side, and she's motoring towards the lead. One Fine Wine gets the jump, but La Resolana coming on strongly down the outside. One Fine Wine and La Resolana motoring to the lead with 100 yards to go, and La Resolana gets the win. One Fine Wine second best today. Then Lydia Rose, who was third. Slick Merlin fourth.
Well, Megan and I got excited with Lydia Rose, and that got vanquished in a hurry. As the 2 horses that were the lowest payouts in your pick 5, the 5 and the 7 went down the wire, and Paco Lopez not to be outdone.
Yeah, this is actually the first winner for her sire, Engage, on the turf sprinting. Small sample size, but first winner on the turf for the sire. And she was tactically men's. She gets on the turf for the very first time. Stronger dirt pedigree, but wow. She had an incredible acceleration late, rolling past the 7. And hey, you got to give it to the number 8, Lydia Rose. At least she was more aggressive. She showed more speed. I think she took a step forward in the right direction. The 7 ran well as well, but there was no stopping La Resolana, who is the first winner for the barn on this surface switch sprinting here at Monmouth in 5 years.
$39,000. The early pick 5 payout as Paco Lopez comes through. On the other side of this break, you get Todd Schrupp and Andy Serling, everyone.
The sun shines bright on Cauthen. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella turns it into a procession.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Cauthen. Roja waved goodbye right out of the gate to win the Intercontinental.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Cauthen, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start.
Dornock is coming back! Dornock in the Remsen!
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornock stubborn! Dornock wins the Haskell!
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Welcome back to a spectacular Saturday on America's Day at the Races here on FS2 and on site at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be joining Andy Serling. We're looking into the paddock for race number 5. It's the midway point of a 10-race card, a card that has yielded some prices early on. Andy, as a matter of fact, as we come to the conclusion of the early pick 5, the worst you can do is $3,200 to the favorite, the 1 Timea, and then the second choice, $4,500 to the 4 AP Slingshot. This card looked like it would produce some value, and we're seeing it.
No, we've seen some decent prices so far. Manny Franco winning the early double at 7-1 and 11-1, getting it done. We'll see what happens in this race. And looking at the board, there's only one horse at double digits. Fairly wide open race, not an easy handicapping puzzle.
Call for riders up here in race number 5, so we will get you to the post parade, starting with the horse that we said is the favorite in the pick 5 will pays, but not the favorite right now in the win pool. That's the 1 Timea.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the pick 3s and doubles and see if this horse rates to be favored. Did run a big figure in the slop last time out, but going out for a barn. It's been a little cold in New York over the last 5+ months.
Well, you expect Linda Rice to get some play. This horse is doing that. Baseball Lady is our slight favorite at 3-1.
Yeah, I think this horse, along with Timea, should be forward in here. I wasn't a huge fan, but I'll be honest with you, I had a lot of trouble with this race, and there really is nobody in here. Maybe the 3 that seemed difficult to make a case for.
Lady Delilah had a lot of trouble getting the first win of her career. It took her 22 tries. She's coming off that win.
Now, sometimes they like winning and they get back to the winner's circle. The problem is she'd have to get faster, too.
You talked about Manny Franco. He's aboard the 4 AP Slingshot.
Manny Franco is a couple of days in a row. He got dropped by his mount, comes right back and rides. He is very tough, and this is a horse that's not impossible for Bruce Levine.
What about the turn back and distance, as well as the change in surface for the 5 Twirly?
I mean, the only time that she ran a reasonable race in the dirt was in a muddy sealed track. I mean, she's a bit of a wild card here. Like I said, I'm not going to knock anybody in this race. I don't have a strong opinion. I like the 6, but she's an underlay at 4-1. I'm not going to bet her at that price.
Here's the 7 R Preferred Pal. Was this horse compromised by the sloppy track last time?
Yeah, I do like Amy's Lives running against better horses, and our Preferred Pal, maybe, I don't know. Finally broke her maiden in her 14th start. She can be forward, draws well outside. She's far from impossible and a generous price.
The 8 Scarlet Stream is another one who may benefit coming back to the fast track. But look at this odds board. I mean, you can throw pari-mutuel blanket over them from 3-1 to 16-1.
Right, and only one horse, you said, over 10-1. And the other ones go from 3-1 to 7-1. I would say with Scarlet Stream, she's probably better back on a dry track, but the day she won 2 back, she did have the benefit of a track that was very favorable to speed, so I think it helped her, but she's not impossible.
Okay, that is your live post parade for race number 5 here, Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at the 1 Timea. We said this one is the favorite amongst the early pick 5 will pays. Still sits up on the board at 7-2. But haven't we seen this movie before? 3 consecutive second place finishes coming in. The most recent was May 24th, race number 6. We talked about the sloppy racetrack, but has a 2-length lead. Did this horse stop, or do you give credit to the winner?
No, I mean, I just think she lost. I don't have a real opinion on one or the other. She ran an aberrationally high figure. A 69 buyer would win this race, and almost certainly. The problem is she ran a 56, 56, 57, 55, 56 in her prior 5 races.
Yeah, well, in
the model of consistency.
Well, the off racetracks, we've talked about this with the buyers, they tend to trend high.
Well, any speed figure, I think any speed figure you look at, I don't agree with that. I think what you'll see are aberrational performances like the one by Inexperience. I mean, there's plenty of horses that run poorly. I mean, you could say they're trending low on the horses that run poorly.
No, I buy your argument when you're talking about the horse earns a lifetime best. It's okay, they handled the track, others did not. But I'm just telling you, if you look across the board, when a horse runs on a muddy or sloppy racetrack amongst the buyers, it's usually a bigger figure than what they're doing on the fast racetracks.
Once again, I will completely disagree with you on that notion. I think what happens is you'll see an exaggerated performance, sometimes positively and sometimes negatively. So, for instance, a horse that consistently runs in the mid-50s runs a 69, you say, why? Well, maybe the wet track had something to do with it. She's more reliable to run a lower figure. My bigger problem with her is that she's lost 6 straight races. She's been short priced in half of them for a barn with 1 winner since the middle of January in New York, and that was a big priced winner up in Saratoga. As far as Aqueduct, they are 0 since the middle of January. That's not a horse I want as the favorite. And based on doubles and pick 3s, the 1 probably ends up the favorite.
Okay, let's go to a horse you do like. We're going to disagree on those Beyer speed figures on off racetracks. The 6, Amy's Light. I know, again, to repeat, you're not crazy about anybody in here. You wouldn't be surprised by anybody. But why did you land on this horse?
Because she's been running against better horses. I mean, she lost to Celtic Dawn, who's a better horse than her. She just won the turf last week. Even the race 2 back, and I know she finished behind Timea, but that was on a wet track. You look at her dry track numbers, 62 and 65, 54. Well, here's one for you. She got a 54 in the slop, so her number was low, considering what she normally runs on a wet track, because she probably didn't handle it as well as a dry track. Once again, I am not betting. I also felt with a lower percentage, a less of a name rider, a less of a name trainer, I thought she might end up at 5 or 6 to 1, where I think she probably is around a 7 to 2 shot. I don't need to bet her at a short price. I think that she's probably around fair price, 7 to 2 to 4 to 1. I was hoping for a better price, and I think she was a much bigger price in the morning line.
I'm not going to let you present one example as empirical evidence
I
on
could,
that
I
argument,
could find
but that's
500
fine.
if you want.
We'll agree to disagree. We'll disagree a lot. Someone I never disagree with is Maggie Wolfendale.
Because we don't get to work together that much. Just give it time, Todd. No, I'm kidding. As I, too, when I did the simulcast show with Andy, landed on Amy's Light because of the things that Andy said. But if I'm Maggie doing my normal job judging horses physically, I'm not going to land on her. She looks fine for her, but just relative to the field, I thought there were some other more appealing options, at least from the physical perspective. And number 5, Twirly. I do think she looks good, honestly, coming back. I don't know how good she is actually on the main track, though it is where she broke her maiden for the 30. Just striding out incredibly well, very fit, fine-tuned here for the Belmont barn. So there were some positives when it came to her, at least looking at her physically. We'll see how she negotiates a 7 furlongs. Probably, if I had to split hairs, she is a horse I would say I would prefer a little bit longer. But the horse who looked best is a very generous price, so I think you can make a case for on paper, and that's number 7, Our Preferred Pal, as she does get back to a fast track. I know it took her, 14 tries to break her maiden, and some of those, or one of those was at Finger Lakes, to be fair, but I just think she looks really, really good for her. She is a big, solid girl. She warmed up incredibly well. Todd, if I'm doing my Maggie job as of right now, I would have landed on Our Preferred Pal, but we'll stick with Amy's Light.
You have many roles. We appreciate the Maggie role the best. And as they move into line, checking the odds now, the 1 Timea has moved into the slight favorites role at 3 to 1. Also at 3 to 1 is the 2 Baseball Lady. And our third choice is the 6, Amy's Light, the selection of Andy Serling and Maggie Wolfendale, currently on the board at 4 to 1. Very competitive race. That is truly a hallmark of this entire card. Great card put together on the Saturday. Good crowd on hand as well. Horse is not acting very well is the 8, Scarlet Stream, who's backed off twice now. And now a couple of assistant starters come over to turn this one around. It will be the last one to load. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. Race number 5 from Aqueduct. It's Belmont at the Big A here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Is in this time. All set. And they're off. Scarlet Stream did break sharply, is right there with Our Preferred Pal, and towards the inside here comes Timea. Timea and Baseball Lady, and they drift well off the rail. Trying to get out there was Timea, and that's going to drift out the other contenders as Baseball Lady is out in the center of the racetrack, is now second. Getting close to the rail now is Timea. A little awkward at the beginning, but Timea is clear by a length. Baseball Lady keeps giving Game Chase to the outside, 22.59 for that opening quarter mile. 3 wide is Our Preferred Pal. Scarlet's Dream broke on top, is there in fourth, is now 3 off the leader. Just in behind them comes Lady Delilah, progressing towards their outside. Here comes the run from Twirly. Amy's Light is on the move, and AP Slingshot is the trailer. Timia is into the far turn, and Timia holds that margin. Baseball Lady is all in, trying to keep up. Our Preferred Pal still 3 wide, 45 and 4, that half-mile time. Running on from the back, it's Scarlet's Dream, who's got the rail run. Twirly, Jose Lescano is going to switch to the outside, will be wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Timia trying to hold off the charge of Ruben Silvera and Our Preferred Pal to the outside. These two nose and nose as they're approaching that final furlong. Trying to catch them. Baseball Lady is now resurgent, and Baseball Lady is rallying on again. Our Preferred Pal has edge clear, but here comes Baseball Lady. Late run AP Slingshot. Baseball Lady will win it. Baseball Lady, then came a photo. That's Timia. Also running on was AP Slingshot, and in that photo too was Our Preferred Pal.
If you literally just walked into the racetrack and you saw a Baseball Lady drawn away, you're like, okay, that makes sense. But if you were watching this race, Andy Sterling, and they had in-race wagering, I would have bet everything against Baseball Lady midway through.
It felt like Kendrick was asking her to get to the one in the backstretch. It looked like she dropped the anchor around the 3/8 pole. You wouldn't have taken this horse at 15-1, I think, at that point, and suddenly she came back on. Our Preferred Pal, and, you know, a decent call by Maggie, and then she didn't win, but she actually ran well, given her odds. But even she hung, and I think she finished 3rd or 4th in this race, which is pretty remarkable considering she looked like a winner top of the stretch. I don't think the 4 ended up catching her, did she? Yeah. Our Preferred Pal, what price would you have said she's going to be 4th to fill out the super at coming into the stretch?
The betting public never wavered on the 2 Baseball Lady. She was 3-1 throughout the wagering, went off as our second choice here, and Kendra Carmouche and Baseball Lady draw away for the win. I was waiting for my Uber on the curb outside of Aqueduct yesterday. They were late. Kendrick drove by, gave me a nice Cajun welcome to New York.
He didn't give you a ride?
Couple people, you know, Chris Griffin offered, but I had already ordered the Uber. Otherwise, I would have hopped in there. I wonder what it's like riding with Chris Griffin, the track announcer. I'd say it's entertaining.
I didn't know he has a car. He's usually on the subway. No, he's usually on the subway with me.
That's the wrong track announcer you're thinking of.
No, Chris is on the subway almost every day. That's bizarre. I've never seen him in a car.
Could it have been somebody else and I almost got in?
Yeah.
Wow. It could have been a Chris Griffin doppelganger? Can I clear up one quick thing?
You might not have been here.
Can I clear one quick
where you were?
thing?
No, I was with Chris Griffin, and Chris would be calling the radio. You would have to accuse him of what? Go ahead.
This was behind the scenes.
I'm going to text him.
There was something I've thought about all night that happened between you and I. So when we were done on the set, you said, hey, there's the stairwell back way to the office. I'm like, great, I got to go down and see if there's a form. So we went down there, and when I get down to the offices, there's some offices that connect to where the form is. So I started walking in people's offices where there was no connection. So I started to walk into yours, and then you looked back at me, you're like, this is where the tour ends. I wasn't trying to go into your office. I was trying to find a form, but
I'm surprised security didn't end up leading you out of the track. But you almost got into some random guy's car. So, you know, you're really kind of out of sorts here, Todd.
It's a huge Saturday. We got the Ohio Derby, $500,000 on the line for 3-year-olds down at Thistledown, and Bob Baffert is chasing the Derby circuit. He has the horse that will probably be the favorite, Desert Gate, coming off a big win in the Texas Derby. We'll preview that race when America's Day at the Races returns right after this. Baseball Lady down the stretch here in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp alongside Andy Serling. We got you covered with a lot of racing action around the country, but here at the Big A, it's Baseball Lady in the 5th.
Kendrick never gave up. It seemed like she was dropping back around the turn, but she came back on and got the victory. An unusual winning strategy. I mean, Kendrick was doing everything he could. It's just like she stopped running and then she ran again. Nice win for her and Linda Rice as well. We settled it. Chris did have his car yesterday.
Okay, all right. So that was not a complete
You're not
stranger.
completely crazy.
Okay.
Right. Was it Kendrick, though? Should I ask Kendrick? Should I check with Kendrick to make sure he actually saw you?
I don't think he was ever going to offer a ride. He just wanted to wave hi.
I'm going to speak to him about that.
Kendrick Carmouche waves goodbye to this field aboard Baseball Lady, owned by Alpha Phi Delta Racing, trained by Linda Rice. Baseball Lady, a Bay filly by My Standards, out of the Giant Surprise mare. Surprise Cameo was bred by Topsmead LLC and Robert O'Brien here in the Empire State of New York. New York breds, respect them. Respect Baseball Lady in the 5th. And that early pick 5 comes back 4,900. Race number 6 coming up next. This will start the late pick 5, which looks to be a pretty good challenge. Mile and a 16th claiming event over the firm turf for 4-year-olds and upward. Scratch the 8, who is in the body of the race, Barnstorming. All the also eligibles out. Early on, Andy, it is Late Call, who is our 2-1 favorite.
As a horse just getting the class relief. I ended up on this horse, think Barnstorming, a fairly big scratch. Bar 14, we'll see how much pressure he takes from the number 5, Life and Light, but I ended up going to the favorite in this race. We'll see if I can get a winner.
Are you taking a break or are you done for today?
I'm done. I've been on for a long time. I've been up here since 11:30.
I was energized with you here. Now what am I going to do?
Have Kinshin. He'll be fine.
JK's fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Fun with Jonathan.
Thank you, my friend.
See you tomorrow.
Do you need a ride anywhere?
You know, I'm going right to the subway.
Public transportation.
I'm leaving as small a carbon footprint as I possibly can.
We're going to take a ride down to the Jersey Shore when we return on America's Day at the Races. The field coming out on the track for race 6 at Monmouth Park.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025. She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos, and recent graded stakes winners Roja, Forge Steel, Helena's Forte, Italian Soiree, and Taken by the Wind. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Live look at the paddock at Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. here on America's Day at the Races, and there's been some chaos early on. They had a carryover in the early pick 5 coming into today, so a huge pool, around $600,000. The early pick 5 came back $39,000, but some great opportunities are still ahead, especially if you're a Naira Bets account holder. You'll notice the Naira Bets promo surrounding Monmouth. Don't forget the $1,500 late pick 3, the hit and split. You hit the late pick 3 at Belmont, at the Big A, and or Monmouth Park and split $1,500. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. Let's check in with our on-site coverage in Oceanport, New Jersey. 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and just all-star every day in whatever she does, all around, talking about Megan Burgess.
Thank you, Todd. Always spot on as usual as the horses will turn around.
He just makes you feel good.
By the way, last 3 races here at Monmouth Park, $3 late pick 3. The one goes through. Now, this is a post-parade on-tape delay. Got about 2 minutes to get to your Naira Bets account. Here's the 2, Beware of Pride.
Drops in class. We'll see if he can kind of get his game back together. 2 back was a bit interesting.
President Z goes through.
Could be the controlling speed here with Sunny Leone aboard.
Electric Eel. Very good song.
New Jersey bred now gets back. He's still in open company after a decent last race.
Pogie, the 8-year-old.
He's one that did have that victory 3 back, needs to get back to it, and has been facing better horses, though.
Your heavy favorite, I would think, ends up being like around 3 to 5 in here. Just Relax.
He's going to be a part of the speed puzzle. While his last out, a couple of efforts have been impressive, he looks to be pretty formative in this race. We'll see if someone can get around Paco in this one.
In the gray on the outside, my
All right, we have a technical issue at Monmouth Park. We'll get that audio back to you in just a moment. But as Paul mentioned, 3 races remain. Back out here at Belmont Park, we're coming up on the start of the late pick 5. And joining us for the first time today is Jonathan Kenshin. JK, you and I were together a couple days ago, some small fields. It was kind of a typical weekday card. I really love what they put together on the Saturday program here at the Big A.
Yeah, there's a race when I was looking at the late pick 5 that I thought was an all race. Anytime you have one of those, obviously a good opportunity. Race 9 is the race that I was referring to.
Okay, we'll come back. Race number 6 is 17 minutes away, but the field has reached the starting gate at Monmouth Park. Race number 6, once again, Paul and Megan.
Thanks, Todd. Got to tell Andy stop pulling the plug on the way out.
It is his fault, actually.
3 to 5 on the 6, Just Relax. Is there anybody else you can go to?
I really like the number 1 in this spot, Foil. Now,
Ooh, I like.
He is coming off of a nice victory on a sloppy sealed surface. He's actually the full brother to multiple Greatest Stakes winner first mission, so I think it's kind of very cheeky. They named him Foil, which is
Brad
technically
Cox?
the term. Yes,
Right?
for the he's term for the opposite. So
Yeah, right?
it's kind of funny, but 17 to 1 is way too big of a price on this horse. He's got tactical speed off of those 2 wins, while his other races haven't been the greatest. I think he's incredibly interesting in here, Paul.
Todd talked about the prices earlier in the card. If you're alive in anything going forward, the late pick 3 starts here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call.
Pogie, post position number 5. Just Relax coming up. And to the outside, My Mamba to round out the field. My Mamba coming up to the gate. Go again. We're ready to go. And Laura. A little bit of a tardy break there from Foil. Drops to the back of the pack. My Mamba have no problems. Just Relax. Right there between horses now. President Z down on the inside. President Z and My Mamba get acquainted on the front end. Just Relax doing just that. Relaxing right off the pace in the 3rd position. Beware of Pride next, and Pogie on the outside in the Italian red, white, and green colors is 5 lengths off the pace. 3 more back to Electric Eel, and Foils at the rear as they approach the 4-turn run. President Z into the turn, a 2-length lead as they go into that turn. My Mamba, Just Relax, they're side by side, 2nd and 3rd. Pogie trying to get underway. The New Jersey bred facing open company into the 4th position. He goes. He's sent upon a little bit, but is gaining a little bit of ground on the outside here. 2 clear of Beware of Pride, who's given way. The others well behind. Top of the stretch, President Z off the turn with the favorite, Just Relax. Just Relax cruising to the front, running right by President Z with a furlong to go. Just Relax is clear by 2.5, and Paco Lopez is sitting chilly aboard him. It's Just Relax opening up 4 lengths with a 16th to go. And Just Relax, the easiest winner yet today here at Monmouth. Just Relax cruises in. President Z was second, Pogie third, and Beware of Pride was fourth.
Was Matt Dinnerman saying just relax to the horse or to Paco Lopez?
I don't think there was any need to get too excited. I mean, that horse, he was right in his call. That was the easiest winner we've seen today. I mean, this horse was 28-1 last time out, nearly getting the job done. Now you get him at, what, 1-5 was the final price? And he did. He looked very formidable on paper in this spot. But wow, that's a little bit of a different price today. But he was an easy winner every step of the way, Paul.
Yeah. Paco Lopez taking it in, Todd. 1-5, his third win on the day. But I got to ask you and Jonathan something. The early pick 5 at Monmouth today, $39,000, basically to the 3-2 shot. Megan and I were asking, because we've never seen this before. The pick 4 carried over. How does that happen to the favorite? Well, $37,000 on to next Saturday.
Yeah, it was that small pool, much smaller pool, because you had the carryover and the early pick 5 from yesterday at Monmouth, and then they obviously put only a fraction into the early pick 4. So with that smaller pool, they started out with a 30-1 upset in race number 2. Kind of figured that pick 4 might carry.
Yeah, you know, I didn't look at it, but I would assume that the pick 4 pool was probably pretty small because all the attention was on that pick 5, right? You get all that early money, everyone focused on the early pick 5. So when you have a smaller pool, there's a lot of opportunities for a big priced horse to knock out a lot of people, and that's exactly what happened. I believe there's a 9-1 in the sequence as well.
Yes.
30-1, 9-1.
Yep.
That can get a little bit dicey.
So that brings a question, because I find myself shopping for the pools where I can be a semi-big fish in a small pond. What do you prefer, being, you know, just a medium-sized fish in a huge pond, or being the big fish?
Yeah, look, I'm a carryover guy. I think
you follow carryover.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, one of the obstacles we have in this game is the price of our wager, right? Takeout, and I think that if you can find the right pools that have carryovers, you can sometimes negate that to a certain extent. So I am for sure a carryover hunter.
And it seems like with the carryovers, there's automatically going to be an overlay because you have the quote-unquote dead money coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. That when you have that come into the pool and you start with that, I think it makes it a much more approachable sequence than on a day when there's not one.
Okay, race number 6 coming up here is the start of the late pick 5, where they have nearly $250,000 into the pool. So most of you who've been following the programming to this point have been watching us on Fox Sports 2. We're going to be switching over to Fox Sports 1. You won't miss any of the action. And we still have, obviously, this late pick 5 at Aqueduct, but a huge race coming up at Thistledown, the $500,000 Ohio Derby, featuring some horses you watched in the Kentucky Derby. Join us over on Fox Sports 1 for more of America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. There's just a few days left in the storied history of Aqueduct Racetrack. In fact, closing day forever will be June 28th, next Sunday of next week. But for now, we get to enjoy the Big A in resplendency. We'll also get you to Cleveland, Ohio. Huge race going on there today. The Ohio Derby for 3-year-olds with a $500,000 purse. And Bob Baffert brings in a horse who won the Texas Derby last time out and looms as the favorite in the Ohio Derby. Talking about Desert Gate, he has dominated his competition the last couple of starts, but he steps up today in the Ohio Derby. His speed will be the one to catch. Ocelli almost caught everyone in the Kentucky Derby at 70-1. Ocelli's still a maiden, but he'll be coming from well off the pace in the Ohio Derby and certainly will get some play. Meanwhile, here at Aqueduct, we still have our feature ahead. It is the Spectacular Bid, part of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. That's race number 7 on the card. The field is in the paddock. for race number 6. Welcome to our set at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Jonathan Kitchen. JK, there is a segment of the sporting public that after the Triple Crown, they kind of tune racing out. But for those of us who follow the sport, there's a lot of opportunities for those 3-year-olds if they were not at the level of, say, a Golden Tempo and the Triple Crown horses. There's a lot of money to be earned. The Ohio Derby is a great example of that.
Yeah, those middle-of-the-country derbies, I like to call them, whether it be the Oklahoma Derby, the Ohio Derby, so on and so forth. But it is an opportunity to have these 3-year-olds that you see on the Triple Crown scene. I also think it's a great opportunity to play against horses that ran in the Derby. Yeah. When their names are in there, they have that recognition. A horse like Oselli will always be overbet for the rest of his life because he was able to run 3rd in that Kentucky Derby. So I've always found these middle-of-the-country derbies as opportunities to play against horses that will be overbet based on their participation in the Triple Crown races.
That'll be later on in the show, going as race number 12 at Thistledown, the Ohio Derby. Here, the feature is about a race away. Race number 7 on the card is the Spectacular Bid. 6 furlongs on the turf. Scratch the 1, Daisy Do. Scratch the 5, Dancing with Destiny, and then scratch the also eligible, the 10, Skolko's Folly. JK, this marks the return of Spirit of New York, who's not raced since December of last year, but let's go back to a race that kind of makes sense today. 6 furlongs on the turf here at Belmont at Aqueduct. Back on September 20th, took the Bertram Bongard Stakes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse where he's run really well in his sprint races. They tried him going a little bit longer. That didn't go great. They tried him on the dirt. That didn't go great. They give him a break, a refresh. They bring him back here to do what it is that I think and most people think he wants to do. He should be tough in here, but it's not that easy. I think the 3 Witch Storm is one that could possibly be a problem. And then the 6 Illmatic, who started his career on the grass, now getting back on the grass.
Look for Spirit of New York to be coming from off the pace as the favorite of the Spectacular Bid, but Illmatic is a different story. Joining us right now is Maggie Wolfendale. Illmatic likes to get to the lead, but doesn't last. Could you see that changing today?
Well, that is often the case, Todd. When horses get to the turf, they find it an easier surface to extend their speed, and I know that is what trainer Miguel Clement is looking for with Illmatic after his last race, which was a bit of a disappointment at 3-5, losing and finishing 3rd. He thought, we need to go back to the turf with this guy, which is where he made his debut, and he ran through torrid fractions on the front end from the 1 hole, which is not often to do for a young 2-year-old. Went 21 flat, 44-3, and unfortunately, I don't know if it was centrifugal force, which you hope it was, or it was him not loving the surface that day. He was getting out around the turn and into the lane, so hoping for a more professional Illmatic this time around. And Todd, you opened this race with mentioning the scratches. Well, the scratches, especially Dancing with Destiny, definitely helped Illmatic, because now he is lone speed as Miguel Clement looks for his 100th winner of his young training career.
That's 100 wins already?
Seems quick.
Yeah, that is phenomenal. And it would come in a stakes race. But are you respecting the speed of Illmatic today?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, when you have a horse that starts on turf, the horse came back, ran on the dirt, ran well, so you're going to keep a horse like that on the dirt. And now I think it's a time when you have a New York bred, you take spots, you find spots that work, you take advantage of the program. I think that's what they're doing now. So now they're going to just kind of probably jump back and forth. You've got that good dirt race. Let's check on the turf again. If he wins here, you're going to have a bunch of options for the rest of the summer and honestly for the rest of his career.
You could be playing all the action we're bringing with you if you have a Naira Bets account, and we're so sure you're going to love it. We've got a great offer going on right now. It is the $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up today and get up to $200 with the deposit match bonus. You have to use the promo code MATCH200. Again, promo code MATCH200, and then you can enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join NairaBets.com. Okay, our post parade beginning for race number 6 back here at Aqueduct, and the first horse we get a look at is the one, Shared Success.
Yeah, Shared Success is getting back on the grass. you have to look deep in the past performances to find that last grass race.
The 2 Bar 14 moving up in class compared to Monmouth. How does this horse fit here today?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the 7's going to be tough in here. I thought if anyone was going to beat him, it was going to be the 2, but he's been racing against a lot lesser, these claiming 12.5s, $10,000 claimers as well.
Well, the opposite is Polar Bear Plunge, taking a drop in class.
Yeah, taking a drop in class. This horse has some back races for the Cantermossi operation. Gets Manny Franco as well for Flying P Stable.
The 4 High Tide has been popular at the claim box.
Yeah, he has. I'm not cutting in line to take horses off of Rick Dutrow going into barns that are winning at 5% for the year.
Life and Light's going to be part of the pace, but that seems to be about it, right, the 5?
Yeah, the horse 2 back made the lead, got tired. That pace was slow. That's a concern. How much better of a trip can this horse get?
The 6 Good Bally is the longest shot in the field and should be. Still eligible for a never won 2 lifetime race.
Yeah, I mean, this horse's odds in his last 4 or 5 starts, 79-1, 21-1, 73-1, 42-1, 28-1. It's hard to do.
Late call coming back to the claiming ranks and currently our 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, I just thought this horse had an okay comeback race last time. The pace wasn't very fast. The horse was trying to close into that, to cut into that. I think if you look a little bit deeper through the past performances, facing some of those allowance types, I think this class relief could hit this one right between the eyes. And while I typically love a turf horse to get a nice inside pocket trip, when I think you're the best horse in the race, I'm fine with you being out in the clear. At least you might lose a little ground, but you don't have to worry about too much trouble.
Race number 6 is just 3 minutes away. That's one of 5 races remaining on the card here at Aqueduct. As we mentioned, it's the start of the late pick 5. We also told you about our feature race. That'll come up after race 6. Race 7, the spectacular bid. But a lot of attention on what's going on in Ohio today at Thistledown. 2 big races there, one for fillies and mares, the Lady Jacqueline, $250,000, but the most anticipated race probably in the country is this one, the Ohio Derby, $500,000 for 3-year-olds going a mile and 1/8. We told you about Desert Gate. This horse has blinding early speed, has won the last 2 starts by over 16 lengths combined, but those are wins at Oaklawn Park in a minor stakes race, and then the Texas Derby last time out at Lone Star. No disrespect to Texas. No, you like it down there. But, look, the competition is tougher here today, right?
Yeah, but the one thing I will say, though, is that the other competition that I always like to consider is the clock. And this horse stopped the clock in a fast time, and I think shows the ability that he has. And no offense taken, first racetrack I ever stepped foot in was Lone Star Park. I used to go every Thursday night with my father. He used to love going. We used to go on Sundays. I always tell people I fell in love with this game, trying to prove to him there was a better way to do it.
I still have my rain jacket from that Breeders' Cup. It's in my hotel right now. I haven't needed it. But I tell everyone, one of the best hosted Breeders' Cups ever was at Lone Star.
There it is.
And as we are 2 minutes away from race number 6 here at Belmont at the Big A, one of the best to ever assess how horses look is on our show, Maggie Wolfendale.
How are we ever going to live up to these introductions, Todd? Man, I'm blushing down here, as I thought there were 2 horses in this race. Now, the public seems to think that the 3 has a shot in here, which I don't get that horse. I'll probably put him right into the winner's circle. But yes, the 2 and 7 are the ones you want. Number 7, Late Call. Very familiar with him. I feel like we're old friends. I caught him last Saturday down at Monmouth, where he was in group relative value. I liked a lot that day, was able to get the job done, and I thought Rajiv kind of executed his plan well in that he got him out, he got him in a decent position, saving ground, but as the race sped up, he was unable to speed up with them, so losing some ground around the second turn, and then when he got him out, it was just a little too late. He gets a class relief here, and Derek Ryan actually has pretty good numbers with horses on the turf coming back in 1 to 7 days. He is 5 for 13 with a 475 ROI, so some decent numbers for a horse that you got to go through your checklist when you're assessing horses coming back off quick rest. Is their weight good? His is okay. Honestly, I wish he was carrying a bit more. He's a bit lighter across his top line, but the thing I do like, the other part of the checklist, energy levels. This guy has been bright-eyed and bushy-tailed since the moment he stepped in the paddock. Kendrick Carmouche giving him one of his big warm-ups, and he responded beautifully to it. He's moving very well out there. So hoping that he is able to orchestrate some sort of trip, maybe get him in a closer position with the class relief so he doesn't have too much work to do. But a horse who will be forward is number 2, Bar 14, who I do respect in this spot. Fidele Cayute, the winner of that last race at Monmouth, also having run not too long ago, who is a horse that was 1-5, I believe, that day. And just Bar 14 making every step except the last one a winning one. He looks fantastic coming back in a short amount of time as well. Great coat, great weight to him, good energy. These are the 2 horses you want. I'm not going to try to talk anybody off of them. As number 6, who is your longest shot on the board, I thought had a bit of an interesting look. He has never run this cheaply, and I know he has not won as many races as the others in here, 1 for 20 lifetime, but you know, he's only had the 8 starts on the turf. 1 was a win, and like I said, he's never run this cheaply on the turf before. You know, the horses in that last effort were a lot better than the ones he faces here. He just looks like a turf horse to me. He looks very healthy, and I thought at a big price, why not use him underneath, Todd?
I'm all about that. And taking a look right now at the 6 at 32-1 Good Valley. The field is making their way towards the starting gate here for race number 6. JK, where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 7. Drawn on the outside. You get Kendrick. You know, he needed some pace last time. He didn't get it. And I think he will this time around. It feels like Life and Light should be one that's involved there early. Bar 14 should show a little bit of early speed. And even Shared Success down on the inside, stretching out from those 7 furlongs. You'd like to think he'll try to hold that position on the inside as well. I think it sets up nicely for the 7.
Now, you need to get a shortish kind of price at 2-1 in the morning line, 8-5. What's the lowest you'd be willing to go on this horse in the win pool?
Yeah, you know, I'm not much of a win better. So I usually look at things as far as sequences are concerned. I didn't like the last 2 races of the sequence for pick 5. I just thought they were too hard. I'd be guessing a little bit. But I think for like a pick 3, a double, something like that, I'd single this horse and be happy enough that the 2 and the 3 are taking money, and we'll obviously take up some combinations.
You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. The field is loading quickly here for race number 6. Checking the odds, the 7 Late Call. JK's selection is 8-5 as the favorite. Second choice is the 2 Bar 14 at 2-1. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. Live race number 6 from Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. Shared Success broke sharply, and in between horses, Bar 14. Life and Light and Ruben Silvera would join them, but now Bar 14 will kick on, is now a neck in front. Life and Light does a stalking second, backing off of that tempo is Shared Success, and Edgard Zayas alone in third. Then at the rail, moving forward is Polar Bear Plunge, is traveling in tandem there with Late Call. The 2 at the back, that's Good Bali and High Tide. They're into the turn, and Bar 14 has the lead. It's Bar 14, 24.11. The opening quarter mile, Life and Light won't let that leader skip away, and Life and Light cuts back into the margin, is up by 3/4 of a length. Shared Success has had a nice journey in third, is moving in closer too as Bar 14 tries to slacken off the pace. Late Call has now taken 4th, is to the outside there a Polar Bear Plunge, who's back to 5th. The 2 still at the back, it's Good Bali and High Tide. 48-4, that half-mile time. Bar 14 and Christopher Elliott catching that breather up the backstretch. Less than a half mile to go, and Bar 14 will take him into the turn. Life and Light has been there throughout. Shared Success is trying to move in closer, and at the rail, ground saving is Polar Bear Plunge and Manny Franco. Late Call is called upon for that effort, is in 5th. From the back, no rally yet from Good Bali and High Tide. Bar 14 has got the lead and reaches the top of the lane. Bar 14 is trying to run away from the field. Shared Success is trying to run on, and here comes a threat from Shared Success to the outside. Bar 14 battles on. Shared Success is trying to push on by. Late Call is on the scene, and here comes Late Call on the grandstand side. These 2 down to the wire to the inside. It's Bar 14 to the outside. Shared Success at a price. Shared Success over Bar 14, then Late Call for third.
What a race here in the 6th at Belmont Park. It was bar 14 who had every advantage with some soft early fractions trying to hold off Shared Success. And then your horse, the 7, Late Call, on the scene late, but Shared Success just holds on at 15-1.
Yeah, big, nice price here for a horse who drew the inside, who had some tactical speed, and was able to stay at least connected enough to this spot. It looked like he was going to have a hard time getting by the 2. The 2 was staying in there tough. The 7 got on track a little bit late, but in between horses, Shared Success just kept grinding away.
So we had an early pick 5 that comes back 4,900. The late pick 5 starts out 15-1. And as you heard from JK, he thinks the last 2 races are absolute scrambles in this sequence, races 9 and 10. So we could have some more pari-mutuel fireworks to come here. But Shared Success getting a win here despite 2 previous tries on the turf that didn't make much of an impression, but a beautiful ride by Edgar Zayas to sit just off that soft early pace and eventually wear down bar 14. And then coming on late, here comes Late Call. And so the photo for the win will go to the 1, Shared Success. And then as far as second, a little bit tighter there, and awaiting the results of that photo. But the 1, Shared Success, your winner at 15-1, and now posted on the board. 1, 2, 7, 5. 15-1, over 2-1, over 8-5, over 8-1. And they did pick it up late here with the final time for the mile and a 16th, 1:42.2. Also receiving word that there was a claim put in for Late Call for $20,000. And as we, think about shifting back to Saratoga, we're going to see a lot of claiming action here.
Oh, yeah. People want to be involved at Saratoga. They want to win. They don't care if it's a grade 1. They don't care if it's the Whitney, the Met Mile up at Saratoga, whether it's, the Jerkins. They'll be happy with a 20 claimer as well. They like winning up at Saratoga regardless of the class level. And you got to do your shopping down here, downstate, to get some horses that you think can win races in Saratoga.
Waiting for this race to go official, then it will be our feature here at Aqueduct. We also will get you to Ohio for the Ohio Derby and back to Monmouth Park, as down there they have a call for riders up in race number 7. We'll head to Oceanport, New Jersey when we return on America's Day at the Races. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Trupp, pleased to be with Jonathan Kinchin, Maggie Wolfendale reporting here from the paddock at Aqueduct. And coming to the winner's circle in race number 6, it is the one, Shared Success and an upset.
Yeah, 15-1. We had talked about a little bit later in the sequence. I thought the last 2 races were pretty tough. A horse like this early in the sequence, races like that late in the sequence, we could be looking at an early point at a sequence that could potentially carry over. If you're alive, obviously we wish you the best of luck, but Shared Success was able to grind away bar 14, who had that nice comfortable lead and was still able to hold off the favorite, the 7, last call on the outside.
Congratulations to the winning connection. Shared Success, owned by Dixie Partners and Peekaboo Stable, trained by James Begg, ridden to victory by Edgar Zaya. Shared Success, a dark bay of brown gelding by Japan, out of the Belong to Me mare Belongs to Dixie, was bred by Dixie Partners and Keith Dickstein here in the Empire State of New York. New York breds, respect them. And hopefully respected Shared Success in race number 6. A lot of respect for the name Spectacular Bid. Yes, everyone kind of just accepts the fact that Secretariat was the best racehorse of all time. But there is a debate that this horse right there belongs in that category. Spectacular Bid back in the 1980 Woodward Stakes in a walkover. Very few wanted to face the great Spectacular Bid. And his trainer, Buddy Delp, was asked at the midway point of his career, is this the best horse you've ever had? And Buddy Delp put it another way. He goes, this is the best horse to ever look through a bridle. And JK, when you look at his record, 26 lifetime wins from 30 starts. He won the 1979 Kentucky Derby, the Preakness. A lot of misfortune around his Belmont run. As time has gone by, he truly is one of the greats.
Absolutely. The one thing that shocks me there is the fact that he won 26 times, only won $2.7 million. You win 26 million times, 26 times nowadays, you're going to win a lot more. But, you know, I wasn't able to see him run. He was way before my time. But people that I've spoken to that have seen him or know the history of racing, he is definitely in that conversation as one of the greatest horses to ever look through a bridle.
And that's where I think technology and the way media is now, it can change things, because there were a lot of horses I heard about I can now go look up on YouTube. And I would say, look, there's a lot of starts to look at, his run through the Stroob Stakes. But if you want to know how good he was, take a look at his troubled trip in the Florida Derby. He overcomes a very questionable ride, a lot of stops and starts, and shows his greatness there. Check out the 1979 Florida Derby on YouTube with the great Spectacular Bid. Okay, why are we talking about him? Because our feature race today is named after him. And in the early wagering, Spirit of New York is 6-5. Is the betting public getting carried away with this horse?
Yeah, I would say so. A horse that comes from out of it, and not too far out of it, but does come from out of it as a turf sprinter, has never been something I've loved as a short price. I do think the 3-Wit Storm is at least a little bit interesting. And like we had talked about, you heard Maggie mention it as well, the 6 Illmatic. Looks like they could be loose in here for Miguel Clement, and I think that's definitely one to take into account as well.
We are 17 minutes away from our feature, Belmont at the Big A, but let's return. The next to last race coming up at Monmouth Park, race number 7, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca and Megan Burgess.
Thank you, Todd, as the horses are walking onto the turf course to go up that chute. So you got a little time to get to your Naira Bets account to get your wagers in. The $5 late double starts here, races 7 and 8. And right now the 9 is your favorite, Jet Off, a horse that is first time gelding for George Weaver.
This horse has kind of been a fickle one for me. I've liked him actually when I tried to get behind him even last summer in Saratoga, where it just seems as if he's never really taken a step forward getting to the grass. And to me, he's just one that I think you take a stand against as he's continued to drop in class and does so again, getting that gelding angle you said. You know, I always thought maybe dirt for him. His dam was a grade 1 place runner. She ran in the 3rd in the Frizette. Half to Camera, who's a very nice dirt runner there, did so routing. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is just George Weaver trying to find the right spot. Maybe it is, but I'm still a little bit dubious.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 9. I mean, you got to give George a little bit of credit. Short on the dirt, short on the grass.
Yeah,
long
he's tried
on the grass.
everything
He's tried
with
everything,
him.
synthetic, the whole 9 yards. Maybe the drop to 16, the lowest he's ever been, will get the job done. Yeah, the 2 horse you like in here, Hurricane Jerry. Looking at Lee, 4-year-old gelding. You throw out that start over the sloppy racetrack. This horse can figure here.
He does. You know, when you go through his races and dissect them. He's back to, again, getting to the turf as you elaborated on. And then back on October the 4th at that Meadowlands performance, it was a moderate pace. There was not much movement in that race. He faded after making a wide move, kind of became more one pace. There were 3 next out winners, including Frankie G, who ran a 70 Beyer speed figure, recently came back to win an 83 Beyer speed figure in that allowance race. My big takeaway with him, though, Paul, is when I saw him back in May, I thought, big frame, grass, he's huge and strong and wants the surface, and ever since then, I've wanted to bet him routing on the turf.
You're getting a good price. You're getting 5-1 with Jomar Torres aboard. You see the horses still circling around. The 6-1 bid is not really taking a lot of money, where the 8 All the Luck for Patrick McBurney, a horse that's been trying to get on turf 3 times has been rained off.
Patrick McBurney has had some sneaky good runners at some big prices, and they've looked tremendous. So this horse is kind of just churning away, getting back to the turf. Again, he's actually another son of Looking at Lucky, going to the turf, I believe. This is his first time. Nope. He did so back in 2024.
Yeah,
so first time
ago.
routing on the turf. We'll see how he fares. The pedigree mostly, though, reads dirt, Paul.
Wide open race, except everybody in the public on the 9. Even money on Jet Off. Sammy Marin trying to get his first win since he's been back since his ankle injury. George Weaver starts off your late double here. $5 variety here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. You see, you got a couple horses still waffling around the gate. The 5 has been ready to load here, Restless Passion. I landed on this horse. This horse was so keen, 2 back. I think Paco lets him run today, maybe more free on the front end.
Yeah, and this pace, you're not seeing a plethora of speed, so that could be exactly what it needs. But I will say the Time Formulas pace projection does have the number 9, Jet Off, in front.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of the public is going to the 9. Well, a couple more left to load. I think you're done hearing us. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the rest of the load and call.
Pretty 6 goes in, 2 back. Restless Passion in the blue. And to the outside, your heavy favorite, Jet Off. Here is Jet Off to the outside post for the George Weaver barn. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. Some crowding at the break there. A couple of them had to take up. Hurricane Jerry was one of them inside, and All the Luck on the outside got bumped around in a separate incident. Those two, third last and second to last respectively. They come out of the chute. Charlie Hustle is hustling to the lead with Pretty Sixy, the long shot. Pretty Sixy takes over. Charlie Hustle will take a hold second. Jet Off third. Restless Passion on a strong hold between horses early. He's pretty keen here under Paco going into the first turn run. Hurricane Jerry down on the inside in the yellow jacket. He's 4 lengths off the pace as they corner. Length and a half back to 1 bid, who's in the third last position. All the Luck second to last. 4 clear of Gabaroni at the back of the field as they approach. Backstretch run, Pretty Sixy paves the way on the lead. A length and a tail ahead. Jet Off runs in second. Restless Passion outside of that one now, moving up, and he's level second. Restless Passion down the backstretch in the 3 path, and now Jet Off and Restless Passion, they're moving together, and they're passing Pretty Sixy, that early leader, who's already under pressure, giving way. Jet Off, the favorite, making a bid to the lead, and now he's clear, going into the far turn, a length in front. Restless Passion second. Pretty Sixy retreating, going in the wrong direction. 1 bid next. Between them is Hurricane Jerry as they round the far turn. He's making a move into second, but Jet Off opens up. Jet Off, a 2.5 length lead as he goes to the quarter pole clear. Hurricane Jerry in second. Pretty Sixy trying to stick around. Restless Passion, not his day today. 1 bid plotting in place as they come off the turn, and then All the Luck as they wheel for the judge. Jet Off with a furlong to go. He's clear still by a 2-length lead. Hurricane Jerry, 1 bid on the outside is rolling. 1 bid down the center, gobbling up ground under Charlie Marquez, grabs the lead, and 1 bid will win at 15-1 to spring the upset here. Gabaroni from far behind rallies on to complete the exacta spot. Then Hurricane Jerry and Jet Off, who is 4th.
15-1 shot gets the job done here. 1 bid, 92 on the morning line. Just a crazy, insane pace. Horses taking shots at each other here, Megan, and 2 long shots run 1-2, 6-7.
Yeah, I don't wonder if it's a subject of how fast they were going. It was just all pressure, making different moves, horses tiring down the lane. And then you've got this long shot, the number 6, One Bid, who had decent enough numbers to be competitive, just has been plodding along and gets the job done, able to kind of snatch them all up late. The 7 ran well. As far as the favorite, though, it looks like he's just one paced and had everything his own way, it seemed, on the front end. They weren't going that fast, and he faded badly.
Todd, it seems like all the prices today, at least the last couple weekends, have been on the turf. Another one here.
That 8th and final coming up in Monmouth will start the cross-country pick 5. Back here at Aqueduct, looking at our favorite Spirit of New York for the spectacular bid. Maggie Wolfendale is down in the paddock. Maggie, we haven't seen Spirit of New York, at least racing-wise, since December of last year. How ready does this horse look physically off the bench?
Well, Todd, he's about 90% there, I would say, in my estimation. But also, as I always say, this is the one condition where it's okay to be a little less fit than you would like to see. You don't have to be 100% fit in these turf sprints, as we do have a good crowd down here in the paddock for our feature, the spectacular bid division of this New York Stallion Series. And Spirit of New York is a horse that, has run very well, is a stakes winner against New York breds, open stakes placed as a 2-year-old, and he's done some growing, which I always love to see, from 2 to 3. Now they're keeping him quiet here in the saddling stall. I didn't think he looked as good going back to November. He definitely looked best when up at Saratoga, and he's kind of rounding back to that, at least here in the paddock at the Big A. And also reading the form by Dave Gredig on DRF, Adam Rice saying that, look, I have a bit more horses than I usually have had in the past, so it's allowed me to work him with some better company to get him ready for this return race. Now, he's a horse that does not wear very much equipment on his face. He just wears that full cheek snaffle, which is a bit that Adam loves to use. Not many other trainers do use it, but I get the merits of it. Helps with steering, but it's also fairly very light for a horse. It's not a severe bit by any means, as it is broken like a normal snaffle in the middle. But all things good for Spirit of New York, and he's a horse that can be tactical. We'll see how he warms up on the track, but a horse that is going to be flaunting his early speed is number 6, Illmatic. As I mentioned at the top of the show, with regards to his turf debut, he was getting out that day, but Illmatic has changed vastly, physically and mentally, since that first start. He was very green that day, which is not something that's typical for Clement first-time starters. And mentally, since then, every other time I've seen him, since he's come back as a 3-year-old, he's been so relaxed, so reserved and focused here at the Big A. And I'm okay with him getting back to the turf. He has a very slack pattern, a flatter foot to him. I think he's going to be very dangerous in this spot here, Todd, as flaunting his early speed could prove the deadliest weapon of all.
Thank you, Maggie. About to get a call for Riders Up for our feature here at Aqueduct. Part of the New York Stallion Stakes Series. It's a spectacular bid. We'll come back with the post parade right after this on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Keeps coming. Explorers down toward the rail,
is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills, and the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visit rw.com for more information. Field coming out onto the track for our feature here at Aqueduct. It is the Spectacular Bid Stakes, part of the New York Stallion Stakes series. Scratch the 1 Daisy Dew. So our post parade will start with the 2 Hurricane Kaz, who will be trying the grass for the first time.
Feels like you see this often in state-bred stake races where horses are just, they got the state-bred tag. They're going to try to do things they don't normally do, whether it's stretching out, sprinting, going on the grass. I think they're just taking a shot with this one.
The 3 Wit Storm, second start off a long layoff.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't love the last race from a figure standpoint, but that race 2 back at Gulfstream Park going the flat 5, that was a fast race.
Spirit of New York, as we mentioned, has not raced since December of last year.
Yeah, the turn of foot this horse had in this first start back in July at Saratoga was very impressive, and needs to try to get back to his form, getting back sprinting.
It's the early turn of foot with Illmatic. He'll be the horse to catch.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think this horse was intended to be on the grass first time out. Had a couple of good dirt races, so Miguel decided to keep him there. I think he'll appreciate the switch back.
Sunday Boy had a good third last time out sprinting on the turf here.
Yeah, I just don't love closers in turf sprints unless they really stand out.
Nasuna Pagina, our last horse in the post parade, 2 for 2 on the dirt, undefeated in the career, tries the grass for the first time. What do you expect as far as the surface?
Yeah, this could be the thorn in the spine of Illmatic, right? I mean, if you pop away from there from that outside post, that could be trouble. And he's drawn outside. He's going to be able to put that pressure on Illmatic if he wants to. They both have really fast pace figures, so to me, it's really going to be about intent. If Kendrick wants to get the front, and Illmatic doesn't, there's a chance that the other horse can make the lead towards the outside, but I've always believed if you have that comfortable position to the outside, there's no reason to gun to the lead. Yeah, just let someone go and sit off of them.
And if they're both looking on paper talking about the jockeys, they kind of know what the situation is, so they can kind of have it to themselves and turn it into a 2-horse race out on the lead. But if there is some type of pace meltdown, then Spirit of New York, the horse you're looking at here, a 6-5 favorite, absolutely takes advantage. We were talking about the Bertram Bongard back in September of last year here at Belmont at Aqueduct, going 6 furlongs. Here's where that turn of foot was on display. You know, as you mentioned, in the debut at Saratoga, came from farther back, maybe a little bit more impressive, but here, proved to be tactical and still finish.
Yeah, visually more impressive in that debut, but who he faced in here, I think, was probably more impressive from Spirit of New York. And like you mentioned, when you look through, I've always thought that the mistake that horse players make is looking at past performances, starting from the top and working your way down. It's just kind of, second nature. I try to start from the bottom and work my way up. I think it tells a better story. The horse wins impressively first time out. He tries the stake. That doesn't work well. The Bobrovsky wires that field. He comes back, and the Bertram wins, tries to go long, doesn't work, tries the dirt, doesn't work, gets a break.
Maggie has been watching the field warm up and has her eye right now on Spirit of New York at 6-5. Now dropping to even money, Maggie. What are you seeing?
If I was a little washy or, not really concrete about my feelings about Spirit of New York, well, the warm-up, Todd, solidified the positive outlook on your favorite as Holy cow, he's moving well. I mean, he is just covering ground, really throwing his legs out in front of him. He got a spirited warm-up, and as you guys said, he's not a speed type, but I do think he's going to be tactical in here, which could prove to be, you know, the winning move in that, yes, he's kind of chasing, but he'll be the first one to make that move, as number 3 is Wit Storm. Now, I haven't seen Wit Storm ever, actually. I've never covered any of his races. But he was able to get the win going the 5/8 at Gulfstream Park back in February against Open Company, in which he was the recipient of a perfect trip that day. And last time, he had a perfect trip again, and he didn't capitalize on it. Now, Voodoo Doll would come back and complement that field by winning his next start with an 80 buyer. But while Wit Storm is a good-looking horse, I like what I'm seeing from him. The one negative is that he does come back wearing 4 wraps, so 2 in front. And for me, especially on the turf, and especially for the first time ever, I interpret that as a negative sign, especially when they're not in a claiming race either. And I just don't love the effort that he comes in here off of. Moving on to the horse that I did subsequently land on in number 7, Sunday Boy. His lack of pace hurts him. That's what I'm most scared of. But otherwise, next to Spirit of New York, he was moving so well. Just that trot that looked as though he was floating on air. A horse that continues each time I see him to take a step forward physically, growing, filling out, just mentally more mature too. And his trainer, Jimmy Ryerson, also stating that he feels as though a little bit further might be best for him, because he does seem to get a little run off his feet, especially last time when you watch that race around the turn. They sped up and he couldn't accelerate, and he got in a tight spot and he had to lose ground by steadying. So I think that didn't do him any favors. But, you know, it is the 3rd start off a layoff here, Todd, and a lot of times we do see horses put forth their best effort at that time.
I want to pick up on those comments from Maggie about the horse you're looking at, the 7 Sunday Boy. JK, if you isolate the 2 turf sprints, they're really good. In fact, the first time this horse sprinted on the grass, had an awful trip and almost pulled off the upset, beaten only 3/4 of a length.
I think that the problem I have with Sunday Boy is that his style in those 2 races where he did run okay, the style that he has invites that to happen to him again here today. And if the race is going to fall apart, say the 6 and the 9 hook up, there's other closers that are more attractive to me than the 7.
Well, that is what to watch early here. What happens with the 6 Illmatic and one of the last horses to load, the 9 Nasuna Pagina? Do they go after it, or do they take an easy route out there and try not to duel each other into submission? If they go fast, then Spirit of New York is deserved of the even money favoritism. It's post time for the Spectacular Bid, our feature here at Aqueduct. Chris Griffin with the call.
Bid. And they're off. Good beginning for all, as in between horses comes Illmatic, and out wider, that's Nasuna Pagina. Nasuna Pagina now puts a neck in front. Back to second is going to be Illmatic, and at the rail chasing is Hurricane Kaz. Spirit of New York is progressing to the outside of Wit Storm. They're now 3rd and 4th, and that's going to relegate Hurricane Kaz to 5th. The trailer, Sunday Boy. They're going into the far turn. Nasuna Pagina's got the lead, 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Illmatic and Jamie Rodriguez switch to the 2 path. Has got an outside run now, is stalking that pace setter. Spirit of New York is looming in behind, and here comes Manny Franco and Spirit of New York from 3rd. Trying to keep up his Wit Storm. They get set to reach the top of the lane, and just bobbling there, an awkward step there from Nasuna Pagina, and then they shifted ground, but now Illmatic puts her head down, and Illmatic is sprinting for home. To the outside, here comes Spirit of New York. Nasuna Pagina, after propping there on that turn, is now back in the fight, and look at this. Nasuna Pagina to the inside. Spirit of New York 3 wide. In between horses, Illmatic. A thriller in the Spectacular Bid. Nasuna Pagina. Wow, that was impressive. Illmatic 2nd, then came Spirit of New York in that photo in 108.58 seconds.
What a finish here in the Spectacular Bid. Nasuna Pagina actually outbreaks everyone here, then takes a challenge at the top of the stretch and continues to go on with it here and somehow pull off the win at 9-1. But there was a lot of action before this as well.
Yeah, pretty impressive performance by the winner there, to be able to hold off the challenge of the 6, get headed by the 6, that's not even headed. That's bodied by the 6. And then be able to come back, put the 6 away, and then hold off the on charge of the favorite, the 4. It was a very good performance.
Okay, now let's pick up the action here because you heard Chris Griffin say that the 9 props. I thought there was also action. Yeah, watch the 9 coming out of the turn here.
Whoa. I mean, he completely lost all momentum.
Yeah.
So I think what you can gather from that is that the ability to come back and win, it's probably not as drastic as it looks, because what happened is the horse basically stopped and lost all momentum. It's still pretty impressive the horse was able to come back, but the fact the horse got kind of passed and then the horse was able to re-break, it's a very impressive performance.
Maggie, I know it's hard to get inside a horse's head, but is there any reason you could think of why Nasina Pagina lost action like this?
I think, as Chris said, she's spooked because look, right there, he switches to his outside lead and then back to his inside after Kendrick corrected him. And Nasuna Pagina is actually going to be involved here in an objection, guys, as the 4 is claiming foul. That is Spirit of New York against the rider. Spirit of New York, ridden by Manny Franco, claiming foul against Kendrick Carmouche. Now, I don't think it was necessarily Kendrick's fault at all. I think he was doing it himself, and they're on a new surface, Todd. The mechanics are a little different. You know, the push off when switching leads is different on the turf than it is the dirt. So this is, I would say, chalked up to greenness, as we do see the board lit up now. Spirit of New York, like I said, with an objection against your unofficial winner, Nasuna Pagina.
Back to this critical point then. Now let's watch the 4 who's ranging up 3 deep here. You can see the 6 reacting to what's going on with the 9, but what's not clear is how was the 4 ultimately affected here. The first objection came from Manny Franco on the 4. Now we have the second objection from the second place finisher with Paddock here. And then there, deep stretch, the 9 seems to be switching leads back and forth. You wonder what the head-on would reveal. As far as the stewards, JK, they're watching in a double box this pan view that we're looking at, the side view, and they're also watching the head-on in deep stretch. We're going to pick up the action one more time, a little bit close up here, coming out of the turn. Is the 6 reacting to what the unofficial winner eventually does here?
Certainly. I mean, you have to ask yourself, or the stewards, you don't have to ask yourself, the stewards have to ask themselves, how much did this affect the 6 and the 4? It's hard to say that it didn't. I think it'd be a lot harder to say that it didn't than it would be harder to say that it did.
Well, then the other part to this, the stewards haven't really been watching what happened out of the turn. I know we're showing everything out of the turn, but they're actually picking up the action after this happened with the 9, Nasina Pagina, and propping there, as it were. But then watching deep stretch here, the head-on, do you see more where the unofficial winner may have fouled deep stretch?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at it here. The couple of times I saw it, I didn't see anything in the stretch. That's not enough. That little bump there is definitely not enough. I think that the focus of this, and I would imagine the rider's objection, has to do with what took place coming off of the turn.
But can you help me out with something? It was Manny Franco objected first. Every replay that we've watched, I don't understand where Spirit of New York is affected. The 6 obviously reacts to the 9 here, and if there's a chain reaction, fine.
Yeah, I think it's chain reaction there. I mean, I think the 4 probably lost another 2 past them. The 6, when the 6 came out, the 4 also had to come out, and they were both reacting. It was a chain reaction to what the 9 did. So,
well, what's important about that is if the stewards made a disqualification, you're talking about taking the winner down from the top spot all the way down to 3rd.
Yes. Yes, you have to put them behind the horses that were affected. And I suppose the stewards could say that the 4 wasn't affected, that it was just the 6, but you'll have to see. It could get pretty complicated based on the fact that there's 2 horses involved that were potentially affected. But yes, to your point, just for everyone at home, the rule is that if you are disqualified, you are placed behind the horse that you fouled. The decision for the stewards will be what horses were fouled and if a horse was fouled.
Okay, all right. So let's go to that. You're still leaving this open. Let me ask you this from 2 perspectives. One, if you were a steward, one of the 3 stewards voting here for disqualification or keeping the winner up, how would you vote?
I mean, I think it's hard to, I think it's impossible. The rule that they like to say, that they do say is, did it affect the order of finish? I think it is absolutely impossible to say with any certainty that the antics from the 9 did not affect the order of finish by making the 6 and the 4 come off of their stride, come off of their path. And if that didn't happen, would they have run by? Now, I hate to play the what-if game, but sometimes you kind of have to. If it was up to me, I would say that the 9 definitely did affect someone. I'm not getting a great angle to know how bad that was affected. I would say the 9 did do some fouling, as it were.
Maggie, you had a chance to talk to the rider aboard Illmatic. What did Jamie Rodriguez tell you?
Well, Jamie said, look, it definitely affected the way that his horse, Illmatic, was moving into the race. They also did exchange bumps a few strides before the wire. And I also thought it was interesting, Miguel Clement, trainer of Illmatic, did ask, do you think we would have been better going to the lead? And Jamie said, it was better because I got to hold this horse together a bit more, as I do believe they are leaving the 9 up here. Guys, as Nesuna Pagina is your still unofficial winner, but it's strange because a lot of times when it's this narrow of a margin, you do have to call in, did it affect the order of finish? And one could make the argument that it did. Now, it doesn't help the fact that Nesuna Pagina was passed in the lane and came back. So maybe that's what they're taking into consideration. Todd?
Okay, so this kind of goes back to where you were leaning before we went to Maggie. You were kind of making a case that you could leave this horse up. And so as you look now at everything we watched in the steward's decision, you comfortable with this decision?
A lot of times with the decisions, I feel like either way would have been okay for me. If they would have taken that horse down, I wouldn't have been offended. If they left him up, or they leaving him up, doesn't offend me. I will say this, Nesuna Pagina ran extremely well.
That was the best horse, right?
Yeah. So that makes me feel a little bit better about it, but I do believe that horse interfered with the 6 and the 4. But like I said, it's one of those decisions.
You're going back the other way.
No, but it's one of those decisions where I'm not offended either way. If it went the other way,
50-50s. Was this a 50-50?
Yeah, I mean, apparently it was. Apparently it was. Welcome to Inquiries and Objections with JK.
All right. Doesn't Andy do some sit down with the stewards? Doesn't he do a show like that? I thought there was.
Yeah.
Stewards Review. I wish he'd be doing that right now. I'd be curious to hear their comments on this one. But in the end, no change. 9-6-4-7, 9-1 winner at Belmont Park. When we come back, the conclusion to the card at Monmouth.
Well, beautiful day almost coming to the end here at Monmouth Park, but don't forget, you still have the cross-country pick 5, and it starts here. You got about 1 minute to get to your Naira Bets app. Belmont races 9 and 10, the last 2 races there will be races 2 and 4. Then you have the Lady Jacqueline and then the Ohio Derby, which will be on America's Day at the Races in FS1. 6:20 Eastern time will close out that cross country. Good luck if you're getting involved. And, you know, you look at this race, Megan, it looks like 3 horses in here, or 3 fillies, or 3, the 4 being a 7-year-old mare, excuse me. She's the one to beat, but it looks like 2, 3, 4 in here. But the wagering public's kind of, they've wagered in or narrowed in on the 3 and 4.
Right, they're coming out of that same key race, May the 24th, where Unsolved Mystery has just been on a tear.
Right,
She's
gosh.
come off 5 straight wins for her trainer, Luis Rivera Jr., who is not the jockey, Luis Rivera Jr., just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, right.
As we take a look at that last performance on a sloppy sealed surface, Paul, on May the 24th, where she's too wide, and they were both contesting that early pace. And to me, it looked like Unsolved Mystery was getting tired in the late stages of this race. I don't find it was one of her better ones, and it seems as if maybe she is going on the downhill slope of that form. But we shall see. They both ran well in this race.
It's hard to win 6 races in a row. She's almost won 6 in a row as it is. She lost by a nose the time before, 7 in a row, actually. She's looking for almost 7 out of 8. And she's really sharp. Now, Charlie's Beauty closed the gap on a little bit last time. Juan Avila's horse has been running great, and you get Paco aboard.
And Paco comes aboard. You can kind of take out that 2-back effort where it just doesn't seem as if she wants to route. Then she was probably up against it 5.5, 3-back, and then you really get into her consistent, solid races in and around this level. And you can't say she was a beneficiary of a sloppy sealed racetrack last time out, because she's run well on a fast track that she does get back to, and she redeemed off of an awkward break. That's the key for her.
Yeah.
Sometimes she can get off slower, but she does have that tactical speed. So break and go forward is going to be the game for Paco, who gets back aboard her for the 2nd time. And I like this horse. She's got tactical speed. If Duella Dent, the number 6, and the number 4, Unsolved Mystery, want to go, she can lay in that nice tactical trip, very similar to what she did in her last race against both of those foes, and potentially prove best. We shall see. She's definitely at the right level.
Yeah, the 3, I mean, her last 3 races, she hasn't broke well, but, you know, before that, she was a good gate horse, so hopefully she'll mind her manners today, as the last couple are going in. The 2, La Vecchia Signora, she needs a fast pace, but she'll come closing late here at 5-1. Again, if you're alive in any exotics, the Jersey 6, pick 5s, good luck. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the last race here from Monmouth.
Unsolved Mystery coming up. 2-back, Don't Tell Tamo. Hand to the outside. Duella Dent. Duella Dent goes in. Just about, now she backs away. Now she's in, we're ready to go. We're off. In the finale, good break for all the runners. Unsolved Mystery on the lead. Duella Dent not far away, pressing on the outside 2nd. Peggy Sue, I Love You moving up. And there goes Peggy Sue, I Love You to grab command early. From Unsolved Mystery, who's pressing a half length back. Duella Dent is 3 wide on restraint there. Gap of 2.5 to Charlie's Beauty. Another 3 to Don't Tell Tamo. And La Vecchia Signora at the back of the pack with a half mile to go. Peggy Sue, I Love You leads the way a half length. Unsolved Mystery, the big favorite, right there on the outside going into the turn. Charlie's Beauty into the 3rd position on the rail, rounding the far turn. Now she's trying to get outside, but Duella Dent's pinning her in. Looks like Charlie's Beauty's going to find a seam in the 2 or 3 path here, but there goes Unsolved Mystery, putting away Peggy Sue, I Love You at the quarter pole, and Unsolved Mystery opens up 2. Charlie's Beauty into 2nd. Unsolved Mystery well off the rail as she swings off the corner, but she's in complete command. Unsolved Mystery, Jorge Vargas Jr. with a furlong to go. Turn on the afterburners, and they have accelerated to a 7-length lead. Unsolved Mystery, here's her 6th win in a row. Unsolved Mystery, better than ever form for her here at Monmouth, and she certainly loves the Jersey Shore. Charlie's Beauty was 2nd, Peggy Sue, I Love You holds 3rd, and Don't Tell Tamo was 4th in the finale.
Wow, unsolved mystery. La Familia Racing Stable and Jorge Vargas along for the ride. 6 in a row and now 8 out of 9.
She gets back to a labeled fast track for the first time since November of last year.
She's
5 for 6 here at Monmouth Park. Remember when I said she might be tailing off in her form? That is not the case, as she's second off of the freshening, better than ever, and man, was this impressive. And Charlie's Beauty, again, second best this time by a lot less, or by a lot more than their previous meeting, as she established herself as best in this finale, Paul. But it was a great day of racing, lots of prices, also some formative results, in the 4-5 favorite here in this finale.
Yeah, $39,000 pick 5, Todd. That started off our card with that big pick 5 carryover. Pick 4 carryover into tomorrow's early pick 4. We got 2 stakes races with the Ladies Secret and the Get Serious, so a good day of racing here tomorrow as well.
Great coverage down there, you two. Look forward to checking in once again tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. And speaking of great, what a finish here in the spectacular bid. And then we had to wait and see if it would remain. And your unofficial winner becomes your official winner, Nasina Pagina. And our winner circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. You heard that right. Horses of Racing Age will be on sale Fasig-Tipton July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today. The middle pick 5, a healthy $24,687 and a meaningless 11 cents. It is Nasina Pagina pulling off the upset here in the spectacular bid. Congratulations, donor Transfiguration Stable LLC, trained by Paul Barrow, rid to victory by Kendrick Carmouche, bay gelding by Honest Mischief out of the gemologist mare. Brilliant Catherine was bred by Blue Chip Bloodstock Incorporated here in the Empire State of New York. Maggie?
Nasuna Pagina stays undefeated in his 3 career starts, and pleased to be joined here by John Koziak of Transfiguration Stable. And John, had to survive a bit of controversy to get the win, but talk about what transpired about from the quarter pole to the wire and how your heart's doing.
Well, I was watching from the finish line, so I didn't see it till I came down here. I didn't see the exact contact, but to me, that was a no-brainer.
Well, the stewards would agree, as showing some determination and grit to be passed after fluffing the run for home and coming back.
Yes, well, also it has a lot to do with Kendrick, who has won 5 in a row for Transfiguration Stable. Yes. So, yeah, I want to say he's our stable jockey.
You're a loyalist to Kendrick, in other words. But how confident were you feeling? It's not like he has an abundance of pedigree other than being by Honest Mischief, whose progeny seemed to excel in turf sprint. So how confident were you coming into this Stallion Series race?
I'll comment on the lack of pedigree. His name, Nasuna Pagina, is Italian for no page. And I didn't want to name it No Page, but the sexy version of it is Nasuna Pagina.
That is brilliant. Well done. No page, but can run.
And one more comment I have to make. A shout out to my partner, Gene Carcone, who could not make it today. But he'll be there probably in Saratoga next time he runs.
Has Gene been there for the other races?
No, he's recovering from sciatica.
All right. Well, Gene, we're wishing you the best. But are you nervous he might be bad luck?
I'm
sorry, Gene, just kidding. Well, guys, congratulations, you and Gene John. A big performance today.
Thank you, Maggie.
Nasuna Pagina, you learn something new every day. No Page, brilliant name, as he takes down this New York Stallion Series stakes. Todd?
And more Italian, Nasuna Pagina gets the big Sacco de Solde in here, gets the majority share of the winner's purse, and remains undefeated. And you look at those wins, 2 of them obviously coming at Finger Lakes on the dirt, but this was quite a move forward. There's more to offer the rest of the year for this horse.
Well, absolutely. You'd like to think they'll circle some races at Saratoga, and when you have a horse that can win a race like this, you get excited about what's to come, and you got that New York bred that's never going to change. You'll always be a New York bred.
You said it could be, with the way the races looked, we may already declare a pick 6 carryover rather early in the sequence. It seems like we're headed that. When you look at race 8 coming up, the dollar pick 3s are 1,100 or higher.
Yeah, I mean, you beat a couple of favorites to finish this thing up, and I think that there's a possibility that's where we'll be headed coming into tomorrow. But like I said, if you're alive, I don't want you to think we're rooting against you here. Let's see what happens, but it's definitely a possibility so far the way this sequence is unfolding.
New York bred maiden claiming company coming up here in race number 8, going 7 furlongs after the scratch of the one at Tony Hooks. Left with a field of 9. We'll come back with a call of riders up, the 8th at Aqueduct, when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Monmouth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
What a Saturday here on America's Day at the Races. Thank you for joining us. And we appreciate you staying with us on Fox Sports 1. I'm Todd Schrupp, along with Jonathan Kinchin. And the field coming out of the track for race number 8. Scratch the 1, Tony Hooks. Here's the 2, Gattoli.
Yeah, didn't take much money on debut. Didn't do much running either.
Here's a horse I like at 8-1, the 3, Zeus Lightning. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a couple of starts where he's run well enough. He's going to have to improve a little bit, I think, for this group.
Dinner Royale, changing barns, but look at the play on this horse, 4-1.
Yeah, a horse that didn't take much money, but you're switching barns, getting blinkers, adding Lasix.
Okay, the barn that horse switched out of was from Rudy Rodriguez. Here's a horse in Rudy Rodriguez's barn, the 5 Mo Curls.
Yeah, 0 for 7. But you look at his prices, 18-1, 16-1, 17-1, 10-1. Wasn't meant to run well in those spots.
Did I hear you correctly earlier today? You like this horse a little bit, the 6 in on it?
I do. I think this horse is very interesting. Another one who's got those single-digit odds, but he's been running, I think, probably right where he's supposed to. Maybe a little class relief here with this group will help.
Trainer Jose Jimenez has a couple of horses in here, the first of which is the 7, Always Honest.
His race 2 back was good enough to win this one. Maiden special weight didn't go great.
Doesn't this look like a decent spot for a first-time starter, the 8, King's Landon, making his debut?
Yeah, I like to look at the workout reports and from DRF, and this one seemed to have some nice ones.
Here's the other Jose Jimenez trainee. That's the 9, Violin.
Yeah, 21-1 on debut. Didn't show a lot of early speed in that race back in December.
Big Brooklyn is 8-1.
Big Brooklyn, drawn outside, was turf sprinting last time, but didn't show a lot of speed in there. Has shown speed in the past. We'll need to find that.
Okay, so a little out of order there is the 9, Violin. There is Violin, who is up on the board right now at 36-1. And we are just 2 minutes away from race number 8, Belmont at the Big A. We'll take you up to the starting gate when we return on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for race 8, maiden claiming New York breds coming up. I'm Acacia Clement stepping in here, reporting for the last few races. And we'll start things off with one of the contenders in the number 5, Mo Curls. As Jonathan had pointed out in the post parade, this is a horse that has been running against tougher company. But that being said, he was claimed for $30,000 back at the end of last year in 2025, and he was a very short price that day, and he still couldn't get the job done. This just might be the right spot for him, as he does get a slight turn back to the 7 furlongs. He looked incredibly fit coming in for Rudy Rodriguez, super coat on him. He had a big warm-up under Ruben Silvera. Maybe he meets the right company today. In on it, continuing to be the favorite, and he's another one that has had a lot of chances. I preferred a couple of the other new faces, and maybe ones that are a little bit more lightly raced. The number 3, Zeus Lightning, as Todd had touched on, I thought he was a little bit intriguing. He's a very oddly put together horse. He's very long in his body and in his frame, given that he is a bit sway back, so there's a dip in his back as well. And then he's very lanky, and I think that's why Derek Ryan ran him long on the turf. He's a horse that I'd written down in some of my previous notes, not overly turf in his feet in the way that he's put together, so I don't mind him getting back to the dirt, and he does look stronger than I have seen him in the past. Ultimately, though, I landed on the 4, Dinner Royale, who looked exceptional coming back off of the layoff. First time for Amelia Green, and the drop in class. Blinkers on, new gelding, a lot of changes, and they've made a world of difference, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. And as they move into line, the wagering going back and forth, remind everyone, JK, who you like here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 6 in here. What do we call it? In on it? Yeah, in on it, the 6.
I can't help but always hear Cool in the Gang, get down on it when I say that horse's name. Let's go to Chris Griffin, who's got the call. Race 8 from Aqueduct live here on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off. In on it was very slow at the start as the early trailer. Dinner Royale has asked for speed towards the inside, and here at the rail is Gattoli, who's now going to try to push on through and does. Gattoli's ready to challenge. Out wider comes Always On Us is in that early fray, and 4 wide in that group comes King's Landon. So 4 of them up top, plenty of pressure on here. Just behind them is Zeus Lightning. His head held high, but Zeus Lightning is moving towards the inside of Mo Curls. They're going to be mid-pack as losing ground was Violin towards the back end of the field. Big Brooklyn and In on it. They're the 2 trailers. No easy leads, 22 and 4. That opening quarter mile, Dinner Royale is in front, but for how long? Always Honest is ready to challenge for Zayas, and now Zeus Lightning is splitting rivals, is about to pass Gattoli, who's losing some ground in the turn. 3 wide in that group. The purple cap, that's Raylu Gutierrez on King's Landon, 46.20. The half-mile time, In on it, starts to rally on from far out of it, as now they reach the top of the stretch. Dinner Royale is still there. Dinner Royale continues to gut it out. Always Honest is trying to push on by. In on it is the one that's making up ground from far, far out of it, but running out of time. A furlong left to go. It's Dinner Royale has put away. Always Honest has a 16th left. In on it is eating up the ground on the outside, but still running out of time. Dinner Royale will win it. In on it for second, King's Landon, and Always Honest.
Dinner Royale gets the cheese, and a horse that was taking a lot of play, 8-1 in the morning line, eventually off at 3-1 in here. Had to work for it, got dueled early.
Yeah, took a lot of money. When you see a horse like that on a trainer change and, some equipment changes, blinkers on, Lasix, and you see that money, you're likely supposed to follow that. It doesn't always check out, but I think that those signs definitely lean towards something was expected to go differently. The 6 In on it was running on late. I just wasn't able to run down the 4 Dinner Royale, who ran much better than ever before.
How about the first-time starter, King's Landon, will make up enough ground to eventually get 3rd in there. 4, 6, 8, 7 posted on the board. Dinner Royale over In on it. King's Landon, Always Honest, and that is 3-1 over 5-2 over 20-1 over 6-1. And as we've been talking about, this pick 6 sequence has been very difficult, as we have 2 races remaining on the card that also are very difficult. So the real possibility of a sizable carryover into the Sunday card here, Belmont at the Big A, into tomorrow. But for now, we get Dinner Royale from that 8-1 morning line, which looked pretty legitimate, and down to 3-1. All those changes, Lasix for the first time, blinkers on, having been gelded, and then the new barn to Amelia Green from Rudy Rodriguez. Waiting for prices to come in for race number 8. We're also going to get you out to Ohio, looming a couple of big races there. The Lady Jacqueline, $250,000 for top distaff horses, and the Ohio Derby for $500,000, where the Wood winner is there. There's so much more to come here on America's Day at the Races. You'll see it on Fox Sports 1 when we return right after this.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025. She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos, and recent graded stakes winners Roja, Forge Steel, Helena's Forte, Italian Soiree, and Taken by the Wind. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
As we continue to celebrate the Big A, we turn our attention to the race that for generations has defined springtime here at Aqueduct, the Wood Memorial.
First run in 1925, the Wood Memorial was named for Eugene D. Wood, president of Jamaica Racecourse, where the race was originally held. When Jamaica closed in 1959, the Wood found a new home here at Aqueduct, where it has served as New York's premier race towards the Triple Crown ever since. Run at 1 1/8 miles, the Wood Memorial has consistently highlighted the sport's rising 3-year-olds. In fact, 11 Wood winners have gone on to capture the Kentucky Derby, including champions like Seattle Slew and Foolish Pleasure.
Past the 70-yard mark, and it's Seattle Slew in front.
Through the decades, the Wood has showcased racing royalty. Hall of Famers like Damascus, Slew of Gold, and Easy Goer have all stamped their greatness here on the road to stardom.
Easy Goer has the lead.
And sometimes, the Wood delivers performances for the ages. In 2005, Bellamy Road produced one of the most dominant efforts in Aqueduct history.
They're coming into the final furlong, and this is a dazzling performance by a dazzling 3-year-old Bellamy Road. He's turning the Wood Memorial into an absolute runaway.
The Wood Memorial has shaped the sport for nearly a century. From Triple Crown champions to future stallion stars like Tappet, Empire Maker, and Fusaichi Pegasus.
Fusaichi Pegasus will roll into Kentucky as the favorite in the Derby.
The Wood Memorial has been a race where the next stars of the Triple Crown announce themselves on the national stage. And as Aqueduct takes its final bow, the legacy of this race will forever be woven into the tapestry of New York City's fabled racetrack.
So we've had a finality to everything that takes place at this meet, Jonathan, and that is, it's the last Friday of racing we'll ever have at Aqueduct, but the last Wood Memorial we obviously saw this spring. The first time I ever came here was back in the mid-90s. It was Unbridled Song, who was the heavy favorite. I was a researcher on ABC who had the Triple Crown at the time, and the great Jim McKay came into the production trailer, and he would sit down and he would write his opening. So he'd have these handwritten notes, and then they'd eventually type it up for him for the show. So he went through several rewrites, and then he walked out of the production trailer, and he left some of his rewrites sitting there. He wasn't going to use them for the show. So I quickly grabbed them because I thought that's better than an autograph from Jim McKay, his handwritten notes. I have those to this day. They're treasure to me. But it was the first time I came to Aqueduct, and it was for the Wood Memorial. And so when I come here, I'm taken back to that moment more than 30 years ago, and I think of the great Jim McKay. Everyone has stories like that, you know, friends at the races and the rest of it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I think about this place. I think for a lot of people will remember some of the great horses that they saw run here. But I think even more so, from other racetracks around the country, it's about the experiences people probably had with friends, family, coming here and watching races, like insignificant races, right? Like one of my memories is that the time that I had the layover and I came over. It was the first time I had ever come here. It was a layover at a flight at JFK. I lost my double bet that I made while I was here, but that's a memory that I'll remember. And I think when you see the fans that are downstairs now, I think that a lot of their memories will come from things that aren't necessarily related to big races, but actually just big memories with their families.
Closing day forever as far as live racing will be Sunday, June 28th. Okay, so Albus will be the answer to a trivia question. Who won the final Wood Memorial ever held at Aqueduct? We were here for this back on April 4th. It was a minor upset. He's a horse that seems to have shown a lot of ability. Did he have a major excuse in the Kentucky Derby because he didn't run anywhere near the way he did in the Wood Memorial?
Yeah, I think he had a major excuse that he probably isn't good enough to win the Kentucky Derby.
Okay, fair.
It's a big excuse.
What about the Ohio Derby? Is he good enough to win that?
I'm going back and forth. You know, I think that the Desert Gate is going to be tough, but he's not going to be a great price. I think Albus is interesting. It depends on how they bet him. If they bet him like a horse that ran in the Derby and a Wood Memorial winner, then his price might get a little bit lower than I'd prefer. But if they kind of ignore him and think that maybe this was a kind of a fluky win for him, he could drift up in price and be a possibility in that Ohio Derby.
So Albus, your final Wood Memorial winner at Aqueduct today in Ohio for the Ohio Derby, and listed at 10-1 in the morning line. We do have a scratch out of here. The 6 Zenal is out. They are still 2 races away. The 10th just went official at Thistledown. It'll be the 12th that will be the Ohio Derby. We'll also bring you the Lady Jacqueline race number 11 before the Ohio Derby. But again, Albus amongst the top 3-year-olds down there. Okay, back here, 3-1 looks like parimutuel normalcy when Dinner Royale wins. But off this horse's debut, you had to get a little bit creative here and trust all the changes to like this horse at 3-1.
Well, I mean, that's where these kind of turnarounds come from, is you have to be creative with the changes. And the more we play the game, and you've been around the game, you start to recognize that all these changes, a trainer change, a rider change, blinkers on, Lasix, the ability to grow up from 2 to 3, those are the recipes to have horses run races that when you look on paper, they don't quite make sense. We all get very comfortable with the past performances based on what they've done, and you have to find some creativity on what they can end up doing.
Congratulations to the connections at Dinner Royale. Kim Don Racing, the owner, trained by Amelia Green. Manny Franco aboard a dark bay of brown gelding by King for a Day out of the Shackelford mare. Dinner 4-2. Dinner Royale was bred in the Empire State of New York. Let's see where we stand right now with the cross-country pick 5. You see the first 2 winners in the pool as well. Looking ahead to race number 9. And as we come up to this race, I thought, as you pointed out, a wide open race, 7 furlong claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 2 lifetime. To me, you know, if you're going to say it's wide open, it comes down to what you think of the 2 Shellac. When I was talking with Andy earlier and I said, oh, it's a wide open race, like, well, Shellac is going to be even money in that race. Shellac right now is 5-2. The effort 2 starts ago before coming to Linda Rice's barn, if you isolate that, yeah, that wins this race, but are we confident we're going to get that?
Well, you also talk about the change, right? We talked about change earlier with the last winner, Dinner Royale. There's also another change here, and sometimes changes can go the other direction. Not too often when they go to Linda Rice, but definitely something to take into account when you have a race full of so many question marks, so many different possibilities. Do you want to take a short price horse while you're guessing that they will keep the form or improve moving to Linda's barn?
We'll come back and take you into the paddock for race number 9 at Belmont Park at the Big A. And we also have much more coming up about the great history here and what's ahead in New York racing. America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 1 right after this.
Aqueduct, to me, it gave me my start. You know, I started winter racing, and, you know, a lot of young trainers got started at Aqueduct in the winter time.
It started so many careers in this industry. Aqueduct has a sore spot in a lot of people's hearts because it's really gave them a career.
Aqueduct's been a great place for me. We always said we cut our teeth here.
This is the gritty track. Belmont's really cool and nice and, you know, tradition, but this is the hardcore stuff.
Aqueduct is where we race when the conditions are harsh. You know, it's through the snow, the rain, the sleet, the mud. It's not for the faint of heart, but frankly, it's been a lot of fun.
The fans are passionate. I mean, these are really, really intense fans. It's like going to the Garden or going to the Met. They're critical of not just the racing, they're critical of the television. They're critical of everything that evolves around this.
The fans at Aqueduct are intense, let me tell you. You better get up for second for their exactness. You know, otherwise you'll hear it from them. When they run good, you know, they do give you a little bit of a pat on the shoulder. You know, hey, good job, you know, but that makes you feel good. At least it goes both ways. They're like the Philadelphia Eagle fans, you know, in the winter, throwing snowballs at Santa Claus.
Good memories here. I remember coming here as a child with my dad.
My father brought me here when I was probably 12, 13 years old, and I've been coming ever since.
First thing that always comes to mind is that Breeders' Cup that they had here. And boy, was that a great day of racing. And that really legitimized it. And to have it back in New York and to have it at Aqueduct, one of my favorite Breeders' Cups of all time.
It's really hard to believe it's going to close. I'm never going to come back here.
I'm going to miss Aqueduct. We're all thrilled to move into a $500 million new racetrack, but I'm going to miss this.
I miss everything about it.
I've often said a favorite racetrack is like a favorite song. It means something to you personally. We were talking about this a little while ago. People kind of returning this week to reconnect with maybe friends or family who are no longer here, but they used to come out to the races. And there are those racetracks you may watch from afar and go, I don't know about Aqueduct, but no, it means something to those local fans that you can't quite describe. You have to experience it. There's been some wonderful experiences here. And I really enjoyed that segment because it's a lot of the people behind the scenes that you don't always get to see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care how big of a fan you are. Some of the people you saw there, you haven't been here as much as they have been, right? Well, you know, seeing Mitch Levitas up there. Mitch is, you know, he's been coming here for quite some time, and just some of the behind-the-scene people that you had mentioned, right? And, you know, I think that you're right. It's not always the most glamorous place, right? When it's cold and it's windy and you're walking in from the parking lot and you got on 2 jackets and you're still cold, you know, it's not Saratoga in the summer or Keeneland in the fall, but it is still special to so many people for so many different reasons.
All right, closing day will be Sunday, June 28th. It's going to be a celebration, so it'll be a mixture of feelings. And that's the other thing I loved about that, getting to see Mitch Levitas on camera. A long-time phrase over the years, when you work with Mitch, you get rich. He has launched a lot of careers. Mitch, we are grateful to you for all of that. 8 minutes away from race number 9 here, Belmont at the Big A. Let's go into the paddock with Keisha Clement.
And while we're talking about Mitch Levitas, I know it's usually done at Saratoga, but we should bring back an episode of the Mitch at Large series, going around and seeing people around the track. But taking a look at Shellac, the number 2, 5-2 right now on the board. And much of this race, I agree, really does revolve around him. Now, he was eased last time out, but it was on a wet track, and albeit in an off-the-turf race against much better competition as he drops in class in here today. He broke his maiden for 12.5 2 starts back, where he just was dominant in that performance and pulling away from his company. And prior to that, had also been running against much tougher, both in New York and out of town. And first off, the claim for Linda, as he was able to run on the dirt last time out, it was the favorite, because typically when Linda stays in with horses like that and with main track onlys, it is a positive. He didn't handle it. He comes back here, and I think he is the horse to beat. Now, he looks great in here. He's one that I'm actually not familiar with, but healthy coat and weight to him. I'll watch how he's warming up in the preliminaries out on track, but so far he is a standout in comparison to his competition here in the paddock. And sometimes you really just see that when they drop in class, they just look so much better in comparison to what they're running against on that particular day. Now, beyond Shellac, I thought it was very wide open, and a horse that just kept catching my eye in the paddock is the number 7 Solutions. He broke his maiden last time out, also for 12.5. He was off slowly, rushed up on the outside to take over, but then he pulled away as much the best that afternoon. He comes back in what I think is a logical spot after the way that he won, and he was a horse that I thought always dirt sprinting was better for him, and that's what he stays doing. He's just done so well. He's now a 5-year-old, and he is still very lightly raced, but he's being able to pair consecutive races back together. A little bit of a layoff, having not run since mid-April, but super coat on him, excellent weight and muscle conditioning. He's forward but not over the top, and I am curious to see what he does facing winners for the first time. Like I said, beyond Shellac, I thought it was pretty wide open, and he's just a horse that looked like he's doing really well here in the paddock, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. We are 6 minutes away from a race number 9 here at Aqueduct. When we return, a call for riders up and a post parade. More America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 right after this.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code NOTCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Monmouth, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gratefully, and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully, Saratoga Special, gratefully, would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We had a great feature on the Sakura family and how they have secured the tradition behind Alapa, but also moved it into the future. What an operation they have there. Back here at Aqueduct, the field coming out onto the track for race number 9. This is from approximately 1 minute and 54 seconds ago. We start with the 1, Monteavi.
Yeah, it's a horse that if you look at his last couple of starts, they aren't great. But that race 3 back when he was a short price favorite, I thought he would ran okay in there. 2
starts ago, the maiden victory for Shellac makes this horse a deserved favorite.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran well 2 back, but you got to ask yourself, how's the horse going to run moving to Linda Rice's barn? The last race didn't go great at a short price.
Red Miller, equipment change, blinkers off.
Yeah, the blinkers off is always something to take a look at. You can't even see in the past performances last time this horse didn't have blinkers.
Reside off the claim.
Yeah, another one who is making a trainer change to a low percentage barn.
Charlie Charmer off a maiden win.
Yeah, I thought the horse actually is getting better. He's been improving at every start and got the win last time.
And spring of 2025 detail-oriented would have made sense.
The one horse that I actually thought couldn't win.
The 7 Solutions coming off a win.
Yeah, this is the one that I'm going to pick, the one that I like. I don't love that 12-5 last time, but ran extremely well and has had a little time for Dave Don.
Fiscal Drag, been at this condition a while.
Yeah, Fiscal Drag, another one who doesn't have a lot of early speed, always a concern in spots like this.
First time into the claiming ranks for the 9, Divine Peace.
Yeah, it was 38-1 last time. Obviously, it was in too deep of waters. You look at that race 2 back, puts that one in the mix.
How about Manny Franco getting aboard a horse who's 1 for 26, the 10, Taprit's Temper?
Yeah, 1 for 26 with a bunch of single-digit odds, 4-1, 2-1, 3-1, 5-1, 7-1, 7-1. I don't love to see that.
You could be playing all the great racing action we bring you here on America's Day at the Races if you have your Naira Bets account. And we're so sure you're going to love having an account with Naira Bets that we've got an incredible offer right now. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code MATCH200. Again, the promo code MATCH200, and then you're on your way to enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you'll start winning today. But you got to go to nairabets.com to join now. As we are about a minute away, in fact, the field is making their way towards the starting gate. Let's talk about a horse that you mentioned, the 7 Solutions. Do you see this horse, off a bit of a freshman? He had a lot of layoff lines here. A 5-year-old is making only the 5th start of his career. Do you see him as maybe the horse to catch?
Yeah, but he's got some early speed. I'm just a huge Dave Donk fan. I got to at least probably start and lead with that. I think that Dave has a unique group of owners that are in his operation that allow him to take his time, that don't worry about his win percentage, allow him to develop horses. If he wins 6 in a row or loses 6 in a row, they're going to still send horses to him, and he's going to still show up the next day. So I just think this is a horse that could be improving. Didn't have the best of starts in the middle, right? That first debut was pretty good, had a couple of bad starts, and then shows back up and runs very well. And I'm just hoping that maybe some things got figured out in the time between the debut and that last start. And I just think probably going in the right direction. And at 7-1, I'll pay to find out.
Honk for Donk, the 7 Solutions, as you mentioned, 7-1. Acacia, the field getting to the starting gate. What are you seeing?
Well, I really like, first of all, Solutions as well, physically, as I mentioned back in the paddock. But I just wanted to point out I would disagree with him potentially being the horse to catch, because he is not a good gate horse. Not just last time, but it has been consistent with him. So he needs to break better today to be able to put himself into the race without having to rush up and expend some of that energy early on. The number 10, Tappert's Temper, though, he was favored for a moment. And the thing with him is that he's just had so many chances. He's 1 for 26 with 5 seconds. The blinkers do come off in here, and he kind of got taken for speed last time out and ran on a little bit, but he is just one of those horses that I think we've seen what he is. Maybe he finds the right spot in here today. For me, I thought there were other more interesting horses. So he warmed up fine, very quiet and subdued out on the track. The number 3, Red Miller, had an aggressive warm-up. He too has had quite a few chances, but last time out, he ran for 20,000 going a mile. I love the slight cutback for him. He's on the smaller side, so I know it's just a furlong, but I think the 7/8 suits him really, really well. He was lugging in a bit when late switching leads. The blinkers coming off might help that, as he was aggressive out on the track and now can see his competition around him, Todd.
Another competitive race on a card that has yielded a lot of prices here. Belmont at the Big A. The field moving into line for race number 9. Checking the odds as they move in. The 2 Shellac is in the favorites role as expected, but at 2-1. Second choice to the outside, despite being 1 for 26 lifetime. The 10, Tappert's Temper, at 3-1. And third choice is the 3, Red Miller, at 3-1. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin for the last of the load and then the call. Race number 9 here, Belmont at the Big A, live on America's Day at the Races.
Also Charlie Charmer back there. Starter going to the front of the gate now. Bringing Charlie Charmer forward. Tappert's Temper. All set. And they're off. Charlie Charmer has asked for speed from in between horses, tightly packed up top. Shellac is down at the rail, and Shellac is ready to challenge. And now, just challenging with Charlie Charmer. They're head and head, 1-2. Solutions is going to be 3 wide in that group, and following them is Divine Peace out wider. At the rail comes Red Miller as a close-up 5th. To their outside comes Detail Oriented. Tappert's Temper with a wide journey is up on the far outside, mid-pack. Just behind them comes Reside. Towards the back end of the field, second to last is Monte Avi and the Triller. Fiscal Drag. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, and now alone it's Shellac. Shellac had a dispatch of some of those pursuers as Charlie Chalmers coming back for more. 3 wide is Solutions. Under a drive here towards the outside, Divine Peace, and at the rail, that's Red Miller. Nowhere to go yet. Very wide. Tappert's Temper, but no choice. And here comes Tappert's Temper, is actually going to split rivals and saved a little ground. And Tappert's Temper is ranging up on the far outside. Red Miller has gotten through at the rail. They still chase Shellac, who keeps finding. Jose Lescano turns up for home, reaches the top of the stretch, and Shellac is trying to finish the job. Red Miller with a clear run, and Tappert's Temper just ducked in, but Tappert's Temper with momentum too. Shellac is getting weary, and Tappert's Temper has blown on by. Tappert's Temper, Manny Franco looking for 4 on the day, and he's going to get it geared down. Tappert's Temper, much the best. Red Miller second, then Shellac and Monte Avi.
Well, we were wondering about Manny Franco getting aboard a horse who was 1 for 26 before today. Wonder no more. And it literally has been an up and down week for Manny Franco. He hit the deck yesterday. He had an incident today, but yet he's got 4 wins collected on today.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that a horse like this who's 1 for 26 shows up without any real change, just takes the blinkers off. I guess that's the change. You didn't think that change was going to make this big of a difference. Takes the blinkers off, is 3-1 in this spot, and wins like he's spectacular bid. He's not.
He's not. But yeah, if you walked in, didn't tell people what kind of race it was, what the race record was, you'd be like, wow, that was a really good horse. 10-3-2-1, 3-1, over 9-2, over 9-5, over 37-1. Final time for the 7 furlongs, 125. But not often that the rider aboard Tappert's Temper can look over the shoulder and realize the race is over. Before today, as we mentioned, 1 for 26 with that 1 for 17 record here at Aqueduct.
Tappert's Temper's like, wait, so this whole time, all
just
I had
Manny
to do
Franco?
was just, get Manny and then just win the race? And then you don't have to ask me to do anything?
Wayne Potts seen through Tappert's Temper. He's been winning, his barn has been winning some races at Monmouth, and of course he has a presence up here in New York. And so we get 3-1 on your winner, the 10, Tappert's Temper. Talking about our big anticipated race at Thistledown today, the Ohio Derby. Some of the biggest riders in the country are down there, and we'll be talking more about the Ohio Derby from Thistledown when we return on America's Day at the Races. Today's edition of America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Earlier this week, the devastating news of a barn fire that took place Tuesday at 2:30 a.m. at Saratoga Raceway. In the harness world and any world, this was devastating. 17 horses were lost. The proximity of Saratoga Raceway, for those of you who've been up in Saratoga Springs, New York, it's literally blocks away from Saratoga Racecourse. Obviously, we have thoroughbreds in our world, but we are all drawn to the horse, whatever their discipline is. This was tragic news to everyone in any industry associated with the equine athlete. And JK, we're still having to recover from this, and there's a financial aspect to it too, recovery for the horsemen and women.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been around this game for a long time or a short time, you'll recognize that these horses are part of our family and these people's family. And I think that when you see these types of tragedies, it's just that. These people lost members of their family. Although they're four-legged family members, it still hits the same. Yeah, it's an emotional toll that will always be felt. But as we said, on the practical front, there are funds that are needed to recover. Go online, shop NYRA.com, and if you buy that shirt, 100% of the proceeds will go to the Saratoga Harness Association. There's also a GoFundMe page set up, and it's real simple. If you take your phone right now, your smartphone, put it on camera mode and aim it at that QR code, it'll take you to that GoFundMe page. Every dollar matters during this very, very difficult time. We hope you'll support in any way you can. Okay, back here at Aqueduct, coming to the winner's circle in race number 9. It has taken a while to get by that never won 2 lifetime condition, but Taprit's Temper now runs the record to 2 for 27. And as we said, Manny Franco, 4 wins on the day. Look, you know, I always say this when riders have 4-win days or multiple win days. I get to pick the horses that I pick, and it's hard for me to pick 4 winners. They get kind of dictated to who they're going to be riding, and to find a way to get 4 wins is always an impressive situation. And Taprit's Temper, congratulations to the winning connections as you look at him draw off down the stretch. And this one owned by Yaganen Vadaya, trained by Wayne Potts. We mentioned Manny Franco aboard. Taprit's Temper was a class project, was bred by the University of Kentucky. Go Cats. Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Taprit out of the Summerfront Mare, Tropic Holiday, and as being bred by the University of Kentucky is a horse from the Commonwealth. Moving on to the 10th and final. What a great finishing race. 6 furlong maiden claiming event for New York breds on the turf. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. I was curious to see some of the play that might come for some of the first-time starters in here. There's some horses dropping in class. Where are you kind of leaning early on in this final race? Yeah, I mean, it's that tough conversation about horses with experience versus horses that are first-time starters. If you've been around New York racing, you've seen when Adam Rice shows up, occasionally he can have some dangerous horses. This horse is taking a little bit of money, 5-1 on the board, the 9, waiting on a promise. I'll keep an eye on that board. But like I said, it's really a decision you got to make between the horses that have run and the horses that haven't. We have some time until the 10th and final, 19 minutes away. By the way, I think everyone's a carryover in the pick 6 too. So we've got a carryover in the pick 6 no matter what happens in the final. So we'll talk more about that as it impacts the Sunday card. But we have 2 of the richest races in America coming up. You're going to see on America's Day at the Races, and they're both at Thistledown in Ohio. The first of which, $250,000 in the Lady Jacqueline. It's 1 1/8 for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. We have a couple of scratches in here. The 7 Candlelight Hours is out. The 8 Tirapati is out. We also have a couple of rider changes. The 5 Chilled will now be ridden by Kazushi Kimura, and the 9 Just Be Quiet will now be ridden by Eric Barbaran. Let's take you into the paddock for the 11th at Thistledown, the Lady Jacqueline, and taking a look at our 6-5 favorite, the 2 Nerazzurri. And if, look, just on class, her last 2 races, grade 1 opportunities. This is, in a lot of ways, class relief here today. Yeah, look, she's 26-1 in the La Troyenne, doesn't go well, understandably. She's 10-1 in the Apple Blossom, doesn't go well, understandably. But now you get into the races where she's odds on. She's 4-1, she's 2-1. She's running first, second, first. And in this Bayakoa, she runs second, getting beat by what some might say is a pretty good horse.
Yeah, Nitrogen, who is now once again queen of this division at this point in the season. And so a second to her probably translates to a win when you go to Thistledown. But, you know, you did point out the La Troyenne, which she was in. The horse who was also in that race was the 3 Take Charge Omaha, who ultimately finished ahead of her in there. They were both, you know, well beaten. But this is a race where a very logical favorite in the 2 Nerazzurri with that class relief up on the board right now at even money. Here's the horse I couldn't figure out, JK. That's the one Standout Sensation. Yeah, Standout Sensation was with our old colleague Tom Amos, now with Kendall Roy, his former assistant who's taken over. This horse had some nice numbers. I just wasn't crazy about the Azeri and the races prior to that. Just a little bit light on numbers compared to some of these other ones. Our favorite Nerazzurri goes through. Here's the 3 Take Charge Omaha. Yeah, Take Charge Omaha, like you mentioned, had run in that La Troyenne, has come back since and didn't run all that well either there. The 4 Low Country Magic, probably going to be part of the pace, right? Yeah, it definitely has some early speed and could be in the mix, but I don't know if they have enough early speed to take advantage of it. Chilled will probably be coming from off the pace. Yeah, it didn't run well last time at a shorter price. Didn't run last time, or 2 times back at a bigger price. And then there's Peigneur, who may be stalking the pace. Yeah, this is another one who's got some tactical speed. I always think Rudolph Brissett's horse have an advantage since he's able to get on those horses in the morning. That's a great point. Scratch the 7 Candlelight Hour, scratch the 8 Tirapati. Finally, the 9 Just Be Quiet. Yeah, this horse has just been a little bit too slow. If 3 or 4 of these, if one of 3 or 4 of these shows up, the 9 will be in too deep a water. Older fillies and mares in the Lady Jacqueline, but after that, it's all about the 3-year-olds. Trainer Steve Asmussen has Chip Honcho going in the Ohio Derby. His most recent effort, he was 3rd in the Grade 1 Preakness. Great stakes action from Ohio coming up when we return on America's Day at the Races.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code NOTCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. We're well underway here at Aqueduct, and they're well underway at Thistledown. One more race coming from New York, but two huge races coming up from Ohio. You're looking at the starting gate as the field is about to move into line for the $250,000 Lady Jacqueline at 1 1/8 miles. And as we take a look at Standout Sensation, and most recently, Standout Sensation was third in the Dig a Diamond at Oaklawn Park. But this horse had some really good form prior to that before getting beaten as the favorite in that most recent start.
Yeah, it's always disappointing when you get beat as the favorite. It's always something that you want to take into account, and you know, when the public thinks that a horse is supposed to win and they don't do so, it's definitely not something that you love to see. The one thing I will say is that from this inside draw, Standout Sensation has always had tactical speed. And I think tactical speed from an inside draw in a situation like this is definitely something that can always help a horse work out a good trip in a situation like this. So if they can pop away from there, hold that inside position, the pace isn't too quick, I think Standout Sensation could potentially get back to some of her better races.
Maybe it's a little esoteric on my part. When handicapping her, I just wondered, she had a long season last year. Her last win was her last start of last year. And then the 3 starts this year, she doesn't look to seem to have that form. So I just thought she was a play against at 5-2, trying to handicap, saying that her form is going the wrong direction. She hasn't had a lot of breaks over the course of the last 12 starts. Our favorite, on the other hand, at even money, the 2, Nerazzurri and Flavien Prat aboard. He'll actually be riding this one for the first time. But yeah, any of those races prior to the 2 Grade 1 efforts, that makes this horse even money.
Yeah, I mean, prior to those 2, I think that, you know, let's see, the race February 27th at Oaklawn, the Bayakoa, all the way back to that allowance race. Those races all probably win this one. And not to mention, there's nothing wrong with having one of the best riders in the world, arguably, if not the best rider in the world, in Flavien Prat, that will always come in handy in a situation like this.
You talked about not handicapping from the most recent past performance and going down, sometimes doing it the other way. If you do it that way with Take Charge Omaha, don't you look at the effort late last year at Churchill Downs going 1 1/8 as an effort that competes? And I also noticed that when she met the favorite at Oaklawn Park, she was a solid second choice, and now today you get 9-2 as the third choice. What do you think of Take Charge Omaha?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you talk about that. She had that race in November of last year. Then she comes back at Oaklawn. Doesn't run all that great, but she is wide all the way around there. Then we don't see her again until April 12th. She comes back, she wins. Okay, all is right. Everything's fine. Then she finds herself in 2 spots that, you know, maybe were too tough for her. So, yeah, sure, getting back to a level that maybe fits her a little bit better. But she's just one that I don't quite trust, because if the real Standout Sensation shows up, or Nerazzurri shows up, I just worry that she's not quite good enough. And I think that when you are trying to get a horse that you don't think is quite good enough in, I much prefer needing one horse not to show up. I don't like that angle as much when you're needing multiple horses not to show up, because the likelihood of one of them showing up obviously is pretty high.
Well, they have shown up at the starting gate. They're about to move into line for the Lady Jacqueline, 1 1/8 miles, $250,000, bringing you outstanding stakes action from Ohio here on America's Day at the Races. And the biggest race is still ahead. After this, it's the Grade 3 Ohio Derby, $500,000 on the line there. Bob Baffert has Desert Gate, and then a horse that many of you saw almost pull off a significant upset in the Kentucky Derby at 70-1, Oselli, who finished third, has yet to win a race in his career. He'll be one of the highlighted horses in the Ohio Derby. But first up, it's the Lady Jacqueline. Here's Matt Hook with the call.
Eric Barbrand, the last in line. Locked up. They're off in the Lady Jacqueline. Nerazzurri has some early speed, but there goes Low Country Magic making a bid for the front, and Standout Sensation is up front as well. It's Standout Sensation under the wire for the first time with a neck advantage. Nerazzurri is in close attendance, as is Low Country Magic. Then we have Chilled, who gets to the inside for a ground-saving trip. She's with Peignoir. Then it's Just Be Quiet. The early trailer is Take Charge Omaha. Into the clubhouse turn, and it's Standout Sensation just in front of Nerazzurri. Low Country Magic is third, 2.5 off the lead. 2 clear now of Chilled, who's racing in fourth. Peignoir is fifth, racing about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead as they enter the backstretch now. Take Charge Omaha is just behind her, and Just Be Quiet is trailing the field. 5 furlongs to go. Standout Sensation maintaining a slim advantage over Nirazuri. Low Country Magic still a close third. Chilled is the gray. She's on the inside racing in fourth. Take Charge Omaha is moving up inside of Peignoir. And Just Be Quiet is about 8 lengths off the lead. They race to the 3.5. Standout Sensation still in front. Nirazuri still right there. Low Country Magic a close third. And then it's Take Charge Omaha who's up into fourth. Chilled is back to fifth. Just Be Quiet is second last. And Peignoir, it's not her day today. 5/16 to go in the Lady Jack. And there goes Nirazuri. Nirazuri's made her move, and Low Country Magic goes with. Standout Sensations back to third. Take Charge Omaha is right there fourth. Just Be Quiet trying to rally from off the pace. Top of the stretch. Nirazuri to catch. It's Nirazuri in front. She leads by 2. Low Country Magic is right there second. Then it's Take Charge Omaha third into the final furlong. Nirazuri is clear, and she's opening up now. A 16th to go. Nirazuri is clear, and Nirazuri is a Lady Jack champion. Nirazuri does it. Take Charge Omaha was second. Low Country Magic finished third, and Just Be Quiet ran fourth.
Nirazuri back to her winning ways here. What a perfect trip. You talked about Flavien Prat. He's usually in a good spot, and the spot here was tracking the pace setter. Low Country Magic gets first jump and draws off.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have a horse like this who's got that strength of schedule that shows horses like nitrogen in it, you'd like to think that getting to a group like this, you're expecting to see a performance like this, and that's exactly what we saw here. I mean, this is the best horse on paper, the best horse on the racetrack, the best resume, the best speed figures, and that's what you get when you put all those things together.
Great way to put it. Strength of schedule, and Nirazuri just too much for this field today. 2-3-4-9 in race 11 at Thistledown, and still ahead, the biggest race we'll be bringing you today, the Ohio Derby. Meanwhile, back here in New York, it's a call for riders up in our 10th and final. If you haven't been fortunate enough to find some winners along the way, well, this is a good race. Dubbed the get-out race, usually the last race at most racetracks. This one certainly lives up to the billing. But let's start with Garden of Grace, who comes in 0 for 10 lifetime. We're going to look at the most recent race, May 17th, race number 8 here at Belmont at Aqueduct. Was a slight favorite this day at 2-1. But are you seeing anything different in this race that we didn't see in the 9 previous races?
Not really. I mean, the blinkers are coming off, and they've been on for the last few starts. And the other thing I'll say, just as an aside, and this is never meant to be a disparaging comment, West Point horses are always overbet. And the reason they're overbet is because they have a lot of partners that are involved.
My racehorse, the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
You get partners putting $100, $50, $25 on their horse, and kudos to them for doing it. It can have an effect on the price. I just feel like the horse is a little overbet. That would be my biggest argument.
Here's our live post parade. We start with the one, Raynham Hall, 0 for 9 coming in.
Yeah, 0 for 9. He's been taking money in the last 3 starts as well.
Stella Fortuna, second start of this one's career.
Yeah, didn't do much running, didn't show much early speed last time with 46-1.
And we're going to skip over the 3, Garden of Grace. That's how this post parade is working. The 4, Adroit, a first-time starter. I thought there were some first-time starters to pay attention to. This one getting nothing on the board, 40-1.
Yeah, Jimmy Ferraro. It's just not something he puts his energy into. Winning first time out, 4 for 186, only 2% in his career.
Tis improbable, coming off the debut. They wanted to be on the turf, but that race got moved to the main track.
Yeah, it was 48-1 last time. Didn't do much running. Maybe getting back to the grass will help.
I know you're looking at the 6 a little bit.
Yeah, it was an interesting horse for Rick Dutrow. I was 32-1 last time, was wide, lost a little bit of ground. Let's see if that one can take a step forward. Second start off of a break since last November.
Scratch the 7, Pismo Beach. Amongst the favorites, I thought the 8, Tudhill Town, deserved any play this horse got. What'd you think?
Yeah, back as a 2-year-old in November of last year at a short price, ran well and was unlucky to be beat.
And the 10, Mischievous Joe, a number of horses out of order here, but the first-time starter hanging around at 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is being bet a little bit for Dominic Schettino. He's only 9% with first-time starters. Horse is taking some money.
Yeah, another horse, not being disgraced in the odds. First-time starter, the 9, Waiting on a Promise.
Yeah, Waiting on a Promise. We talked about that when Adam Rice ships one over from Presque Isle Downs. You can see that horse has been training over there pretty consistently since May. When he ships one over, they can be dangerous.
The 11, Jenny Wade, trying the turf for the first time, blinkers on. Here's the first-time starter from Miguel Clement, the 12, Come Monday.
Yeah, Come Monday. come Monday, we'll have 1 week left.
Yeah, that's right.
Here at the Big
It'll be
A.
our last off day Monday in the history of Aqueduct.
Wow.
The 3 Garden of
That's
Grace. You know, when you think of Aqueduct, now you're going to think of the moments that you and I had here. That will come to mind.
Yeah, when you know, in 25 years from now, I'll be sitting in some rocking chair talking about that one time.
You are not in a rocking chair. 25. That will make you like 42 25 years from now. You are young. I will be the one in the rocking chair with our memories. But get out here as the final week. And then tomorrow we are going to have a carryover in the Pick 6. We'll get that total to you no matter who wins this last race. So that'll definitely bring a lot of extra interest to the Sunday card tomorrow. And taking a look at the 8, currently at 5-2 in this 10th and final. That's Tut Hill Town, who JK was talking about the form last year. So let's go back to the second start of this horse's career, because it was here, Belmont and Aqueduct, 6 furlongs on the turf. Second beaten ahead, was actually favored in that race. Now, this horse has, compiled a lot of seconds and thirds, but this race right here, if repeated, makes this one an automatic contender, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can say that for all the horses that have okay performances that have run. I'm not talking about the ones that have run and run poorly. I think that any of the horses that have run competitive races can all find themselves right in the mix, right? You're talking about the 3 Garden of Grace is one of those that if she shows up and runs, she can win. The 6 Avery's Wonderland's got a race that could definitely win. Tut Hill Town, the 8, has a race that can win. Those are the ones that if they show up and run that race, the firsters aren't, promising, they can definitely win.
We are about a minute away. A lot to take into consideration here. I'm so curious on some of these first-time starters, how they look, and horses like Garden of Grace, who are 0 for 10. With all the answers, Acacia Clement.
I will certainly try, Todd. I'll talk about a couple of firsters in a moment, but first looking at your favorites, the number 3, Garden of Grace. She is dropping once again. She has previously been exposed running for Maiden 50 on the turf back in October, and then she was sidelined for the season after that. My biggest thing with her, and I noted this last time as well, she is the type of filly that lives on her nerves. That's always been the case with her. It's just that she's gotten a bit light, and she just hasn't put that conditioning back on. I was really hoping to see her look stronger today. I do like that she's staying on the turf. She came out last in the post parade. That is not uncommon for her. Lately, she's been doing post parades, but she does get herself very wound up prior to the race. But I do think that she had a bit of an excuse last time. Charlotte's Universe wired the field, and this filly broke slowly and had to rush up. So she could win. She is a horse, though, that I think is a bit tough to trust. The number 8, Tut Hill Town, she's tough to trust as well. I did land on her because she's only had 1 turf start, and I have always felt she is a turf horse. So she gets back to what I think is her preferred surface now. There is an argument that day back in November in her lone turf try that she hung a little bit when she got to the leader. Rudy Brisset's been kind of fooling around with the types of equipment that she wears, as previously she was wearing a cage bit. Last time when I saw her, she had just a ring bit on, so a little bit of a lighter type of equipment. And then the Houghton is back on today as she gets back to the turf, because she is a horse that has the tendency to drift a little bit or maybe not be the quickest out. So we'll see if that bit back on does help her, as she did come from off the pace in her lone turf start. I expect her to be a bit more forward today, as Edgar Zayas had her forward in her dirt start 2 starts back the last time he rode her. Now a couple of firsters, the 9, Waiting on a Promise for Adam Rice, who's incredibly dangerous with first-time starters, especially when shipping firsters here to New York. This one I know does not have much turf pedigree or much pedigree at all, but she looks like a turf horse. I can absolutely see what Adam is thinking with the process and putting her here in typical Adam fashion. No noseband, full cheek snaffle. That is typical equipment for him. She looks very fit. Big flat hoof on her. I almost picked her. I think she's very interesting. The number 12, Come Monday, another one with not a ton of turf pedigree on the bottom side. Independence Hall is by Constitution, whose progeny can run well on the grass. She came in with a training saddle, typical for first-time starters for the barn. She does move like a bit more of a turf horse, though, in the way that she covers the ground, though she does have some size to her. She's strong. I wonder if she might appreciate a little bit longer on her pedigree and on her physical, but she will have to work out a trip from the outside. But interesting firsters as well in this nightcap, Todd.
Acacia, thank you for all your great work today. I know it was a long day. You were hosting early on with Andy Serling, then doing the paddock reporting in between. You had an objection that didn't go your way, and you handled it all with class. Thank you so very much. As they get to the starting gate here, JK, what a day to be a horizontal player. A horse that Acacia was talking about quite a bit. Our current favorite at 2-1, the 8, Tut Hill Town. The 50-cent pick 5 to that horse. That's the lowest payoff, $16,900.
There's nothing wrong with that. You love to see a 5-digit score, and if you hit that, you get to wake up tomorrow, handicap the pick 6 carryover.
Who do you have here?
I'm going to go with the 6, but I think the 8 is live. If I was alive to the 6 and the 8, I would feel very comfortable and confident in that situation.
Yeah, and if the 6 wins, that pick 5, $29,500. For the final time today, let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. It's the conclusion to the Saturday card, Belmont at the Big A, here on America's Day at the Races.
Load. 10th and final on the Saturday afternoon. All set. And they're off. Awkward beginning for Tis Improbable at the back end of the field. Speed from Avery's Wonderland, but here quickest to the outside comes Waiting on a Promise and Mischievous Joe. Mischievous Joe and Waiting on a Promise, these two hook up early and they move quickly up top. At the rail is Stella Fortuna as a challenging third. To their outside is Avery's Wonderland. Come Monday is in fifth, is about 5 off the leaders. They sprint towards that far turn, 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. From 6, Tut Hill Town is on the move. Raynham Hall is in behind them in 7th. Just further back is Jenny Wade, is to the outside of Garden of Grace, who's got a lot of horses in front. Towards the back end of the field comes Adroit, and still far, far back is the trailer, Tis Improbable. Waiting on a Promise has a quarter mile left to go, reaches the top of the lane, and Mischievous Joe has been challenging throughout. Now here come the closers, and Stella Fortuna's looking for a seam. It's a cleaner run for Tut Hill Town, and Tut Hill Town is lifting and coming after. Waiting on a Promise. Waiting on a Promise has been passed by Tut Hill Town. Garden of Grace is now in the clear, is rallying on 2 inside the final 16th, but Edgard Zayas with another one on the day. Tut Hill Town will win it. Garden of Grace second, then Waiting on Promise, and Stella Fortuna.
Tut Hill Town showing us that form that we said if this one could reach back to last year would be a danger. Look, is never going to get off to a great start, and there was a decent amount of pace here, and some of these first-time starters just kind of relinquishing late here. And so Tut Hill Town eventually off at odds of 2-1 as your favorite, gets the win.
Todd, this is not a red board because I didn't pick the horses. It's not a red. It's just I think sometimes when you see a result as a horse player, you're supposed to ask yourself, what did I miss? Why wasn't I where I should have been? Why didn't I pick this horse? And the one thing that I think I underestimated is if you look at Tut Hill Town's figure that she earned, as a 2-year-old, that figure was in the arena of what these horses have been running as older horses. So just from that time of getting back to the grass from a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old, there was a sign that there could have been a step of improvement, and I think that's exactly what we just saw there. It's an important thing to look at, is sometimes the figures can look light when they're 2, but when they grow up a little bit, they run into bigger figures.
And Edgar Zayas holds the key to this pick 5. He wins the start of the late pick 5. He wins the ending to the late pick 5. And if you're able to put those 5 winners together, $16,900. And as we said, we'll have the total for the pick 6 carryover in just a little bit. But posted on the board, 8, 3, 9, 2. 2-1, over 3-1, over 9-1, over 27-1. Waiting for the prices in our final race here at Aqueduct. And then we have the Ohio Derby, 26 minutes away. And some of the horses that you saw in the Kentucky Derby, you will see in there as well. Prior to that, though, in the Lady Jacqueline, it is the favorite that comes through here. And there's Zuri. After putting together a great spring, moved up to Grade 1 company, didn't work out. So a realistic spotting here. Nerazzurri for trainer Mark Cassie, Flavian Pratt aboard, owned by Michael Eisman. A Bay filly by Protonico. Remember him? Out of the Candy Ride mare, Beautiful Liar, was bred by Porta Pia Stables in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. The race after the Lady Jacqueline, as we said, is the biggest race in the country today. It's the Grade 3 Ohio Derby, $500,000. No surprise in the early wagering. Who is the favorite? That is the 8, Desert Gate. Also appears to be the horse to catch. Although when you look at it, JK, I can't imagine a horse like Robusta, who is showing California speed in those prep races out there, would let this horse away. Maybe even Chip Honcho might try and go after Desert Gate.
Yeah, I just Desert Gate, I think, is one of those types that's going to be forward. Baffert, that's what he does. You were in California for a long time, and you can't tell me too many fast Baffert horses that he rated. That's their weapon. Desert Gate's going to be forward. And I also don't think Chip Honcho and Jose Ortiz want to find themselves in some sort of ding-dong battle with Desert Gate. I would think the Desert Gate will probably clear this group. Chip Honcho will try to sit comfortable and then flop outside of the 8, and then it'll be a horse race from there.
You know, to the points you made about Bob Baffert, to add something that I think is underappreciated about him, everyone talks about his pursuit of the Kentucky Derby, but when he realizes a horse doesn't belong, he's willing to go to Ohio and earn the maximum amount of money, and he's being very realistic with Desert Gate, the Texas Derby, the Hot Springs prior to that at Oaklawn Park.
Well, one of the things I think Bob gets to do, and I think, you know, the Chad Browns of the world, the Todd Pletchers, the Brad Coxes, they all get to do as well, Bill Mott's, is they have so many good ones. They're never really tricked by whether or not one is good or not, because they've got so many measuring sticks in their barn. They've got a row of measuring sticks. So when they put them all together, they know pretty darn well who's good and who's not. Well, I think some connections find themselves in thinking or hoping their horse might be a little better than they are. I think those top operations know how good their horses are and spot them in places they can win.
Desert Gate trying to make it 3 wins in a row for trainer Bob Baffert, our favorite in the Ohio Derby. We'll take you to the paddock at Thistledown when we return right after this.
unless you were around following the game or even just around in general, I don't think you can know what the phenomenon of Steve Cauthen riding here in 1977 was. To think he ends up winning the Triple Crown, but that winter, 2 6-day wins. He'd be on the front page of the New York Times. He was in the front of Sports Illustrated. Pete Axtone wrote the book, The Kid, about him. The Steve Cauthen phenomenon is something major about the history of New York racing and Aqueduct.
Back at that time, too, we were racing 6 days a week here, off on Sundays. He'd fly to California and ride on Sundays. He made an album, which I'm sure he'd like to forget about, right? And Steve Cauthen sings, too. But, you know, for me, I already knew at that point I wanted to be a jockey. And watching his success, you know, he was a young kid, baby face, and I said, man, if he can do it, maybe I can do it. And I actually stole every single Sports Illustrated he was on the cover from my school library. And to have those as keepsakes, you know, one, he had a big cigar, he was in our Harbor View colors, just phenomenal. So then when I got to follow in his footsteps and started riding at 16, and actually broke his money record, he was the first phone call I got from England. I got back to the jockey's room, and he called to congratulate me on breaking his record. And that was pretty heady stuff, because it was only about 4 years after he was an apprentice.
The American Express card, don't leave home without it.
The Steve Cauthen story, and a lot of it taking place here at Aqueduct, is a huge part of the history of racing.
He was just a great ambassador for the game, an incredible rider, an incredible human being.
So much history to sort through here at Aqueduct with the official closing day, Sunday, June 28th. I've really enjoyed these segments that Andy and the MIG have had.
Hold on, this is the police calling. They want their Sports Illustrated's back, MIG. They're coming for you. He's probably good on the statute of limitations.
Yeah, I've told the story where I lived in a small town in Chaska, Minnesota. I went to the public library and checked out Andy Byers, the winning horse player, and never took it back. And I've told that story, and I keep waiting for someone to go, the fee is now, whatever it is.
That's fine.
But yeah, we all have our heroes, and great to hear one of Big's heroes there. We hope you'll come out and join us for the final few days of racing here at Aqueduct. We're done on this Saturday in New York. We're not done on the show. We still have a lot more to come, but our final race does go to the post-time favorite, the 8 Tut Hill Town. Now, despite the win of the post-time favorite in the final, as we said, we are going to have a carryover in the pick 6. That will be $37,783 into tomorrow's card. Going back to how it happened on the racetrack, it looked very similar to that race we showed you in November of last year. From off the pace, Tut Hill Town, only this time, is going to finish it up and draw away the 9, waiting on a promise. That first-time starter for Adam Rice ran a courageous race, but obviously needed the race, and then Garden of Grace gathers up second, as this one has done many times before.
Yeah, you know, got an opportunity to get back to the grass. Like you said, that second career start, broke slow away from there, came running on this same turf course, and wasn't able to get there. Tried the dirt in the next 3 starts or so. Finally shows up back here on the grass and triggers well, let me be clear about this horse didn't trigger it, but this horse results in a $37,000 carryover.
Well, and how about the pick 5s today? $16,900 in the late pick 5, $4,900 in the early pick 5, and then you had the middle one, 3 through 7, which came back over $23,000. Now, as far as the cross country, it's been quite a mix of races today. We started with the final race at Monmouth. Heavy favorite wins easily there. Then we came back here to Belmont at the Big A, race 9, Dinner Royale, bet down from an 8-1 morning line, going off at 3-1. Thistledown, the Lady Jacqueline, and Nerazzurri wins as the heavy favorite there. And then our post-time favorite takes the last. So as you come into this final race, if you were to catch the favorite Desert Gate, the return is $180. If you catch Albus, well, much better. The 50-cent cross-country pick 5 is $700. Taking a look at the tote board, both Albus and Chip Honcho are sitting up on the board at 3-1. Acacia, if you look at Chip Honcho, he actually had the right route this year. Golden Tempo came through Louisiana on his way to winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont. Chip Honcho was part of that series of races as well down in Louisiana.
He was, Todd, though you could argue maybe a little bit of a later developing type as he really kind of burst onto the scene with his third place finish in the Preakness. And opted to bypass the Belmont Stakes and instead wait for this Ohio Derby. But he has a special story attached to him as well, co-owned by Leland Ackerley, who we've seen with some really talented horses, including Obliteration, who finished third in the Woody Stevens during Belmont Week. But more than anything, this is a return to racing and to the big races for Lee, as I got a chance to sit down with him as he was there at the beginning for some very special horses with top trainers like Todd Pletcher and Steve Asmussen.
Kids, I think back now, it was like 1994. I was 34. My brother was 35. I think Steve was 29. Todd was probably about the same. And we were all getting going and racing.
And of course, you had that success towards the beginning, but we're now kind of seeing it come full circle as you've gotten back into the game. Tell me a little bit about the path and the decision to come back to racing.
2 years ago, I started thinking about getting back into it because I missed it, because I love the life. It was the funniest thing. In July of 2024, Steve called me. He said, I'm at a yearling sale. Can I pick you something out? And I was like, okay, this is kind of kismet. You know, he's calling me. I've been thinking about it. And so he picked out 2 yearlings. You know, Obliteration and Chip Honcho have been really fun horses.
And for just being back in the game for a couple of years, running in races like Grade 1s on Belmont Stakes Week with Obliteration and running in races like the Preakness and now the Ohio Derby with Chip Honcho. It's been quite the journey for Lee Ackerley. Such a pleasure to sit down with him. And as he said to me, Todd, this time as he's back involved, he's here to stay as well.
Yeah, owners like him, you can't help but root for. We root for everyone. It's a tough road when you become an owner in the sport. But in the back of every owner's mind is like, I'd like a good 3-year-old. You'd like to be on that Triple Crown trail. But as we said, even if that doesn't work out, there's big Derby races around the country. And so Chip Honcho may have his moment today in a $500,000 race.
We talked about strength of schedule a little bit earlier, and Chip Honcho is definitely one of those horses that gets to wave a I have a good strength of schedule flag.
He beat Golden Tempo by 5.5 in the Risen Star.
Exactly. That's got to go a long way. Look, it's circumstantial, though. I think that, you know, you can use it when you need to use it, but sometimes it can lead you down a path. He hasn't been overly impressive, but the one thing I will say is that when you have a trainer like Steve Asmussen, his horses don't stop getting better. They continue to improve. You look at a horse like Magnitude, who was a really good 3-year-old, turns out to be a really good 4-year-old.
Gunrunner, the best example.
Gunrunner, you know, is another great example of those types of horses that continue to improve. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that maybe Chip Honcho hasn't shown me that big-time race. It's probably good enough to beat this group, and he's probably going to take a step forward.
You know, I mentioned the Risen Star. That was at 1 mile and an eighth. Golden Tempo's third in there, 6.5 behind him. He's second, but he had the lead. To me, when assessing horses that were on the road to the Kentucky Derby, that was the moment I said, you know, I think 1 mile and an eighth is his limit. It may be even a little bit too far for him. So, look, Chip Honcho will be a factor in the early stages of this race, but I have my concerns for him 1 mile and an eighth and beyond.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern, right? I mean, but I think with this type of group, I don't worry too much about the distance here, right? And I think that I, you know, look, I understand the argument. 1 mile and an eighth is 1 mile and an eighth no matter where it is. But I think 1 mile and an eighth is different when you're looking in the eyes of horses that are your equals.
Okay.
And your equals are running at you versus looking in the eyes of a horse like, Golden Tempo or Renegade. It changes the scenario a little bit.
We have some time. The field has not left the paddock yet for the Ohio Derby. We're about 11 minutes away. If you've been getting up early in the morning, you've had a chance to watch Royal Ascot. 6 days of racing, but some of the best racing anywhere in the world. And earlier today was the Norfolk Stakes. You're taking a look at Orthodox here, making a big late run.
Yeah, absolutely. He comes storming late, and a horse that is unbeaten. You always like to see that. And the one thing about it is with these horses that are going these shorter distances, they're typically all bred to go a little bit longer. So to have one win like this is always kind of promising of like, well, what's next for a horse like Orthodox.
Simon Crisford, a respected name in thoroughbred racing all over the world, both as a bloodstock agent, racing manager, and now back to training, was highly critical of, say, there's a huge bias at Royal Ascot with the barrier draw. The higher the barrier draw, the better chance you have to win. Those comments have been debated, but we're going to continue on and talk about another race on the card earlier today at Royal Ascot, and this is the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Stakes. Couple of horses to keep an eye on here, and Almareo, and to the outside, the 14.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Royal Ascot is that because you've got 37 horses in a race sometimes, the prices can really start to creep up. This one went off at 38 to 1, and it feels like there's just always bombs away at times at Royal Ascot.
And it is quite a look as they finish literally 7 with a chance. I mean, what a finish in the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Stakes, and big upset happening there. And they put on another incredible show at Royal Ascot. And some of those horses, even though we're sitting here in June, we are going to see over here for the Breeders' Cup in late October, early November.
Yeah, it's one of the best parts about the Breeders' Cup is having some of the European types come over. We got to see obviously Notable Speech last year, who did spend some time in the U.S. as well. He did not run well at Royal Ascot. He's like 0 for 3 there. He just doesn't like it, whatever reason. He doesn't like the top hat.
Well, and that's the thing. Watching these races is important because, like you said, it's such a different style of racing depending on the distance. So a horse like Notable Speech takes to American racing far better than what you would find at Royal Ascot. When we come back, Royal Ascot to Thistledown. It's the perfect transition. America's Day at the Races brings you the Ohio Derby. Can the Bob Baffert-trained Desert Gate continue that winning streak, or is someone else going to step up? How about Oselli? He's a maiden, but he was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. Will he eventually get that elusive first win of his career? We'll be back.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic Paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, Grady Stakes winners, and Grady Stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Here comes Caleb Posse in the pink cap on the grandstand side. He looks like he's just jumped in at the quarter pole. And Caleb Posse Posse strides right on by, and he's going to romp in the dirt mile. It's Caleb's Posse striding home to win 3.5 lengths.
Jonathan Kenshin, did you know before Caleb's Posse was a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, he was an Ohio Derby winner? Kind of interesting.
I don't want to lie to you and say I did know that. But if you would have asked me if there's a Breeders' Cup Mile winner that won a middle-of-the-country Derby, I could have gotten there.
You could have got Caleb's Posse 15 years ago, 2011.
Yeah, he was a cool horse. I remember the day, one of my favorite races of all time, when was Uncle Mo's comeback race in the Jerkins. I think at that point it was the King's Bishop, and Caleb's Posse beat him that day, but it was a great race between Uncle Mo and Caleb's Posse.
I know our producer Evan Schwartz is going to hate me for this, but since we're talking about trends from the Ohio Derby and where they lead, we're going to show you something a little bit later. This has actually been a productive race over the last few years to send horses to the Jim Dandy. A lot of Ohio Derby horses come into the Jim Dandy.
It's a realistic spot for a horse like this, right? You know, these types of horses. And if you can win this race and see that you're on the improve, then the great opportunity to test the waters is the Jim Dandy, where you're getting the big boys on a day where they're not fully cranked up. They're getting ready for the Travers. Now you can maybe come in, show up, and sneak one in.
So here's what we're talking about. Ohio Derby winners to the Jim Dandy and Travers. Look at this. From 2017 to 2025, you have had 6 horses who have gone that route, either in the Jim Dandy, didn't get to the Travers, or tried to pull off both. But again, it just speaks to how it's a complete season for the 3-year-olds. We spend all this time talking about the first Saturday in May and then the 5 weeks total for the Triple Crown. But these 3-year-olds have an entire year. And so a race like this is a good stop before they get back to the big goals like the Jim Dandy and the Travers.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like you said, there's something for everyone in this 3-year-old division. I would imagine that through all the divisions in racing, whether it's sprinting for older females, turf long, all these things, having a 3-year-old gives you the most options to do the most things at the greatest stakes level.
To this point about, the 30,000-foot view of the 3-year-old division right now, it is remarkable how Cherie DeVaux is set up for the rest of the year. She has Englishman, who's the most exciting 3-year-old sprinter out there, and she's obviously got the pro tem leader of the Glamour division, having won the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont with Golden Temple. Those are 2 remarkable 3-year-olds who, in the end, could end up as finalists in the Eclipse Award for the 3-year-old category.
Yeah, based on where I'm sitting and how I feel, it feels like, where is Cherie going to sit at the Eclipse Awards?
Yeah.
Because she's going to have 2 horses. If Englishman does what he did on Derby Day,
breaking a 48-year-old track record,
he's going to win some really big races throughout the year, and maybe even a Breeders' Cup Sprint. And if he wins that, he'll be nominated for 3-year-old just as well as Golden Temple will be nominated no matter what at this point.
Yes.
You win the Belmont, you win the Derby. I don't care what else happens. You'll be at it. You'll have a table at the Eclipse Award. I want to know where Cherie's going to sit. I bet you she sides with the Derby winner, but you never know.
Well, she gets to watch this race without a care. Everyone else is kind of scrambling to find a win in a big race. Hey, speaking of Saratoga, so we had that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. They're going to be back there for the 4th of July Racing Festival. You may have heard some of the promos. It'll be the longest stretch at Saratoga we've ever had. So you'll be back for that 4th of July week. And then official opening day for the summer meet will be on July 10th. You can celebrate America's 250th birthday at Saratoga with that returning on Friday, July 3rd, and all the great races. And how about the giveaways that will be coming up between that 4th of July festival and then the opening of the summer meet? Going to be very patriotic in the first few giveaways with the 4th of July Racing Festival. We got some tumblers there that have an American theme. And then don't forget about the Saratoga Stakes schedule over the summer with the Travers, obviously everyone looking forward to. But there's that tumbler we were talking about as part of the giveaways that they're going to have, and emblazoned with the 250th. And then you have the soccer jersey, going to be very popular. The World Cup has been a bigger hit than I think most American sporting fans thought it would be. So that'll be in demand. You got some refrigerator magnets to remind you what racetrack you want to go to. And for the kids, we got that plushie. And for everyone, we got the straw hat late into the meet. Don't forget about Whitney Day and the the refrigerator magnet there. And then the corgis. Remember Abby last year? Abby, the handicapped corgi who took everyone's hearts. The corgi races are going to be back this year. It's Saratoga Summer 2026. And don't forget the flannel as we get late in the meet. It can get a little bit chilly as fall will be right around the corner. Come and join us. But there's the list of all the giveaways. Which is the one you want the most?
I'll tell you right now where I'm going. I'm going to get the hat.
Yep.
And so, like, it'll be like my, my mess. You know, I don't really do a lot of hats with this hair, but I'm going to get the hat for sure. And then I'm going to get the flannel. But
yes!
I'm gonna cut the sleeves off the flannel so I can go
I like
full.
I like that.
You know?
I like that. Yeah, the flannel is the one I'm looking most forward to. It happens to be the last giveaway, but I've always loved their hats. I like the fact that they go to the straw hat. But remember, in order to get that, you've got to be there. So join us at Saratoga. It's not that far away with the 4th of July Racing Festival. And some of the horses you're about to see in the Ohio Derby could be up there for some of the big 3-year-old races that we'll have. As a matter of fact, the field is coming out onto the track for the Ohio Derby. We can meet this field. And the first horse we get to see is the one, Chad Allen. 3 consecutive seconds coming in.
Yeah, 3 consecutive seconds at lower levels. That's not encouraging for today.
Well, there were some races early in the year where I thought Robusta might be a factor here, but that's been a while ago.
Yeah, it just seemed to go in the wrong direction. But look, there is some sense of confidence out of Doug O'Neill. Santa Anita Derby, Kentucky Derby, Preakness, trying all the big spots.
And we told you about Chip Honcho. He's 3-1.
Got that strength of schedule running against Golden Tempo on a number of occasions.
Trendsetter pulled off a huge upset and the last official points race for the Kentucky Derby, the Lexington.
You know how you just never forgive a horse for knocking you out of a big five? Lexington Day.
Yeah, and I remember looking down and going, I still don't know who this horse is. The 5 Ocelli, he's the maiden who ran so huge in the Kentucky Derby, 3rd.
Yeah, just the type of horse I feel like will always be overbet based on his 3rd place finish in the Kentucky Derby.
Scratch the 6 Zanal. Here's the 7 Bull by the Horns.
Yeah, another one. Doesn't have a lot of early speed, but if somehow Desert Gate goes too fast.
Well, there is Desert Gate, so they're a little bit out of order here, jumping from the 5 to the 8, and we'll see Bull by the Horns in a moment. The 9 is Jupiter.
Yeah. I would be shocked.
Yeah. The 10, Albus, you wouldn't be shocked. The winner of the final Wood Memorial held here at Aqueduct.
No, I just wish the horse was a little bit of a bigger price. I'd like to get cute and pick them, but at 4-1, I just can't.
And then the final horse you did see there was the 7 Bull by the Horns. You could be playing all of this racing action with us if you have a Naira Bets account. We're so sure you're going to love your Naira Bets account that to get you signed up, we've got this fantastic offer. It's a $200 deposit match bonus, but you got to use the promo code MATCH200, MATCH200, and you'll get a deposit match bonus up to $200, and you'll be enjoying over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. I want to go, as we look at the 8 Desert Gate, our current favorite here. You made a comment about the 5 Ocelli, and we said, look, on the surface, he's a maiden. He's a maiden trying to win a graded stakes race, and you said he'll always be overbet because of what he did in the Kentucky Derby. As for Desert Gate, he did not make it to the Kentucky Derby. As we were talking about, Bob Baffert kind of assessed where he was after the Kentucky Derby preps, and he just got a late start to the season, and ultimately he put him on the hot lunch circuit here. He wins in the Hot Springs, and then he wins in the Texas Derby. So this has proven to be the right move. When he's in the right spot, he has dominated, but this will be his first attempt as a 3-year-old to win a graded stakes race. I should say, if he wins today, it's his first win in his 3-year-old season, the graded stakes race. You like the trajectory of this horse?
Yeah. I mean, you know, look, when you have Baffert has these types of horses, I don't think necessarily going to Lone Star is that big of a problem for him. He's done that before in the past. If I'm not mistaken, he did. He did take he took Game On Dude to Lone Star.
Well, here, let's do this. Let's go back even far. I think they called him the Fish because the way he turned in. But Real Quiet ran as a 2-year-old in the Indian Nations Futurity at Santa Fe before he went on to win in his following 3-year-old season the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and come very close to winning the Belmont and the Triple Crown, although we heard later that he would have been disqualified for bumping Victory Gallop. But you're absolutely right. Bob Baffert will go where it makes sense to get ready, maybe for big races or maybe just a realistic assessment?
And I feel like I've heard him talk about, maybe more than some others, about just kind of confidence, getting their confidence back and like figuring out exactly what their job is and how to do it the right way. And sometimes you get them to these spots that might be a little bit easier. You let them get out there, get brave, have fun, get proud of themselves, and then they come back and it's just like they're a new horse.
So to this conversation regarding Oselli, obviously not trained by Bob Baffert, somebody was pointing out it was a good line. When they heard Oselli was going to the Ohio Derby, it was said, oh, he's finally going to get some class relief. And then someone pointed out, no, class relief is if he would go back to the maiden ranks. So how do you feel about the connections keep putting him in spots like this when he's never won a race?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you have a horse that runs third in the Kentucky Derby to Golden Tempo and Renegade, you know, these horses only have so many races in them. You know, obviously things can happen. They can have minor situations that send them to the sidelines. And if you have a horse that you think is good enough to win a race like this, why wouldn't you just run him in this spot? What's the point other than maybe gathering some confidence? But maybe that's not something that he needs to run into a maiden race. And I'll tell you this. If Oselli showed up in a maiden race, if he shows up this summer in a maiden race at Saratoga going a mile and eighth, he might be, I don't even think he'd be favored if the right horses show up.
That's interesting.
You know,
a 3-year-old maiden
if
special.
Todd or Chad or Brad Cox or Belmont have some big-time horse that they show, you know, a 3-year-old with pedigree that shows up in there, it's not even a foregone conclusion that he could win that, especially with his style. So, you know, look, if he's off the board here, then let's go back to the drawing board. But I'm not offended by them taking these chances with a horse like this who ran third in the biggest race in North America.
You're right, because even if he got, quote-unquote, the confidence builder breaking his maiden, they're not going to try and run through allowance conditions after that. All right, who's going to win?
I don't want to say because he's favored, but I'm going to go with Desert Gate.
Let's go to Matt Hook for the call, the Ohio Derby, live on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off in the Ohio Derby. Desert Gate with a good start. Robusta has some speed from the inside. Albus is prominently placed from the outside. It passed the stands for the first time. It's Robusta up front. Desert Gate is right there engaging early. Albus sits a close third. Chip Honcho's in that front four. They're tightly packed into the clubhouse turn. Robusta and Desert Gate on the lead now. Albus is on the outside. Chip Honcho's a bit ranked between rivals. Chad Allen's down along the fence. Jupiter is furthest out. He's outside of Trendsetter. Then it's Oselli. And Bull by the Horns is about 8 lengths off the lead. They enter the backstretch here with 5.5 furlongs to go. And Robusta calls the shots just in front of Desert Gate. Albus is right there racing with Chip Honcho, who's down along the inside. Jupiter is furthest out now. Chad Allen is about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead. Further out, you'll find Oselli. He's there as well. And the trailer is still Bull by the Horns. They continue to the half-mile pole. Robusta in front. Desert Gate, Albus, 1, 2, 3. Chip Honcho down along the inside is there as well. Jupiter's on the far outside. Trendsetter, Oselli are together. As they hit the far turn to the 3/8 they go. Desert Gate challenging Robusta. Albus sits a close third. Chip Honcho right behind the leaders. He'll need some room. Here comes Oselli. He begins to launch his rally 3 wide. Oselli is underway. Trendsetter is gaining ground as well. Approaching the quarter pole, and Desert Gate has taken a lead. Here comes Oselli. Oselli up on the outside to challenge Desert Gate. These two turn for home together. Oselli has taken a lead. Desert Gate is digging in. Chip Honcho's right there. A furlong to go. Oselli in front. Chip Honcho right alongside. A 16th to go. Chip Honcho takes the lead. Oselli trying to battle back, but Chip Honcho wins the Ohio Derby. Oselli was second. Trendsetter finished third. Desert Gate was fourth, and Chad Allen ran fifth.
Chip Honcho, the Louisiana route, has led to a lot of big wins this year. He was part of that Golden Tempo crew down at the fairgrounds, but now he gets the spotlight to himself in the Ohio Derby.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is about time. This is the kind of performance that looks good for Golden Tempo. Not that Golden Tempo needed much more credit after winning the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, but seeing horses like this come back and win these types of races still is an encouraging thing for the top 3-year-old in the country.
Yeah, and then there is Oselli. Oselli just keeps running a lot of seconds and thirds, but can't get that first win of his career.
Yeah, but you know what? They'll find some other spots for him. He ran a winning race today. He just didn't win.
So one day you're going to drive by Aqueduct when there's no more racing here. You're going to remember the day that you and I sat on the set after the races and watched the Ohio Derby. Thank you, JK. And thank you for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Don't forget, tomorrow there's going to be a carryover and the pick six of $37,000. What a finish in the spectacular bid stakes. No change in the end, but a change to our time airing tomorrow. We hope you'll join us from 12:30 to 5:30 here on the Fox Sports family of networks. The Ohio Derby, it is Chip Honcho for owner Leland Ackerley getting the win, and you saw it all here on America's Day at the Races.